You are now listening to The World We Burn, Part 2, Book 4 of the Lost Light series, written by Kyla Stone and narrated by Stacy Glemboski.
Chapter 35. Eli Pope, Day 137. To the east, a black speck appeared in the sky, silhouetted against the pink-tinged clouds. A raptor of death flew fast over the hills, growing larger with each passing second. Several fighters aimed machine gun fire at the sky, but the chopper engaged in skilled evasive maneuvers. It just kept coming. The helo circled the south end of Devil's Corner, zooming low over the log buildings, the houses, the grocery store, the hotel, the school. The rotors throbbed like thunder, the engine roaring in his ears. "Drive!" Eli screamed through the headset. "Drive! Drive! Drive!" "Someone shoot down that chopper!" Alexis cried. Banking sharply, the Huey headed toward the cargo truck. On the right side of the Huey, a hostile dressed in battle gear leaned out through the opened door, holding a massive rocket launcher aimed at the escaping cargo truck. The truck jolted across the field, completely exposed and vulnerable, a rabbit fleeing from the diving hawk. Eli fired round after round at the chopper, but it was no use. A bright whoosh burst from the Huey. The backblast exited out the open door across the helo as the rocket-propelled grenade shot across the sky. "Incoming!" Antoine shouted. Alexis jerked the vehicle in a hard right and veered toward the copse of trees to the north of the graveyard. The dense woods provided the only cover within the vicinity. If the truck could get beneath the canopy without ramming into a tree trunk, they had a slim chance. "Alexis!" Eli shouted. "Go! Go!" Alexis's panicked voice shrieked over the comms. "Hold on! Brace for impact!" The rocket-propelled grenade slammed into the cargo truck. The boom echoed like a tremendous blast of thunder. The truck exploded in a massive ball of fiery flames. The jugs of biofuel they'd loaded in the back only fed the terrible fire. Metal peeled away like an onion. Blood-curdling screams shredded the air. Those trapped inside were burned alive, their skin cooked instantly, like steak thrown on a grill. "No!" Devin screamed. "No!" Time stopped. The world reduced to tunnel vision. Horror froze Eli in place. Antoine inhaled sharply and crossed himself, though he was no Catholic. "Holy Mother of God." The surviving fighters stared in shock, too dismayed to move. Their friends, their teammates, the men and women they'd fought beside, had joked with not 10 minutes previously. They were gone in an instant, vaporized in a cataclysm of fire and smoke. Everyone inside that truck was dead. Amanda Martz was dead. Ray and Nelson, and Alexis Chilton. She was too young, too smart, too brave to die. A techie, not a soldier. If they'd had more manpower, she never would have been out there in the first place. Eli's throat tightened like a vice. Sorrow and regret threatened to choke him. He shook himself out of his stupor. The grief would come later. First, they had to survive. He seized Antoine's shoulder with his free hand. "Fire at the chopper! Get them before they get us!" The Huey rose as it banked, attempting to circle back around and come at the graveyard for a second blitz attack. Eli's men had no cover against the high-powered rounds of a 50 cal rifle or another RPG. They'd be annihilated like the cargo truck. "You're gonna pay for that!" From the shadowed doorway of the church, Nix dropped to the ground behind the Barrett, which she'd propped on its tripod. She fired at the helicopter. The Huey churned upward, veering wildly to avoid the volley of firepower. She missed, then missed again. Nix swore. "It moved behind the church. I can't see it." A salvo of rounds smacked the tombstones in front of them. Eli, Antoine, and Devin ducked. Chips of granite punctured Eli's right cheek. Stinging pain made his eyes water. The Huey swung back around and roared toward them. It was as if hell had unleashed itself upon their heads. A storm of ammunition rained down on them, impacting the ground on all sides. Thuds and pings filled the air. Bullets zinged overhead. The Huey hurled a hail of death at the huddled fighters each time it flew past. The chopper made strafing runs each time they had a break to move to prevent them from escaping to the south. Nyx was doing her best, but the M2 kept missing the mark. Her position was weak. She couldn't get a good angle. They had to kill it, one way or another. "We're being torn to shreds," Antoine shouted. "Everyone, controlled bursts," Eli said. "Aim for the engine, the pilot, or the door gunner." Eli twisted around to peer to his north, checking for movement through the trees. As he'd feared, furtive shadows darted from trunk to trunk less than 100 yards from their location. They were seconds from being overrun. Antoine spotted the same threat. "We've got hostiles headed this way. We need to push south, now." Antoine was right. If they stayed, they were dead. "Hilo or not, we move in teams. When one team moves, the next lays down fire. We've got to go." "Incoming!" Nyx shouted through their comms. "I'm out of ammo." As it came back into range, the Hilo made another attack run. Rounds struck the ground inches to the left and right of their position. The roar of gunfire was deafening. They fired repeatedly at the great metal beast, to no avail. Beside him, Antoine grunted. Eli dared a glance to his right. Blood poured down the man's left arm. Antoine lifted his rifle with a wince. "I'm good." Maybe this time, but the next shot would likely kill him. Or all of them. The chopper swept too low, aiming its big guns right at the gravestones they hid behind. Eli braced himself. There was no time to think or act. There was no escape. A great boom sounded. It was followed by the familiar whoosh of a stinger. The rocket shot through the air, straight toward the Huey. It struck the back drive shaft that protruded from the rear of the bird. With a tremendous groan, the Hilo began to spiral out of control. The rotors spun wildly. The chopper careened left, plummeting rapidly, before slamming to the ground 50 yards to the east of the church. The tremendous crash shook the ground. The rotors crumpled and bent, screaming in protest. The boom, boom, boom of firepower quieted. It was as if every fighter was stunned to stillness, absorbing the shock of the downed chopper. Thick black smoke rose from the wreckage. Flames burst from the cockpit and raced hungrily across the dry, overgrown field. One by one, the old log buildings caught fire as the blaze spread into the dense underbrush and woods to the north. "Who the hell took out that Huey?" Eli shouted over comms. He knelt, peering over the tombstone, searching for threats. He barely had time to feel relief that they were still alive before the next set of hostiles started firing at them. The chopper was down. At least, there was that. Static sputtered through the comms radio, then, "You're welcome." "Jackson," Devin breathed. Jackson's voice was distant and tinny, yet unmistakable. "I found this big old stinger lying around at one of our hidden caches, and figured this was as good a time as any to use it." "Damn straight," Nyx said. "You saved our butts." "I'm gonna save you again," Jackson said. "I'm covering you from the top of the hill. Go now, and I'll nail any cockroaches who dare show their ugly mugs." Eli wouldn't have admitted it under threat of torture, but he was thrilled to hear Jackson's voice. They'd lost good people today. That Jackson lived was no small thing. Nyx and Nash made a run for the graveyard. Antoine and Eli covered them. Antoine frowned as they prepared to exfil. He'd managed to wrap his upper arm in a makeshift tourniquet to stop the bleeding. "What about that fire?" The fire was spreading fast. It had reached the schoolhouse. Flames greedily licked the log walls, racing up the east side. The crackling and hissing grew louder as the blaze gained strength. Smoke filled the air in a thick, choking haze. Nothing we can do about it now, Eli said. Antoine nodded. Then let's blow this joint. With Jackson covering their asses, they ran. Chapter 36. Lena Easton, Day 137. Lena rubbed tendrils of hair from her forehead with the back of her arm. Her limbs felt heavy, her mind and body utterly exhausted. Blood stained her scrubs. It wasn't hers, it was Devon's. Devon slumped on the gurney in a curtained room in the Munising Hospital ER wing. For the last 3 hours, Lena had painstakingly tugged bits of shrapnel from Devon's face, neck, and shoulders. Luckily, the shrapnel hadn't torn through arteries or vital tendons and muscles. The superficial wounds bled profusely, but she would be okay. Scarred, but okay. I'm so sorry. Lena plucked yet another sliver of shrapnel from Devon's face. An emergency thermal blanket was wrapped around her shoulders. She didn't want Devon to go into shock. Devon clenched her jaw with stoic determination. Tears mingled with the blood trickling down her cheeks. She'd refused pain meds stronger than Tylenol, insisting they save it for those who truly needed it. Instead, she kept one hand on Bear's head, her fingers buried in his fur like she was holding on for dear life. Bear sat on his haunches at Devon's feet. His tail swept the floor rhythmically. He leaned into her thighs to offer his particular brand of soft, sloppy comfort. It seemed to be working. How bad do I look? Devon asked with a shudder. Are we talking Gremlin or Scarface? Well, Lena dropped a bloodied, twisted chunk of metal the size of a dime into the tray beside her. The shrapnel had left a 1/4-inch tear of flesh directly below Devon's right eye. You won't be winning any beauty competitions for a while, but this damn piece of shrapnel almost took out your eye. You're lucky. Lucky, Devon repeated dully. She appeared shell-shocked, her eyes bloodshot and glassy. Though the room wasn't cold, her whole body was shivering. Lena examined her face with concern. Hey, Devon, you with me? Devon gave a tremulous nod. Her dark braids were streaked with red-like paint. She lifted a hand to touch her cheek, then let it drop limply into her lap. Bear whined and pressed his snout against her ribs. She managed to scratch his ears, listlessly. I shouldn't care about stupid scars, Devon said. I'm alive, and I shouldn't be. I was supposed to ride in the cargo truck with the other wounded. With Alexis. She swallowed hard. That should have been me. I should be dead right now. You're not dead. You're right here. What happened is not your fault. The cartel killed Alexis. They're the ones to blame, not you. Never you. Devon nodded again, but she didn't make eye contact with Lena. Her lower lip trembled, as if she were fighting an inner battle to hold back a flood of sorrow, guilt, and rage. Lena didn't blame her. Not one bit. She had spent the last 10 hours in the operating theater with Dr. Vertanen and a few nurse volunteers, attending to the wounded survivors of the battle. They had irrigated, jagged cuts, disinfected lacerations, picked shrapnel from bloody wounds, removed a shallow bullet or two, and bandaged injuries. 2 fighters had perished on the table. It had been a long, tragic, horrifying day. After she'd stitched the lacerations to minimize scarring, Lena gave Devon a gentle hug, wishing she could squeeze the despair and trauma right out of her friend. Get some rest, okay? Devon attempted to rise, protesting that she was fine. Bear whined, pushing his head against her side more insistently, tail thumping. Lena pushed her back down. Bear wants you to sit tight. I'm okay. Paramedics' orders, she said sternly. I'll check on you in an hour. Lena gave Devon another blanket, tucked her in, and set a glass of water on the tray next to her. Bear clambered onto the hospital bed and curled up at Devon's feet. His body heat would warm her up. Leaving the newfie to monitor their patient, Lena went to the next room, pulling back the curtain to see if Dr. Vertanen needed help with Antoine's stitches. The ME waved her away. Get some sleep. There'll be plenty to do in the morning. Lena moved on. She entered the reception area where her friends waited for news on Devon. Eli, Jackson, and Nix leaped from the row of chairs simultaneously. Their faces were dirty, filmed in sweat and grime. They wore their scuffed, stained battle gear, their weapons leaning against the walls or piled in a nearby seat. Lena's lungs constricted. She loved these people dearly. How close she'd come to losing one or more of them. How much they'd already lost. She wavered on her feet, her shoulders slumped. Eli crossed the tile floor in 3 long strides and enveloped her in his arms. She collapsed against him, sinking into that strength, the warmth and steadiness of him. He smelled of blood and gunpowder. Sweat soaked his black hair to his scalp. He'd never been more handsome. Despite her weariness, her heartbeat quickened. He was on his feet. He was unharmed. Tonight, she would check every inch of him and make sure of it. "What about Devon?" Jackson asked in a strained voice. "Is she okay?" Lena forced herself to turn her head and look at him. There was something different about him, something darker, a flinty hardness in his gaze she didn't recognize. Lena nodded, almost too tired to speak. She felt brittle, easily broken, weak. It was a feeling she despised. She'd never felt so useless. At least Devon would live. "She's resting. You can go in and see her. She's in room 5. Without a word, Jackson strode through the ER's double doors and disappeared. His sharp staccato footsteps echoed before fading to silence. Lena spared a glance at Nix. The woman shifted anxiously from foot to foot with a conflicted expression, like she was too embarrassed to ask what she badly wanted to know. "Antoine has a graze on his left forearm. Dr. Vertanen is stitching him up now. He's in room 4. Nix rolled her eyes to conceal the abject relief etching her features. It didn't work. "He's such a baby. I bet he's crying in there. Just like a man. Always needs someone to hold his hand." Lena's words came slowly and deliberately. Her brain felt fuzzy. She had to focus on every consonant. "You can go see him, if you'd like." "Nah," Nix said, feigning nonchalance. "Let the man weep in peace. I'll check on him later." Eli pulled back, studying Lena's face with a frown, his big hands gently gripping her upper arms, as much to hold her upright as to properly examine her. "You're about to collapse on your feet. You need to rest. Dr. Vertanen needs my... You can't do everything, every second of every day. You're no good to anyone sick. Sit down." There was no give in his steely voice. Absolutely none. He led her to the nearest chair. She sank into it, the hard metal digging into her spine, but she barely noticed. Her eyes were gritty, her vision blurred at the edges. Her pump beeped. It had been beeping off and on for a while. She'd been too busy to check, so consumed with tending to the injured that she'd barely eaten or monitored her blood sugar for hours. "What's the number?" Eli demanded. She tugged up her shirt and checked the screen. Her heart sank. 45. Eli scowled. "Lena." Her tongue felt thick in her mouth. It was hard to follow his words, to keep her train of thought. I know. I ran through the carbs I brought with me last night. I didn't have time to go back to the inn for more. Teresa Fleetfoot was touch and go all night. I couldn't leave her on the operating table. Then the injured started coming in from Devil's Corner. Eli shot her a disapproving look as he unslung his pack, dumped it on a nearby chair, and rifled through it until he pulled out a can of vanilla frosting and a spoon. He always kept it on him, just for her. "Eat," he growled. Lena obeyed. She unscrewed the lid and dug the spoon through the thick frosting before popping a spoonful into her mouth. Pure sweetness burst on her tongue. The influx of calories and energy sparked through her cells. She took a few more spoonfuls, then swallowed several sips of water from the bottle Eli handed her. Holding the can of frosting in her lap, she stared down at her hands. Bits of dried blood limbed her fingernails. Her hands didn't seem like her own, but a stranger's. Fading bruises still marred her fingertips. She leaned forward, elbows braced on the top of her thighs until the dizziness passed and the white spots faded from behind her eyelids. Her hair hung across her face in curtains as she inhaled deep, steady breaths, centering herself. After a few minutes, she sat back, blinking. She handed Eli the can of frosting, which he tucked back into his rucksack for next time. "Thank you. I feel better." "How are they?" Eli asked quietly. "The pregnant woman and the baby." He knew how worried she'd been about the breech birth. She shook her head. "The baby made it. She's with Anna Grady at the inn. But Teresa started hemorrhaging early this morning around 4 a.m. We tried so hard to save her. We needed a trauma surgeon. We needed blood transfusions and anesthesia and everything we didn't have. She died on the table. It wasn't enough. Nothing is enough." "You did everything you could." Lena made an anguished sound and shook her head. All she could see was the stricken face of Teresa's daughter Miriam when she had told her the awful news. Her pump beeped again as her numbers rose. 70, then 85. She drank some more water. Eli squeezed her shoulder and sank into the chair next to her. She allowed herself to lean against him and rested her head on his broad shoulder. Despite her fatigue, sparks flitted across her skin where he touched her. His mere presence, his touch, his smell, his smile, calmed her. The double doors into the ER opened. Antoine shuffled out, scowling down at his forearm wrapped in bandages. "It's fine. I'm fine. It's just a scratch," he muttered when he caught Nix's concerned glance. Nix looked like she wanted to say something sarcastic, one shoulder rising in a disinterested shrug. Instead, she sighed and glanced away. "For a second there, we thought we'd lost you. I'm the cockroach of the apocalypse, remember?" Antoine tried for levity, but the joke fell flat. His mouth thinned. There was a faraway look in his eyes, as if a part of him remained on the battlefield, like he was still there, watching his friends die. "We have to go back," Nix said. "We need to bury our dead. We can't leave them there for the carrion birds and the scavengers to pick their bones. It's not right." Eli nodded heavily. "We will, as soon as it's clear, and we know the cartel is gone. I'll send out some drones to scout the area in the morning. We need to dig up the IEDs that didn't detonate as well. We can reuse them in the next battle." The silence hung heavy in the waiting room. Lena glanced from Eli to Nix to Antoine. Distress etched their faces and radiated from their defeated postures. "Tell me about the ambush," Lena said. Eli stiffened, torment in his eyes. "We lost. And we lost badly. Nearly a quarter of our fighting force was obliterated. Alexis Chilton, she didn't make it. She was 25. Nick Drewer, Mike Henderson, Margie Claypool. 32 people. 32 men and women. They were husbands, wives, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters. All good people. They're gone because of me." The pain in his eyes was nearly unbearable. It felt like being stabbed in her own chest. Eli's shoulders slumped, crumpling beneath the weight of their deaths. She reached out, took his hand, and entwined her petite fingers through his large, calloused ones. She wanted to make it better for him, to ease that tremendous burden, but she couldn't. All she could do was remain by his side, offering her whole heart as comfort, for whatever it was worth. She squeezed his hand. After a pause, he squeezed back. "We're alive because of you," Nix said. "This isn't on you, or Antoine, or Nash, or anyone. We didn't expect them to have sophisticated equipment like Maddox jammers. A bunch of them were trained ex-soldiers. We had a handful of barely trained civilians. After that fiasco, it's a damn miracle we escaped with anyone alive." Guilt swam in his eyes. They weren't ready for combat. Certainly not an organized, multi-pronged attack like the Cartel unleashed on us. I didn't train them enough. I should have planned better. There are 1,000 things I should have done differently. No. Nix's voice was hard, her gaze steely. She pushed herself off the wall and stood in front of Eli's chair. She glowered down at him with her hands fisted on her hips. Any professional soldier would tell you the same, and you know it. If you were in my shoes and the roles were reversed, what would you tell me? You know this as well as I do. Real infantry soldiers practice for an op repeatedly. What to do in an ambush, how to maintain operational security, how to maneuver using fire as a group, as a single organism. You and I endured SEER school. Survival, evasion, resistance, escape. They haven't. She waved a hand angrily, like she could convince him through the sheer force of her will. The Marine Corps has 4-month infantry schools. The Army up to 22 weeks, all day, every day. And that's after basic training. They train until soldiers can fight in their sleep. Then they do another year with an infantry company before they're considered competent at practicing basic operational security. Trying to get scared, traumatized civilians battle-ready in a few months was an impossible task. Eli nodded as if he understood. Lena suspected he was simply acquiescing to Nix. What the mind might grasp logically meant nothing to what the heart felt. That crushing, soul-deep sense of responsibility. Lena knew Eli felt it more than anyone. "We didn't even have comm sets for everyone," Antoine said in a gruff voice. He was pensive, absent his usual boisterous, upbeat self. Losing good men would do that to a soldier. "You didn't fail these people. You gave them a fighting chance." "He's right," Lena said softly. "You gave us a chance. Munising is standing because of you. Without what you just did, the Cartel would have already razed us to the ground." Nix folded her arms across her chest and glared at Eli. "Enough with your little pity party. Stop feeling sorry for yourself already and man up." Eli blanched. He sputtered, attempting to defend himself. "Look, you don't... No, you look." Nix kept going, raising her voice to speak over him. "Suck it up, Ranger. You've got a job to do. We have to figure out how to stop the Cartel. It's up to us. There's no one else to stand in the gap to protect the people at the inn or the people in town eking out a living. Everyone is doing their best. We need the best from you. Right now." "I know," Eli said, subdued. "You have it." Nix nodded, confident he'd been properly chastised. She returned to her spot against the wall and pretended to examine the dirt beneath her nails, but her sharp gaze kept darting toward Antoine, her brow furrowed, as if she were studying an alien species she didn't quite comprehend. Antoine, for his part, kept his attention on Eli. "What's the next play? They aren't going to stop, brother. You know that and I know that." "He's right," Jackson said from the doorway. He'd returned to the reception area and leaned against the wall beside Nix. He seemed to have aged a decade overnight. Wearily, he told them about his clandestine meeting at the Cartel's staging area. The so-called deal his traitor father and high-ranking Cartel-affiliated brother had offered them. And finally, about Louis Gault's wife. Lena's heart sank as she listened. Her hand instinctively fell to the pump attached to her hip. His wife is diabetic. The Cote family are vengeful on any given Sunday, Jackson said. Add the insulin we stole, and Gault will never stop. Not until he has the meds, and we're all dead. My father and brother won't stop either. With their intimate knowledge of the area, they're practically unstoppable. Practically, but not completely, Lena said. There must be a way. Tell me there's a way. Eli leaned forward, his elbows resting on his thighs, his head in his hands. He didn't give her an answer, which scared her more than anything she'd seen or heard today. We need to call a town hall meeting, Jackson said. We can't make decisions in a vacuum. The people deserve to know what's coming, what we're up against. We decide our next move together. Chapter 37. Lena Easton, Day 138. We have to run, Bradley Underwood said, before the cartel slaughters us in our sleep. Lena settled into the leather armchair next to the stone fireplace and gazed at the tense faces surrounding her. The fire crackled and popped in the massive hearth, casting flickering shadows across the slate floor. In the aftermath of the failed ambush yesterday, Jackson had called an emergency town hall meeting. 40 of the town's leaders had gathered at the Northwoods Inn to decide their next move. Some sat in overstuffed armchairs, while others stood in a loose circle, their arms crossed, their postures stiff with worry, every face lined with loss and fear. Bear stretched out at her feet. His snout rested on his paws, his brown eyes alert as he watched the proceedings. Lately he'd been sleeping with Shiloh, but tonight the newfie seemed to sense Lena's distress and refused to leave her side. Jackson stood alone in the center of the circle. As sheriff, everyone looked to him for the answer. The twitch in his jaw revealed his frustration and stress. Though he was under tremendous strain, he managed to keep his voice even. We're here to discuss the options, consider the pros and cons, and come to a decision together. Like I said, we have to evacuate. Underwood leaned back, crossed his arms over his chest, and set his mouth in an obstinate line. The ex-sheriff was a stern, imposing black man in his early 50s, with a ramrod posture, a shiny bald head, and a clean-shaven jaw. To call Underwood difficult was quite the understatement. After the FUBAR situation the current sheriff brought down upon our heads, we have no choice but to flee. The current sheriff saved my life and many others, Lena broke in firmly, loudly enough for everyone to hear. Let's not forget that. Jackson, Eli, and our brave fighters defeated Sykes and his convicts. If they hadn't, several of you in this room would be dead. A low rumble of affirmation moved through the room. The committee knew it was true. Underwood could snark and complain all he wanted, but he couldn't demand his way. Not anymore. She glared at Underwood until he blinked first, his gaze sliding off somewhere to her right, perhaps in embarrassment. He hadn't fought against Sykes. He'd slunk off somewhere to lick his wounds. When he spoke again, a bit of the aggression leaked from his voice. He waved a hand vaguely. Just making a point. Even if we could run, where do you suggest we run to? Anna Grady asked. Is there some stronghold I don't know about? As far as I'm aware, we're the only sanctuary within hundreds of miles. She's right, Jackson said. Where could we go that's safer than here? Where we don't know the strengths and weaknesses of the terrain, where we haven't built defenses. Where are we going to go that can house and feed over 2,000 people? Underwood sneered like a recalcitrant schoolboy. That's not my problem to figure out. It's yours, Sheriff. Jackson spun on his heels to face him. It's everyone's problem. Everyone who wants to survive. How do you propose we transport all these people? With what vehicles? By my last count, we have 5 working diesel trucks that have been converted to biofuel, a dozen ATVs, and 24 electric golf carts with a 50-mile range. We've got about 50 electric bikes and a couple hundred standard bikes with 24 horses at our disposal. That's it. Fred Combs had a crew making biofuel around the clock. A scavenging team went out daily within Munising to search for hidden stashes of vegetable oil in every restaurant, school cafeteria, hotel kitchen, and local pantry. With the cartel an ever-present threat, it was too dangerous to venture beyond the town's boundaries for any reason. The whole town was feeling the pressure, the oppressive sense of claustrophobia. Jackson continued. That's before we discuss logistics and supplies. If we can't find a source of safe water, then we're lugging hundreds, thousands of gallons with us. A gallon per person per day. Sanitized water, food and medical supplies, suitcases of clothing, weapons, and ammunition. We have no way to transport all of it. Eli paced restlessly behind the circle of chairs. We lost a quarter of our fighters at Devil's Corner. Even if we had the vehicles, the fuel, and the supplies to transport that many people, how would we guard them out in the open and spread out on the road? We've got a couple hundred men and women who can shoot a gun and have some rudimentary training. Certainly not enough to guard a caravan of this size. If the cartel attacked us on the road, we'd be sitting ducks. They would swoop in, take out the rear and lead truck to trap the middle vehicles, and then methodically wipe out every single man, woman, and child. Eli paused to let his words sink in. Faces paled. People glanced at each other with trepidation. Fred Combs wrung his hands in his lap. Dana Lutz picked nervously at her fingernails. Michelle Carpenter slumped next to Anna Grady, whose shoulders drooped as the dire reality of their predicament sank in. Sensing the apprehension in the room, Bear rose on his haunches and glanced up at his mistress. His head tilted, and his floppy ears pricked in concern. He let out a low, uneasy whine. She rubbed his favorite spot beneath his chin. He leaned his bulk against her leg, his furry warmth as much a comfort to her as she was to him. "What are we supposed to do, then?" Underwood asked sharply. "You're the genius, but you haven't offered any solutions, just shot down other people's ideas." Jackson's jaw clenched. A tic started at the corner of Eli's right eye. Antoine and Nix leaned casually against the bar counter toward the rear of the grand foyer, but their eyes were hard as they listened to the arguments ping-pong across the room. "How do we know the cartel aren't on their way to slaughter us right now?" Tim asked. After the battle, the cartel's fighting force returned to their staging area to regroup, Moreno said. We have eyes on their camp. A few scouts strategically placed to alert us if they start gearing up to move out. "If you know where they are, why can't you attack them first?" Fred Combs asked. "Drive a truck full of dynamite into the middle of their encampment and set it off." "They're too heavily guarded," Jackson answered. "They're dug in inside a castle on top of a hill. An actual castle. They'd repel any assault attempt before we made it to the bottom of the hill. They have roving security patrols and active drones. Machine gun firing positions are set up in each of the 4 towers, covering all directions. I've seen their stockpiles of RPGs, rifles, and pistols. They have a ton of ammunition of various calibers. The only thing that castle doesn't have is a moat filled with toothy piranhas." "What if we surrender to them?" Underwood whined. "Maybe they'll spare us." Jackson stalked in a tight circle, meeting the gazes of each committee member as he moved from person to person. The cartel is brutal and merciless. You've heard the rumors. You've seen the refugees with your own eyes. They pick the towns clean as they go, looting, stealing, and rounding people up and shooting or torturing them. They're savages. Make no mistake, they will murder every officer of the law and former military personnel with great prejudice. They will burn and pillage and steal everything they touch. They will do worse things to your daughters." Underwood flung his arms wide in derision. "Then what's your big play? Your big plan, huh? Did you call us all here just to tell us that we're about to be slaughtered and you can't do a damn thing about it?" "Absolutely not." A vein popped in the center of Eli's forehead. He looked like he'd enjoy nothing more than to wring Underwood's lazy neck with his bare hands, but was fighting to restrain himself. Lena knew the feeling. A hum of alarmed, fearful voices buzzed through the room. The committee threatened to devolve into panicked chaos. "We're trapped. We're going to die. This is the end." The residents of the Upper Peninsula tended to be more reasonable than most. Even still, terror unsettled the most stoic among them. With their homes and loved ones on the line, everyone was scared and on edge. Fear tended to bring out the worst in humanity. "Calm down, people." Jackson raised his voice. "I know you're afraid. We're all afraid. But we have to focus and think through our fear. We can't let it cripple us, or we'll lose everything that matters to us. Guaranteed." Nyx cleared her throat. "A wise man once said, 'Fear is a reaction. Courage is a decision.'" "Winston Churchill," Eli said. Nyx nodded in appreciation. "You know your history." "I know war." "That's what this is," Antoine said. "This is a war we have to win." "And we will," Jackson said. "But only if we come together. Only if we're smart and brave." Gradually, people settled themselves. Once the buzz of frantic voices quieted, Jackson spoke again. "Running is not a viable option. Neither is doing nothing and waiting for our enemy to destroy us. We have a plan, but we'll need help." His tone was even and commanding. Lena had never seen him so confident, so determined. He was finally growing into the mantle of a true leader. Something had happened during his confrontation with his father. He'd come away different somehow. She hadn't put her finger on exactly what, but it was significant. "Help! From where?" Underwood demanded. "The other towns that haven't been burned or ransacked by the cartel are worse off than we are. The National Guard and state police abandoned us months ago." He snorted in derision. "Are you mental? No one's coming to help us. We're on our own." "There's one option," Eli said. You could hear a pin drop. Lena leaned forward intently, gripping the arms of the leather chair. "You mean James Sawyer?" There was a collective intake of breath. Eyes widened, and heads shook adamantly. The air crackled with tension. "No," Underwood snapped. "Absolutely not. I will not allow it." "Need I remind you? You are here as a guest," Jackson said. "I'm the sheriff. We're here to discuss options and decide on a plan together, but ultimately, I am in charge." Underwood sneered. He opened his mouth as if to unleash a litany of insults, but something in Jackson's stony expression gave him pause. Chagrin, embarrassment, and anger passed across his face in rapid succession. His mouth snapped shut, finally cowed. Lori spoke up then. "Can you explain your reasoning to us? Please tell us why we would want Sawyer for anything." "Sawyer has fighters," Eli said. "He has weapons we don't have. He has a vested interest in joining forces with us. Once the cartel burns through us, they'll come for him." "That man is a criminal. He's a drug dealer and a murderer." The voice was quiet, but firm. Fiona hadn't said much since the altercation at the East Gate. Fading bruises circled her neck. Her auburn curls were yanked back in a messy ponytail. "I agree with my daughter," Scott Smith said. "Sawyer and his drugs ruined my boy's life, among many others. He's a scourge, a blight. What's to say he won't see what we've got and take everything we have? What's keeping him from taking over and killing everyone who resists? In my mind, he's as much a problem as the cartel." "The cartel is worse," Devon said. "Trust me." As one, the committee turned to look at Devon. She sat perched on the edge of the hearth, the fire blazing behind her. Bandages crisscrossed her swollen features. The bandage taped to her neck oozed red, a grim reminder of the threat they faced. "It feels as bad as it looks," she said ruefully. "Sawyer is a devil. But he's the devil we know," Jackson said. "He can be managed." "To an extent," Antoine said. Nix's face turned purple with fury. "I vehemently disagree. So does my murdered grandmother." Lena understood her misgivings. She felt the instinctive recoil, the revulsion churning in her gut. Sawyer had kidnapped and tortured Eli on his yacht, nearly killing him. Perhaps he wasn't the worst monster, but he was still a monster, a sociopath interested in nothing that didn't further his own vested interests. His one saving grace had been his affection for Lily, and Lily was gone. "Who is going to keep Sawyer and his goons in check?" Fred asked. "While you're off fighting the cartel psychos." "We will," Nash said. Eli nodded. "At this moment, we have one goal: to make it too costly or impossible to take the town by force. Right now, we're outnumbered 10-1, with a fraction of the cartel's firepower. With Sawyer on our side, we can at least make the battle costly for the cartel. We can slow them down, delay them, and start picking them off guerrilla warfare style. We need time, additional fighters, and more supplies, which is where Sawyer's men and weapons are critical." Jackson said, "Without Sawyer's weapons and men, the cartel could overrun us tonight. If they attacked now, we wouldn't last the day." Eli met Nix's blazing gaze across the room and held it. "Sawyer must be dealt with, and he will be. We have to barter a deal with the lesser devil to destroy the bigger devil. It's the only way." Nix gave him a sullen scowl, but she didn't argue. "What if Sawyer refuses?" Nash asked. "That's my problem," Jackson said. "Let me worry about that. Your job is to follow Eli's orders." All eyes turned as one toward Eli, their expressions frightened and desperate. They longed for a thread of hope to cling to, anything to keep them from drowning in despair. Eli stepped forward, his jaw clenched. He met Lena's gaze. She gave him a tight nod. She was behind him, 100%. "Starting first thing tomorrow morning, we build our defenses," he said. "Everyone chips in, every man, woman, and child old enough to swing a hammer. Even our old men can stick an M4 over a fighting hole and shoot. Non-combatants can take care of the wounded and run aid stations, and our teenagers can prepare food and run water and supplies to the fighters. We'll bolster our defensive perimeter around the town and strengthen our fortifications, digging foxholes, sandbagging fighting positions, and reinforcing fallback positions, among other tactics." A heavy silence descended. People exchanged wary glances. Would it work? Could it work? Was there a way out of this? A chance at salvation? One by one, Lena watched a sputtering spark of hope alight in their eyes. Jackson paused in the center of the group, his shoulders back, his head high, and his gaze intent. What do you do when you have a mighty enemy, stronger than you could ever hope to defeat, and then suddenly another enemy appears, equally strong? You are trapped between them. What do you do? It would be impossible to fight both, Antoine said. Yes, Jackson said. Let them fight each other, Nick said. One will kill the other, and the surviving enemy will be wounded, weakened. That is when you, the smaller opponent, may strike. Jackson's eyes flashed. Exactly. Can we win? Anna asked soberly. Tell us the truth. Is it possible? Anything is possible, with faith, Lori said. With faith and a hell of a lot of guns, Moreno said dryly. Let me be absolutely clear, Jackson said. This is our only chance. There is no other way. What say you? Moreno asked the committee. Enough equivocating. It's time to crap or get off the pot. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Around the circle, heads began to nod. A chorus of affirmations began as a hum and grew gradually louder. Lori and Tim rose to their feet first. Tim took his wife's hand. They exchanged a heavy glance, communicating wordlessly in the way of those married a long time. Their expressions were resolute. Lena watched them, forgetting to breathe. Everyone looked up to the Brooks. They were leaders in the community. The rest would fall in line behind them, whatever they decided. We're with you, Tim said. So am I, Lena said. Bear let out an enthusiastic woof of agreement. Well, if the dog's in, Moreno said with a sly grin. Guess I'm in too. Can't let Bear outdo me. Whatever you need, we'll do it, Scott Smith said. Fiona nodded, her chin lifting bravely. It's decided, Jackson said. We will stay and fight. Here is where we will make our final stand. Chapter 38. Jackson Cross, Day 140. Jackson stood on the deck of the sleek Honolulu blue and black Yamaha speedboat they'd borrowed from the marina. Most of the boats had been siphoned of their fuel, but they'd kept a half-tank full in this beauty. The name Blue Moon was scrawled along the stern transom in honor of the Midwest's favorite flavor of ice cream. On his right, Devon stood rigid, her arms stiff at her sides. Her fingers twitched, like she was ready to reach for her sidearm at any moment. Nash sat in the captain's chair in the cockpit beneath the black bimini top. Several 100 yards behind them, Moreno and Hart idled in a white speedboat, keeping an eye on things. Their only weapons were their sidearms, though they wore their law enforcement uniforms, a reminder that some form of law and order still existed in Munising. If Sawyer wanted to kill them during this little meet and greet, he would. If things turned sideways, at least they'd take a few of Sawyer's cronies with them. They'd make it hurt. Grand Island loomed above them, rich with the dense topography of white cedar, eastern hemlock, and black walnut trees, their leaves ablaze with the fiery oranges and wine reds of fall. The island boasted 14,000 acres of pristine wilderness, scattered with cabins, rustic campsites, a visitor's station, and a lighthouse perched atop the bluff. After the solar flares, Sawyer had transformed the island into his personal fortress. He'd built homes for his army of thugs out of shipping containers and commandeered solar and wind turbines for power. He maintained operational security with roving sentries manned with military-trained watchdogs that constantly patrolled the perimeter of the island. Somewhere on the island, he'd stashed the cache of weapons they'd stolen from the Cartel in Sault Ste. Marie, weapons Munising now desperately needed. At the top of the sheer limestone cliffs, nestled invisibly within the woods, Sawyer's men provided overwatch. The muzzles of M4s and AR-15s were likely aimed at Jackson and Devon's chests. It was a disconcerting thought. As they approached the island, a glittering speedboat departed the dock and headed toward them. Sawyer was at the helm, with Pierce, his right-hand man, in the cockpit beside him. 3 hardened goons stood along the deck at the stern, weapons drawn. Sawyer drew his cigarette boat alongside theirs and cut the engine. The lustrous, pearl-white speedboat was the Lamborghini of powerboats. It could hit 140 miles an hour. The wind whipped his unruly blonde hair into his steely gray eyes. His face was weathered, his skin tanned, a network of fine wrinkles spanning his eyes and mouth. He looked the part of a salty sea captain sailing the Mediterranean or some other tropical locale. He was tall, lean but muscular, and handsome. His eyes were the most disconcerting thing about him, crafty and cunning, set wide like a shark's and shining with a wily watchfulness, a predator's gaze. Devon angled her chin at the speedboat. Nice ride. The risky business had burned in their last altercation with Sawyer, sinking to the bottom of the lake to join Lake Superior's graveyard of ships. I upgraded, thanks to you. Luckily, there's no dearth of supply. You can have your pick of any toy you want. He winked at Jackson. As long as you know where to look. What the hell do I owe this little visit to? Sawyer drawled. He lounged in the teak-lined cockpit and shielded his face with one hand, though the day wasn't sunny. His other hand rested casually on the pistol holstered at his hip. You didn't come out here for crumpets and tea. Spit it out. I'm a busy man. We're here to discuss terms, Jackson said, keeping his voice even. I'm starting to think you like me or something. Or something, Jackson muttered. Sawyer's flat gaze settled on Devon. Long time no see. I hope you haven't forgotten me. You're a bit hard to forget, Devon said, intentionally playing to his ego. Sawyer knew exactly what she was doing and ate it up anyway. He winked at her, like a snake winking at its prey before it swallowed the mouse whole. Same to you, sweetheart. I mean, before whatever happened to your face. Whatever did you do to yourself? Leave her out of it, Jackson snapped. Pierce leaned forward, peering across the boat at Devon. You get attacked by an orangutan high on meth? To her credit, Devon didn't react to the insult. Jackson bristled, infuriated on her behalf, but Devon placed a restraining hand on his arm and managed to keep her expression neutral. Jackson rested his palm on his service pistol. He'd told himself he wouldn't let Sawyer get under his skin. So much for that. I'm warning you. Manners, Pierce. We're civilized, remember? Sawyer said. Pierce's expression was smug. His swagger and bearing, combined with the way he handled his AK-47, screamed former military. He was a large guy, much bigger than Sawyer at 6'4" and nearly 300 pounds, with enormous, meat-hook hands. His eyes were flinty, his nose a hatchet blade set in his broad, flat features. He glared at Devon, attempting to intimidate, to humiliate. She glared right back, uncowed. Jackson felt a burst of pride at her strength and courage. Gone was the timid deputy who'd shadowed him during her first week on the job. Devon gestured at her face. This is the handiwork of the Cartel, which you already know. How awful. Sawyer attempted a sympathetic look, trying to approximate genuine emotion but failing, and badly. We heard things didn't go well for you. We drove them back, at least temporarily. That's what matters. Sawyer frowned as he looked past them, examining the occupants of the speedboat idling behind them. Where's your bestie, Jackson? I didn't know you went anywhere without him. Hell, you probably visit the ladies' room together. Pierce snickered. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Eli had wanted to come to the meeting. but the animosity between the two of them would do nothing but cloud everyone's judgment. Jackson needed Sawyer to think clearly and logically, to make the smart decision that would benefit Munising as well as himself. For the same reason, he'd kept Antoine and Nix as far away from Sawyer as possible. It was up to Jackson and Devon to broker this transaction. "We need to talk," Jackson said. "Civilly, man to man. I know you have your code of honor, Sawyer, no matter how twisted or illogical. I have faith you'll do the right thing." Sawyer's smile widened. He was enjoying this. "You're coming to me for help." Jackson swallowed the acid crawling up the back of his throat. Sawyer grinned with that cunning, cat-ate-the-canary gleam in his eyes that made Jackson want to throat punch him. "We have a proposal that benefits both sides." "We're here to warn you," Devon said. "Consider it common courtesy." "Warn us? Of what?" Pierce's sneer appeared etched on his face permanently. "Sounds like more lies to me." "I may be many things, but I'm no liar. Sawyer knows that." Sawyer gave a noncommittal shrug. "Maybe, maybe not. Spill the beans, and I'll decide whether to slaughter you now or let you scurry back to the rat hole you call home." A shiver of dread rattled down Jackson's spine. He was fairly certain Sawyer would hear him out without shooting him in the back. Still, the half-dozen weapons pointed at him were unnerving. He slowed his breathing, steeling himself to remain calm, cool, and collected. Sawyer had zero respect for weakness or uncertainty. Sawyer waved a hand at the hazy sky. "Some wildfire, huh?" he asked, changing the subject. "Is that the big bad thing you've come to warn us about?" Over the last few days, the haze had grown thicker and darker, as if the air itself was smudged. They couldn't see or smell the smoke yet, but the fire was out there, beyond their line of sight, raging as it burned through 100-year-old forests like matchsticks. Devon said, "By our calculations, it's 20 or so miles west of us, currently heading south, but if it changes direction, it could destroy everything within its path. It's hard to tell how big it is, but it's growing." Sawyer shrugged. "I'm not concerned about a stupid fire. It'll burn itself out, or the next rainstorm will snuff it out. We haven't had a wildfire get close in, 80 years? Longer?" Pierce nodded, as if he knew a thing about wildfires. Wildfires were uncanny, slippery things. Fire could be unpredictable. With few resources available to adequately fight it, the fire was growing more dangerous by the minute. Sawyer winked at Devon. "You know what they say. Where there's smoke, there's fire." "We're not here to discuss the fire," Devon said. Sawyer shifted his attention to Jackson and changed the subject yet again. "I've heard some crazy rumors these last few weeks. Sounds like you've lost control of your family, Jackson." Jackson refused to rise to the bait. The deck shifted beneath his feet. The waves lapped the bow of the boat. Above their heads, seagulls soared, squawking at each other, occasionally diving for a fish before gliding skyward again with wriggling minnows caught in their beaks. "I heard your father switched sides on you." Jackson gritted his teeth. "You heard correctly. That's, in part, why we're here." Sawyer cocked his head, studying Jackson intently. "What does your father have to hide, I wonder?" "I don't care," Jackson said. "Lily." Sawyer said the word flatly, with no emotion, but there was tension around his eyes, a tautness at his mouth. Sawyer pretended to be a sociopath, and in many ways he was. But he'd cared about his son, Cody, and Lily, too. Jackson had seen genuine anguish in his face when he'd believed Cyrus Lee had killed her. Sawyer had taken his vengeance on the serial killer. Jackson had been forced to let him do it. Sawyer was unaware that Lee hadn't killed Lily, and Jackson had no intention of disabusing him of that notion. As far as he was concerned, the past would remain in the past. It was the future they had to save now. My father joined the cartel, and he's providing Louis Gault with valuable intel. Our enemy knows our weaknesses, and we do not know theirs. Now they're coming for us with everything they have. Why the hell is that our problem? Pierce cut in. Far as we're concerned, Cross, you're an annoying little gnat buzzing around our faces. Good riddance, if the cartel smashes you like a bug. Sawyer's expression darkened. Let me get this straight. You want my help, but you keep killing my men. Anger flared through Jackson's veins. You keep sending your men to the slaughter. We have the right to defend ourselves. You sent assassins into Munising. They killed a 75-year-old grandmother, not to mention the torture of a woman under my protection. That so-called woman betrayed her oath. I don't give a damn what she did to you, Jackson interrupted. I don't care if she skinned your favorite puppy and wears its coat as a hat. She's one of mine, and you have no claim on her. I could arrest you right now. Sawyer didn't miss a beat. But you won't. This is what's going to happen, Jackson said, his voice stern and unyielding. You will bury your little grudge and move on like an adult. You'll forget about Eli, Antoine, and Nix, and, in turn, I will overlook the fact that your thugs murdered an innocent citizen in my town. Trust me, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, too. Do you think I want to be here? We have larger matters that concern us both. Sawyer's eyes formed into slits. My best men didn't come back. I lost. Consider it the penalty for their stupidity. I'm going to grant you a pass and assume those men acted on their own, consumed by a personal vendetta. If that's the case, then you and I have nothing further to discuss. They paid the penalty for their crime with their deaths. We can wash our hands of the matter and move on. Pierce made a move, his weapon rising. Devon had her gun on him in an instant, the muzzle trained between the man's eyes, her finger on the trigger. I wouldn't if I were you. Chapter 39. Jackson Cross, Day 140. Devon kept her gun on Pierce. Pierce, stand down, Sawyer ordered. But do it! Grudgingly, Pierce obeyed. Everyone, take a breath and calm the hell down. Sawyer turned back to Jackson. Say I agree with you, and let bygones be bygones. What then? You've pissed off a very potent enemy. Jackson cocked his brows, incredulous. We've pissed off? You're the one who stole half their weapons. Don't allow your ego to get in the way. They are formidable, and they will not be deterred. When they attack again, it'll be with overwhelming force and numbers. They intend to obliterate us. All of us, including you. They mentioned you by name. They're coming for all of Munising, and they're going to burn it to the ground. What do we care? Pierce spat. Let it burn. Sawyer, though, remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Jackson knew that he cared. Somewhere deep down, behind the cruelty and the violence and the thirst for power and control, there lurked the little boy who'd lived his life as an outsider, a pariah, always on the outside looking in, longing to belong. That was the part of Sawyer that Jackson spoke with now. The town needs you, Sawyer. So do we. The thing is, you need us too. Neither of us can defeat this enemy alone. As much as we both might hate it, we must put our animosity aside and work together, side by side. Otherwise, we die, and the cartel wins. They remained quiet as Sawyer considered his words. The wind tugged at their clothing and flung tendrils of hair into their faces. The deck swayed gently beneath their feet. Below them, the water was crystal clear. The shadowy outlines of boulders and downed trees shimmered 60 feet down. He and Devin waited impatiently. Sawyer would draw this out. He'd take his time. They needed to allow it to happen this way, or it wouldn't happen at all. "Sawyer," Pierce said. Sawyer raised a hand to silence him. "Shut up. I'm thinking." Another full minute passed before Sawyer finally spoke. "I am many things, but I am not stupid. I may be a parasite, but a parasite needs a host. The destruction of my hometown and the murder of hundreds of innocents, many of them my clients, does not behoove me or my business empire." Pierce shot him a skeptical look. "You can't possibly agree to this. Did I ask you to speak?" Sawyer didn't bother to look at Pierce or raise his voice. He didn't need to. Pierce's mouth thinned into a bloodless line, but he shook his head. "No, sir." "Then shut the hell up." "Yes, sir." Sawyer's eyes remained hard. "Do you know who leads the Cote cartel? A Canadian hitman by the name of Gault. He's a myth, a legend, like the Wendigo that hunts men in the night, seeking to devour their flesh." "He's human," Jackson said. "I've seen him." "Humans can be beaten," Devin said. "They can be killed. He's just a man." Sawyer grunted. He acted nonchalant, but Jackson knew better. Sawyer feared the cartel's brutal retaliation. He was a bully, but he was smart enough to recognize a bigger, meaner version of himself when he saw one. Pierce sneered. "We can stand on our own just fine. Look behind you. That island is a fortress. No one can infiltrate it." "Remember their Hueys," Jackson said quietly. "They can, and they will." "Let them try," Pierce groused. "They'll mow through you, and then we'll wipe the floor with the rest of them." "They have 500 trained fighters, at least. Probably more if they conscript the low-level thugs and criminals they've brought into the fold. Can you withstand an attack of that magnitude, with air support?" Sawyer had gone quiet and thoughtful. He let Pierce do the ranting and raving. Pierce was a brawler, a man who used his physical power to obliterate opponents with brute force and violence of action. However, he didn't have Sawyer's cunning or tactical mind. Sawyer, though, was smart. Jackson could see it in his eyes, that greedy gleam as he considered the pros and cons. He would conclude that an alliance meant fewer casualties on his side and greater strength on the other side of this battle. He was already scheming for the future. Jackson was counting on it. Sawyer believed he was the smartest guy in the room. His arrogance would be the weakness they would exploit, but only after they'd won. Jackson breathed deeply, willing his heart rate to remain steady. The air no longer smelled fresh, but like something singed. The wildfire was out there somewhere, unseen but dangerous. "Are you in, or are you out, Sawyer?" Devin asked. "We're done equivocating. Man up, or stop wasting our time." "The battle takes place in Munising," Sawyer said. "They never set foot on Grand Island. Agreed. As long as Grand Island is a retreat option for our elderly, wounded, and children as a last resort. Sawyer considered it, then nodded. He winked at Devon. So abruptly convivial, it was jarring. He gave her a slow, lingering look. Maybe those scars won't be half bad after all. Makes you look a little dangerous. I like that. Devon rolled her eyes. I'm out of your league. He laughed again. Why don't you come over here and we'll see, honey? Devon gave him a strained smile. Her lips were distorted by the cut arcing from her mouth to her nose. She was getting better at playing the game, too. She knew what was at stake. You wish. Watch yourself, Sawyer, Jackson warned. Sawyer raised both hands in acquiescence. Don't be jealous, old friend. I can't help it if the ladies love me. We're not friends. This time, the wink was for Jackson. Not yet. Jackson glanced up at the ominous sky. Unease flared through him. He tamped it down to no avail. Do we have ourselves a deal? Sawyer's expression hardened. His eyes were flat and emotionless. We do. What followed was a tense negotiation between enemies. Neither side trusted the other, but neither side had a choice either. They discussed how many fighters Sawyer could offer, when they'd arrive, where they'd stay, how they'd handle disagreements, where to store the guns, the logistics of moving troops and weapons. They agreed to meet again at dawn to iron out the details. Sawyer shifted his position in the captain's chair and turned his attention to the cockpit. The engine growled to life with a low rumble as he spun the cigarette boat in a tight circle and roared toward Grand Island. The water rose in a lacy plume behind the wake. 2 of Sawyer's goons remained at the stern, their weapons pointed at Jackson and Devon until they faded to specks on the horizon. Nash drove the smaller boat in a wide, sweeping arc and headed back to the Munising Marina. How does it feel? Devon asked after a moment. How does what feel? You just made a deal with the devil. Jackson side-eyed her. There are worse devils out there. That there are. The unknown filled him with apprehension, a scrabbling dread, like spiders crawling on his skin. He had no idea whether they'd just made a deal that would save them or consign them to hell. Chapter 40. Jackson Cross, Day 140. The wildfire that had started during the ambush was growing steadily. The drone footage that Fiona had taken that morning revealed a spreading blaze south of the Autrain River. It was slowly moving eastward with the direction of the wind, directly toward Munising. While Eli and his team dug foxholes and constructed firing positions along Munising's perimeter, Jackson had gathered a team of volunteer firefighters. They stood in a loose circle between towering oaks, maples, and birch trees. Thick fields of ferns carpeted the forest floor, pocked by the occasional decaying, mossy log. Sickly reddish sunlight trickled through the canopy above their heads. The air smelled like charcoal. We have to contain this fire, or everything we're working for will be for naught, Jackson said. There's little room for error. The circle of men and women surrounding him nodded grimly. They wore helmets and orange vests and carried shovels and wheelbarrows, pruning poles and chainsaws. Before society's collapse, the USDA Forest Service, Michigan State Police, Great Lakes Forest Fire Compact members, and DNR would band together to fight wildfires that posed a threat to local communities. No longer. This was up to them. Jackson had managed to track down 2 firefighters still in the area, as well as Dana Lutz, who'd worked for the Forest Service in her 20s and 30s. She'd volunteered to head a ragtag group of volunteer citizen firefighters. They'd gathered at a spot a few miles west of Munising. The firefighters had chosen to create a fire line along County Road 577, or Perch Lake Road, which ran north to south parallel to Munising. The motorsports park was cleared of trees and consisted of wide dirt trails. It should provide a natural break to the wildfire, as would Perch Lake to the south, a shallow 1,000-acre lake with a maximum depth of 14 feet. To the left of the road was a soft, boggy stretch of land that hugged the road for approximately 4 miles. Not quite marshland, but wetter than the surrounding woodland. Their goal was to widen the natural break of the road between the motor park and the lake to prevent the fire from crossing and heading for Munising. For the last 2 days, from sunrise to long past sundown, they had dug trenches, cut tree limbs, and raked the ground clear of underbrush. They'd used precious biofuel stores to run tractors and bobcats to cut back trees and move massive loads of dirt along the break line of County Road 557. No matter what they did, the wildfire might jump the ditches and fire breaks anyway. Dana stepped into the center of the circle next to Jackson and raised her voice. "We're evacuating everyone from the Village of Christmas and the surrounding areas and moving them into downtown Munising. There's no way we can cover everywhere, so we've predicted the area most likely to be able to stop the fire in its tracks. Wildfires require 3 key components to ignite and spread: fuel, heat, and oxygen. We call them the fire triangle. Fuel is anything flammable, including grasses, shrubs, trees, and even houses. And when burning fuel is exposed to oxygen, the chemical reaction releases heat and generates combustion. For a fire to be extinguished, at least one of the components of our fire triangle must be removed. Also, the intensity and movement of the fire depend on fuel, weather, and topography, collectively known as the fire behavior triangle. Now, we don't have the resources to extinguish a fire of this size. Our goal, then, is to construct the fire line like we've been doing, a break in vegetation and potential fuel for the fire. By cutting back the trees and removing the brush down to the dirt, we're attempting to prevent the fire's forward movement into Munising." "What about a controlled burn?" Jackson asked. "By carefully pre-burning a certain area, they could eliminate the fuel before the real wildfire could reach it." Dana frowned. "I'm afraid we'd lose control of the burn and cause a bigger problem. Last resort, we can attempt a backfire, where we deliberately start a fire in front of the active forest fire to consume fuel, to try to block the path or change the direction it's moving. Best case scenario, it prevents the wildfire from spreading. Worst case, the backfire spreads and joins the original fire, creating an out-of-control blaze that's twice as strong, in which case, we're screwed." "Just tell us what to do next," Underwood grumbled. Sweat poured down his temples and spread in damp circles beneath his armpits. Scratches marred his dirty face. His reddened eyes watered from the drifting smoke. He was used to demanding authority. He radiated resentment and bitterness at being stripped of his command. Dana shot him a contemptuous look. Jackson wasn't convinced of their need for Underwood either. Since Tim and Lori had graciously granted him admission into Northwoods, he'd done little but complain. "We've got a critical situation here," Dana said. "The landscape is bone dry. Coupled with the lack of moisture in the dead fuel, plus the strong winds, you have burning conditions that produce fast spread rates and high-intensity fires." The weather was cool and dry. In late September, the crisp, sunny days reached the 50s, while nights were chilly, dipping into the low 40s, sometimes the 30s. It hadn't rained in 2 weeks. The kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and purples fringing the trees was spectacular, but the leaf canopy was parched and arid. The grasses, bushes, and pine needles were crisp as kindling. "How long until the fire reaches us?" Nash asked. "Is there any way to tell?" The firefighters had explained the math to Jackson. Given a wind speed of 16 miles per hour, The estimated wildfire spread rate would be about 1.6 miles per hour during the most severe burning conditions, or roughly 10% of the prevailing wind. The wind is headed northeast at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Using the 10% rule of thumb, I'd estimate that if the fire keeps traveling with the wind at this rate, it'll reach this spot tomorrow evening, munusing itself a day after that. Will this be enough to stop it? Devon asked. We better damn well try. We have no other choice. Start praying to whatever god or spirit you believe in, because if this wind doesn't change direction and we don't get some rain, it's all over. Uneasiness crawled beneath his skin. He could see it in everyone's faces, their fear and dread. Better to focus on what they could control versus what they couldn't. Jackson clapped his gloved hands. Get to work, people. You've been assigned your tasks. Let's get it done. With a scowl, Underwood scurried off between the trees, out of sight of the other firefighters. Though he carried a rake in his hand, Jackson figured he had zero intentions of working at a task he considered beneath him. Jackson put Underwood out of his mind. He didn't have the time or energy to corral the man. Let him sulk. Jackson and Devon moved to an uncleared area and got to work. They hacked at branches and yanked up underbrush, cut and dragged trees, and dug trenches to scrape the ground to bare earth. It was grueling, backbreaking work. Jackson chopped back the branches protruding over the road. Weeds snagged his pants, tree roots threatened to trip his feet, and fallen leaves crackled beneath his boots. His muscles ached from the strenuous effort, but he didn't pause to take a break. There was no time. As they labored, they listened to the twittering birds and buzzing insects, the clink of the shovels on unforgiving soil, and the rhythmic thud of the axe blades. After a couple of hours, Devon threw her shovel to the ground with a hissed curse. She ripped off her gloves, stretched out her hands, and examined her newest blisters, one of which had burst in the tender webbing between her thumb and pointer finger. Damn it, but that hurts. Her scraggly braids were piled into a top knot atop her head. She wore oversized work pants and a long-sleeved shirt, a hoodie tied around her waist. The lacerations on her face were red and angry, though scabs had begun to form. She ducked her head shyly. What, boss? Do I have spinach in my teeth from the omelet at breakfast, or what? No, you're good. Then what? Can't get enough of my new clown face? You look fine, Devon. You're fine. She gave a resigned shrug. Her hand fluttered near her face, as if she wished to hide her scars. I know it's the last thing I should care about. People are starving. Every day we live under the very real terror of dying. Everything else pales in comparison. It's vain and stupid to care about my looks. It's not vain or stupid. You're beautiful, Devon. She made a face, wincing at the pull of her scabs. Not anymore. A few scars don't change who you are. You're the woman who ran into the lighthouse by yourself and single-handedly saved Lena and Shiloh. Every step of the way, you've been right by my side. You haven't flinched once. That's who you are. Maybe, Devon allowed. Besides, Nick said your scars make you look badass. And she's right, by the way. Devon didn't say anything for a minute. Smoke drifted heavy and thick over the trees. The acrid smell was stronger than a campfire and more sinister. Their weapons rested on a nearby log. Hart was positioned along the road, providing overwatch, while scouts patrolled a radius of 20 miles around Munising. They were as safe at this moment as they could be, which meant they weren't safe at all. Devon paused to tug her neck gaiter from her mouth and nose and took a swig of water from her filtered water bottle. She set it down on a tree stump. She turned to face Jackson. Can we talk? Sure. He hacked at a branch. What is it? She hesitated. They say near-death experiences change us. It distills what matters to a few very important things. He lowered the axe, ran his free hand through his unruly hair, and studied her. Do you feel changed? I don't know. Maybe. Yes. I mean, I don't want to live the rest of my life worried about what-ifs and the things I didn't do, the chances I didn't take. Another pause. She chewed her lower lip anxiously. I need to say this now, before it's too late and that chance is taken from me. Jackson felt something loosen inside his chest. I'm listening. A part of me feels like I shouldn't be here. Alexis should be alive, not me. But here I am. I don't want to waste whatever time I have left on survivor's guilt. Life is too short, too precious. If I've learned anything, it's this. I want to live, and I want to be brave. She inhaled a steadying breath and lifted her chin. So, here's me, being brave. He waited, a bit confused, unsure where this conversation was headed, but he would wait as long as she needed. He could be present for her the same way she'd always been there for him. Devon cleared her throat, gripping the shovel handle like it was the only thing keeping her on her feet. She squared her shoulders, steeling herself. I know you've been grieving, Lily, and that's okay. I understand. But now that you've solved her case, I thought perhaps you might have room in your heart for someone else. Jackson gaped at her. It was like she was speaking a foreign language, a language he'd never heard before. For so long, the hollow space in his heart had been filled by Lily, as if her death had stunted his soul in some peculiar, twisted way. His dogged pursuit of justice hadn't allowed room for anything or anyone else. Looking at Devon now, standing there, dirty and raw and vulnerable, he saw her as if for the first time, in a way he hadn't allowed himself to see her before now. Guilt wormed inside him. She was so much more than he could offer her in return. He was unworthy of her. Chagrined, he tried to explain it, but words seemed to fail him. It's been so long. I don't remember how to be with someone, how to treat you the way you deserve. It was the wrong thing to say. He knew it immediately, but it was impossible to take it back. As if she'd been slapped, Devon took an unsteady step backward. A dozen emotions he couldn't read passed across her face in quick succession. A flash of hurt, of heartbreak, followed swiftly by humiliation. Her expression crumpled. Just as suddenly, it was gone. Her face closed. Devon. Forget it. Her hand lifted, hovering near her face, shielding herself from him, protecting herself. I'm dehydrated and stressed. I haven't been sleeping. Just ignore me. Pretend this conversation never happened. I'm stupid. I'm just being stupid. Baffled, he said. Devon, wait. She took several hasty steps back, putting distance between them. I'm supposed to take the third shift at the West Street checkpoint in less than an hour. I'll send someone to replace me. Catch you later, boss. Before he could attempt a pathetic apology, she turned her back to him and left the clearing. She walked stiffly along the bank toward the drinking station, where a 50-gallon container of water sat in the back of a pickup truck. Jackson watched her go, with a feeling like he'd just lost something precious. He felt an ache in his chest he hadn't known existed until that very second. The realization dawned like a sucker punch to the gut. How little he understood the topography of his own heart. For years, he'd obsessed over a dead girl, blaming himself for losing her, haunted by the killer who stalked his nightmares. Embroiled in his fervent, single-minded pursuit for so long, he'd become conflicted, burdened, and zealous to a fault. Exposing Lily's killer had freed him. However, it didn't feel like freedom at that moment. He could move on, couldn't he? Open his heart again to something new? It was possible. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. He found himself startled at the forcefulness of the feelings bubbling up inside him. The thought of life without Devon, with her mischievous smile and bright eyes, was untenable. That was all he knew. He should go after her, chase her down, confess his feelings, and lay his heart on the line, as Devon had so bravely done. An intense coughing fit seized him. The air was becoming dense with hazy smoke. It was getting harder to breathe. Everyone had covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, scarves, or N95 masks if they had them. He had given his mask to Fiona. Jackson adjusted the damp handkerchief over his nose and mouth, then carried the axe 100 yards downriver to where Fiona Smith and her father were busy hacking through branches with handsaws, chainsaws, and pruning poles. He handed the axe to Fiona. "Take over for me. I'll be right back." Jackson headed toward the water truck. His steps were light. Despite the dire circumstances, something like happiness surged in his chest. He hadn't made it 100 feet, however, when his radio hissed to life. He paused, tugged the handkerchief from his mouth, and coughed into his fist. "This is Falcon. You're a go." "This is Wolverine," Moreno said, using his call sign. "The scouts on the M28E and 448 junctions just reported in. We've got incoming. It's them. The cartel." Jackson stopped breathing. "How many?" "Hard to count, but the scouts reported several dozen trucks and transport caravans in the convoy. A bunch of armored, weaponized vehicles, and those damn choppers, too. The cartel army is headed our way." Chapter 41. Eli Pope, Day 140. Eli's heart rate accelerated. Tiny dark objects slowly solidified in the viewfinder of his binoculars. There they are. Several hours ago, their forward scouts had notified them of movement along the main corridor of M94 from the east, turning onto M28 south of Munising. The main highway was mostly cleared of abandoned vehicles and was the quickest and most direct path from the cartel's staging location. The cartel appeared like a swarm of locusts, filling both the east and westbound lanes, spilling onto the shoulders on either side of the road, a blight descending upon the town. The rumble of aggressive engines filled the air, vibrating in Eli's teeth. After determining that the most likely angle of attack would come from the east or possibly the south, Eli had ordered fortifications on Highway 58 along the northeast coast past the Northwoods Inn, the hospital, and the visitors' center to the south of Munising, in the direction of the junction with the I-94 and toward Wagner Falls' scenic site. Nestled into the curve of South Bay, Munising wrapped around the coast of Lake Superior and spread thin fingers east and west along the shoreline. They had security teams monitoring the shoreline in case of a waterborne attack, though Eli doubted the cartel had the watercraft to mount such a difficult invasion. While the harbor lay relatively flat, great limestone bluffs jutted along the coastline to the northeast and northwest. He'd also placed scouts at the M94 intersection, where they could see anything coming from the west or east along 94. To the west, they'd built lesser fortifications to defend M28 as it wound north, hugging the shoreline past the high school, the marina, and a collection of long-shuttered businesses, glass-bottom boat rides, shipwreck tours, and fishing charters. Only the fishing charters remained in business. In all, the volunteers had built miles of sandbagged timber barricades and concertina wire entanglements, as well as dozens of anti-tank ditches. Sniper overwatch positions from various rooftops had been selected and fortified. Where possible, they had felled massive trees across the highways leading into the county to slow the cartel's convoy. In the last few days, Sawyer's men had joined the Northwoods Inn, his fighters significantly bolstering their numbers. His weapons had been moved from Grand Island and distributed throughout the town and the inn in strategic locations. "We've got more hostiles coming in on Highway 58 from the east," another scout said through their comms. "They just passed the Pictured Rocks Golf Club." Eli nodded grimly. There were several smaller roads the cartel could take north from M94 to meet H58 and turn west toward Munising. He'd feared a multi-pronged attack, and now, here it was. A few minutes later, their scout to the west confirmed the worst. "A third contingent is moving closer. They must have made a wide circle to come around behind us. There are dozens of armored vehicles. A couple of trucks are mounted with Maduses." "Hold your fire, unless they attack first," Eli instructed. This was what the main contingent had been waiting for then, for their fighting forces to converge on Munising simultaneously, cutting off all avenues of escape except by boat. Louis Gault was banking on the fact that they didn't have the fuel or the number of boats to evacuate their citizens. He would be correct. As Eli watched, an armored truck that looked more like a tank ground its way closer, nudging past an abandoned minivan encased in vines. Several military-style Humvees were manned by gunners with .50 caliber machine guns. Dozens, hundreds of weapons swiveled toward their defensive perimeter. The Munising fighters waited and watched with bated breath, their guns pointed at the enemy. Eli took in the reports from his scouts via their comms. Fiona had taken over the drones, which gave them a high-level, bird's-eye surveillance of the army gathering before them on 3 sides. "I estimate 1,000 to 1,500 hostiles. Looks like at least half are fighters and half are logistical support, fuel resupply, maintenance for transportation and equipment, medical, food and water, etc. Gault has about 800 men assigned to companies. Each company has 100 to 130 troops. This company is equipped with mortars and drones. They've got 2 Hueys on flatbed trucks. They've probably got some infantry scouts who can fast-rope the helos." Gault was in it for the win. He'd brought everything he had. Eli cursed under his breath. Well, so had they. "They're cutting off our supply routes," Jackson said. "No one is getting out or in. It's a tactical move. They want to finish this thing, here and now." 100 yards to the south, he spotted movement between the vehicles. He focused his binos on the figure in the center between several bodyguards. "That him?" Jackson nodded in affirmation. Eli was surprised that Gault had shown up. He'd suspected Gault was the type to lead from the rear, to let others get their hands dirty. Perhaps he'd underestimated him. "His wife is dying," Jackson reminded him. "This is personal for him. We took her chance at survival away from them. Whatever happens to her, he blames us. It's personal for us, too." "Bring it, jerkface," Antoine muttered. The figure remained behind the barricade of armored vehicles. Several bodyguards swarmed around him. He kept himself well protected. "Surrender! Now!" he shouted through a megaphone. Though he was slight in stature, his voice was deep, forceful, and commanding. He spoke with authority as a man used to being obeyed without question. "The offer shall not be extended again. The next time we speak, it'll be as I stand over your dying body before I drive the stake into your beating heart." "He has a flair for drama, doesn't he?" Jackson asked. "That's an understatement," Eli said. No one answered Gault. There was no answer worth giving. The Munising fighters stood firm and silent, brandishing their weapons but otherwise remaining still, as Eli had ordered. "Why isn't he attacking already?" Nix asked. The cartel fighters fanned out behind their line, arrayed in all their might. They didn't attack, nor did they appear jittery or whipped into a frenzy, anxious for the opening salvo. They simply waited. Gault studied his adversaries, their men, their weapons, their armored SUVs. Their numbers and their firepower were likely more than he'd expected. With Sawyer's men and supplies, they'd more than doubled their fighters and weaponry. Gault had taken notice. Eli knew he would. The cartel leader was many things, but he wasn't stupid. Antoine narrowed his eyes. They're not attacking. Maybe they're planning to starve us out, Jackson said. Looks like it might go that way, Eli said. Nix cursed under her breath. We should move the town's food stores, Jackson said. Horatio knows their locations. Eli nodded. Already on it. Remember this moment, Gault shouted through the megaphone. Remember how you could have surrendered and saved yourselves from the carnage that's coming, for it will come. He's going to kill us either way, Jackson said in a low voice. Eli said, he can damn well try. Beside him, Jackson tensed. What is it? Eli asked. My father is with him. I can see the top of his silver head, next to Gault, to the right. That shorter, thicker man next to him is my brother. Eli sensed Jackson's anger, the disgust in his voice, tinged with sorrow and humiliation. Duty and hatred warred in his expression. This was tearing him up inside, and no wonder. Eli shot him a sympathetic glance. You're fighting against your family. Are you sure your head is on straight? No one would blame you for bowing out. I owe them nothing. The lines have been drawn in the sand. I'm on this side, they're on that side. And if it comes down to it? Jackson's gaze was rock steady. I'll do what I have to do. You know I'll do it. I already have. Eli didn't doubt Jackson. His old friend was capable of terrible things. He was also capable of tremendous grace, loyalty, and courage under fire. Sometimes the best people were forced to do the worst things to keep others safe. Eli had done the same, and would do it again in a heartbeat. He saw that same gritty determination reflected in Jackson's eyes. Whatever had happened between them, an entire lifetime of memories, of love and joy, and bitterness and betrayal, they were together now. I trust you to have my back, Eli said. Jackson blinked, startled. Then he smiled. And I have yours. Eli knew that Jackson would lay down his life for Eli. Eli would do the same for him, without hesitation or equivocation. Their trust in each other was absolute. It had taken a war at the end of the world to bring them back to each other, but here they were. At long last, brothers again. Chapter 42. Shiloh, Easton Pope, Day 142. Tell me the truth, Shiloh said to Jackson. We're screwed, aren't we? I told you I wouldn't lie to you, and I won't, Jackson said. Shiloh folded her arms and stared up at him, trying to hide her fear, to be tough and strong. It had been 2 days since the Cartel army descended upon Munising's borders. 2 days since the first volley of artillery fire lit up the sky and sparked fear in every citizen's heart. As Eli had predicted, the Cartel had not outright attacked. Not yet. Shiloh almost wished they would, just to get it over with. Waiting for the other shoe to drop was pure torture. Just tell me already, damn it! I like the bear fur cape, he said, as if attempting to distract her. It suits you. Beaming, she straightened her shoulders. The fur cape dwarfed her small frame, but she didn't care. She felt like a great native warrior from the plains, like she'd been born to this. Besides, the cape kept her warm. The early morning air was downright frigid. This morning, frost had coated the grass. Eli helped me make it." Jackson gave a wry smile. "That doesn't surprise me." They sat side by side at one of the picnic tables beneath a sprawling oak tree behind the inn. Shiloh's crossbow leaned against the bench at her feet. "I have something for you." Jackson reached into his uniform pocket and pulled out a half-melted Mars bar. The wrapper was filmed in a layer of dust, but it was sealed. "I'm sorry it's not a Snickers bar, but hopefully it's second best. I found it at the last house we scavenged, under a little girl's bed." "She had good taste." Shiloh forced herself not to rip the candy bar from Jackson's grasp. Her mouth watered, her stomach grumbled. She was always hungry these days, her stomach growling within minutes of finishing the meager portions they doled out here. She took her time unwrapping the treat, inhaling the delicious scents of caramel and nougat before biting into the creamy filling. The sweet chocolate melted on her tongue. Mmm. As she ate, she watched the big white turbines churn along the bluff. Clotheslines hung between the trees near the cabins. Each cabin had a raised garden and a woodshed to store the family's firewood. Some had solar panels on the rooftops, while others used wood stoves for heating and cooking. People moved about, engaged in various tasks, from plucking the raspberry bushes or collecting fallen acorns, walnuts, and hazelnuts from the orchard in wicker baskets, to weeding the gardens or feeding the goats and chickens. Inside the inn's industrial kitchen, workers preserved apples, zucchinis, red peppers, cucumbers, and tomatoes in cans and jars. Everything seemed almost normal, except for the criminals marching around, scowling at people, all armed to the teeth, heavily tattooed, with hard faces and empty eyes. They didn't belong. Their presence was every kind of wrong. These soldier wannabes were thieves, criminals, and thugs. They acted like they'd prefer to slit the townspeople's throats rather than fight alongside them. They'd invited a nest of vipers to take a nap on their bed. Their mere presence was disconcerting. It was a disaster waiting to happen. And yet, both Jackson and Eli put up with it. The enemy lying in wait outside their gates was far worse. It was a tense, untenable situation. Every interaction was strained. Everyone looked at each other with suspicion, mistrust, and resentment. Shiloh could see it in people's strained expressions and their stiff shoulders, their eyes fearful and wary. People were losing their minds over the littlest things. Daily fistfights and shouting matches broke out over ration portions, cutting in line, and arguments over who fell asleep on watch or who failed to do latrine duty. Sawyer's crew made everything 1,000 times worse. Shiloh hated it. Shiloh held out the Mars bar and offered Jackson a bite. "Want some?" "This one's for you." Jackson waved his hand. "How are you doing? What's going on inside that pretty head of yours?" Leave it to Jackson to check up on her in the middle of a war. She glanced up at him, studying his strong profile. Jackson was Jackson, steady, reliable, loyal. He'd always been present for her and Cody. When she'd gone missing, he'd never stopped looking for her. Back then, she'd resented his help, but she'd been a stubborn, hard-headed, stupid kid. She was 14 years old now, practically a grown-ass woman. "I'm fine," she said around a big bite, nougat stuck in her teeth. "Better than ever. Life is freaking fantastic." It was partly true. She felt strong, smart, and capable. After the initial shock of killing a person faded, so did the anxiety and guilt. The nightmares still visited her sometimes, but they were gradually becoming few and far between. In her favorite dreams, she and Cody dashed through the woods, just the two of them. In her dreams, they could be together forever, with no one chasing them, no one hunting them down. She always woke up sad, automatically reaching for the lockpick set he'd given her on the nightstand beside her bed. As the remnants of the dream slipped through her fingers, Cody sank further and further away from her, leaving only an incredible ache in her chest, like a permanent bruise. Grief wasn't a thing you ever finished. It wasn't a task to complete. It was always there, a hole nestled beside your heart, an absence that could never be filled. It became a part of you, scar tissue that disfigured your soul. Shiloh consumed the last of the candy bar, licked her fingers, and folded the wrapper into a tiny square. She pushed aside the fur cape and shoved it in her overalls pocket for later, when she could lick the wrapper clean in private. Shiloh ran her fingers over the coarse black fur and frowned. Eli had been cagey with her for the last 2 days. He'd been so busy she'd barely seen him. Lena, too. I need you to give it to me straight. No one else will. What do you want to know? I've heard the rumors. It's all the patrols can talk about. And last night, on my watch shift, we saw the artillery strikes. What happened? She and Fiona Smith had watched the impressive streaks of light arcing across the sky like a spectacular fireworks show, only lethal. With a reluctant sigh, Jackson leaned forward and rested his elbows on his thighs. The artillery strikes hit 3 of the town's 4 storage depots. We spent the night moving the supplies, but the cartel must have had drones surveilling the town, or else Horatio anticipated my move. I wouldn't put it past him. They destroyed our food because they want us to give up. They've surrounded Munising, yes? There's like thousands of them. Not thousands, but a lot. More than we have. Yes, Jackson admitted. They were trapped. Cartel armies crouched just out of sight, waiting them out like a lion skulking behind savanna grass, muscles coiled, ready to pounce. Occasionally, a rifle shot sounded in the distance. Everyone froze or ducked or screamed. Any moment could be the moment it started, the blitz attack they dreaded. Shiloh shuddered. Are we doomed? Jackson made a face like he regretted his promise to tell the truth. I hope not. We're going to do everything we can to keep that from happening. Yeah, whatever. That's grown-up speak for, we're screwed 20 ways from Sunday. Jackson rubbed his jaw. Shiloh, when are these jerkwads gonna get lost? She pointed at a couple of Sawyer's goons marching toward the latrines. I hate them. They're a necessary evil. That's hard to believe. Without Sawyer's men and resources to add to our fortifications, the cartel would have already run right through us. It doesn't benefit Gault if he defeats us, but loses half his men in the process. Men he needs to subdue the other towns and keep them subdued. The cartel is starving us out instead. How are we going to stop them? Eli and I are working that out. Work faster, Jackson snorted. Trust me, we're trying. Across the meadow, Lena and Eli slipped through the rear double doors of the inn together. Eli limped, only slightly. They were holding hands. Shiloh's stomach did a weird little flip. She didn't know how she felt about them as a couple. It made her belly strangely fizzy, and also a bit grossed out. Jackson clambered off the picnic table, stretching as his knees popped in protest. I need to talk to them. Shiloh seized her crossbow and slung it over her shoulder. I'll come with you. Jackson studied her for a second, brows lowered. She stared him down. Gray streaked his beard. Faint lines spiderwebbed the skin around his eyes. His sandy blonde hair curled at his forehead and around his ears. He looked tired. Tired and incredibly sad. Whatever it is, I can handle it, she said, defiant. Of that, I have no doubt. I have a feeling you'd tag along even if I said no, so why bother trying to fight you? Shiloh shot him a triumphant grin. You're finally getting it, old man. Chapter 43. Shiloh Eastern Pope, Day 142. Shiloh fell into step at Jackson's side. The thick black bear pelt draped across her shoulders, hanging to her ankles, swishing as she walked. She snapped her fingers at Bear, who was happily rolling in the dirt near the pig pens. He scrabbled to his feet and shook his mud-crusted coat with great enthusiasm. Globs of saliva sprayed from his jowls. Tail wagging, he bounded to her side and pressed his snout into the palm of her hand as if to say, "Hello again." She petted his silky ears while they made their way across the field. Eli and Lena stood in the shade with the brooks near the chicken coops. Chickens ran here and there, pecking at the ground for worms. The roosters strutted and puffed out their chests like they were the kings of the universe. The animal pens stank of chicken poop and dusty straw. The goat named Faith lay atop the roof of the nearest coop as she perused her domain. Her ears flicking, she bleated a warning at Bear. Bear, for his part, gave her a wide berth. The newfie trotted up to the chickens, sniffing at a couple of russet-colored ones with interest. He wanted to make friends, but the jittery chickens thought he was sizing them up for dinner. They scattered in an explosion of fearful squawks and flapping feathers. Barking in delight, Bear dashed after them. Incensed, Faith leaped from the roof of the chicken coop. She chased after him, bleeding in indignation. With a yelp, the dog turned tail and fled. The adults watched the shenanigans in amusement before returning to their tasks. Lori was bent over the fire pit, an assortment of materials set on the picnic table beside her. She'd spent the morning burning down a fire to gather the fine white ash to make lye. In a separate fire nearby, she cooked animal fat over low heat in a cast-iron frying pan to separate the fat from the grease, which would later be added to the lye to create soap. These days, making homemade soap was an arduous process. People were running out of store-bought shampoo and toothpaste. They'd resorted to baking powder and other natural ingredients for their personal hygiene needs. Lori straightened and set the poker in the fire pit as Nash and Moreno approached from the cabins. Antoine and Nix strode toward them from the opposite end of the property. Nix walked with her shoulders back and her head high, her eyes flashing a challenge at anyone who dared meet her gaze. Her expression was surly, like she was ready to bite someone's head off at the merest provocation. Shiloh adored her. "Let's hurry this up," Eli said tersely. "Hart is manning our defenses. We have to return to the front lines as soon as possible." Tim glanced at Jackson. "Any movement by the cartel?" Jackson shook his head. "Not since last night. They're digging in for the long haul." "It's a siege," Shiloh said. "Like in medieval times when armies would surround castles, or the siege of Leningrad in World War II. They're going to starve us to death until we surrender or we're too weak to fight. Then they'll come charging in and wipe us out." Eli's jaw twitched. He met Shiloh's gaze. To his credit, he didn't look away or attempt to sugarcoat the truth. "In a nutshell, yes." Shiloh crossed her arms over her chest. "Meanwhile, we're trapped in here with a bunch of criminals who might slaughter us in our sleep until we run out of food and start eating our horses and dogs." Lori made an appalled sound. "I surely hope not." Tim stepped closer and took her hand in comfort or solidarity, or maybe both. "It won't come to that, will it?" Moreno shuffled his feet. Nash chewed on a fingernail and studied the ground like he'd discovered something fascinating in the grass. Antoine and Nick stood side by side, their flat expressions unreadable. A terrible thought flashed through Shiloh's mind. "We're not eating Bear. Not ever, no matter what. He's mostly fur anyway. Empty calories." Lena gave her a strained smile. "We're not eating our pets. Not Faith, either. She's so ornery I bet her meat would taste bitter, like chewing on rawhide or something." "It's truly that bad, isn't it?" Lori asked. "It will be," Lena said, "and sooner than we think." "We have a decision to make," Jackson said. "Here at the inn, we've been storing up food for winter. Due to Lori's excellent preparations and organization skills, we have enough to feed the 250 or so residents of Northwoods through most of the winter, since we can also ice fish and bag the occasional moose. Am I correct on that, Lori?" Lori's features were rigid. I just completed a thorough inventory of our supplies. Michelle Carpenter and I went through every sack, pallet, and case of MREs, freeze-dried, dehydrated, and canned items organized by type of food. It seems like a lot, but at 1,500 calories a day, per person, which is a significant deficit, we're barely feeding our own through April. Shiloh had seen the shelves of food: boxed pasta, buckets of sealed black and pinto beans, lentils, rice, and flour, the jars of peaches, pears, applesauce, and tomato sauce, the pancake mixes, containers of oats, and stacks of homemade granola bars, and dehydrated bear and venison jerky, not to mention the stacks of dried fish. "What is the town's status?" Tim asked. "After the artillery attack last night." "Not good," Eli said. "Horatio knows this town like the back of his hand. He knew our depot locations, and even when we moved our supplies in anticipation of such an attack, he managed to use drones to spot our people transferring the supplies. As you know, those depots were attacked with targeted artillery strikes. Gault didn't target the inn because he believes, correctly, that we're keeping some of the meds here, the meds he needs for his wife. Thankfully, we think those were the only artillery Gault had access to, but he's done incredible damage already." Jackson nodded. "We have 2,000 souls in the town. Some have meager provisions stored away in their homes, but certainly not enough to withstand both a siege and the coming winter. With 3 of the 4 storage depots destroyed, they have a week of food left, if that." There was a beat of heavy silence as the gravity of the situation sank in. Shiloh's stomach knotted in dread. She swallowed the lump in her throat. Jackson turned to Lori. "Hypothetically, how long would our stores last if we spread our resources further?" "I'd have to examine the numbers again. The total number of calories available, divided by the number of people, divided by daily caloric needs. It's basic math. The numbers don't lie. The numbers never lie." "Can you make an educated guess?" Lena asked. "Off the top of my head, I'd guess a matter of weeks." "How many weeks?" 2, maybe 3 if we're lucky." Lori's voice was raspy, like the rustle of leaves on pavement, dry and brittle. She stood stiffly next to her husband. Her hands were folded protectively in front of her stomach. "You're suggesting we share our supplies with the town," Tim said. "I'm laying out the options," Jackson said. "We would starve through winter," Tim said gravely. "All of us. Yes, that is a real possibility. Though if we win this fight, we could potentially steal the cartel's supplies for our people, in which case we would survive both the siege and winter." "That's a big if," Moreno said in a dubious tone. "It is," Jackson admitted. Nix crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow as she glanced around the group. "Essentially, we're screwed." "What do you think, Lena?" Lori asked. "We founded this sanctuary, but it has flourished with you here. We're all a part of Northwoods. It belongs to all of us." "It's not as if Sawyer is going to share his food supplies with us," Moreno said. "Hell will freeze over before that happens." Lena glanced at Eli. "I would do almost anything to protect this place and my family. But we have friends and family outside of Northwoods. We all do. These are our neighbors, our townspeople, our friends. If we abandon them now, what does that make us? Can we live with ourselves if we do this?" "I could," Eli said without hesitation. "I wouldn't like it, but I could." "Me too," Moreno muttered, his cheeks reddening with shame. Nash said nothing. Nix and Antoine exchanged strained glances. Tim squeezed Lori's hand. "What do you want to do?" "My selfish side says to keep the people I love alive, first and foremost." But my heart tells me that the town of Munising is filled with good people who feel the same way. They're doing their best to protect their wives and husbands and sisters and parents and children. They did not ask for this fight.
We didn't either, Shiloh said.
The cartel is here because of the things we did, not the townspeople, Lena said. If we hoard our food for winter and watch innocent people starve, what good are we?
What's the good if everyone starves? Eli said darkly. Sometimes you have to put the oxygen mask on your face first. Otherwise, you're in no position to help anyone else.
Shiloh didn't want anyone to starve, but she also wasn't too worried about a bunch of faceless, nameless people she didn't know. Well, Anna Grady, the librarian, lived in town. Mrs. Grady had taken in Teresa Fleetfoot's baby, along with the deaf boy, Adam. Shiloh adored Mrs. Grady. Still, they were only responsible for themselves, not for everyone else. They couldn't possibly try to keep everyone alive. It was an unimaginable task. It's the right thing to do, Laurie said in a firm tone. It's the just thing. If we lose the very thing that makes us human, the best of our humanity, then what's the point? Lena asked.
Staying alive? Moreno shot back. Right and wrong is great for philosophy class, but we're trying to survive. We do this, we could all die.
Jackson stepped forward.
Justice is innate, instinctive. It is a moral code written into our DNA. We're not animals eking out a meaningless existence. We're meant for more than this. We are more than this.
Moreno frowned.
I'm afraid I know where you're going with this line of thought.
Jackson met his gaze.
The cost will be high. We don't know how high. However, I couldn't live with myself if I abandoned our people to save my own skin. Some things are more important than survival.
Antoine stared at him in surprise.
You really believe that, don't you?
I do.
And I think you believe it too. That's why you and Nix are standing here.
Nix gave a wry smile. Lies. We're selfish mercenaries, only out for ourselves. Antoine's lips curled in mock horror.
If you tell anyone, we'll have to kill you.
We've been praying, Tim said. Our favorite Bible verse is in the book of James. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Laurie said, I've spent my life trying to act justly and to be merciful to others, to show love when it is difficult, especially when it's difficult. We've discussed the pros and cons, the moral and ethical arguments, but in the end, I choose to live my faith. If my actions don't back up my words, then, as Lena said so eloquently, what good is it? What good am I? To my God, to myself, to the human beings I profess to love. Love must lead us. Love and mercy.
Surely not mercy for our enemies,
Nash said, incredulous. Laurie gave him a placid smile. I'm a Christian, not a saint. May God smite our enemies with blood and fire.
Amen.
Tim wrapped his arm around Laurie's shoulder and squeezed her close. She leaned into him, the tension in her face easing. It was obvious how much they loved each other, even after 1,000,000 years together. Jackson cleared his throat.
Enough with the sentimental speeches. We set this up as a democracy of sorts, so let's do this thing. We have a quorum. It's time to vote.
One by one, hands raised around the loose circle. Every hand went up, even Eli, and finally, Moreno. Despite her misgivings, Shiloh raised her hand. Lena gave her an approving smile. When Laurie spoke, her voice was firmer, more assured. We'll release our food stores, but under strict rations to share our supplies with the townspeople for as long as the siege lasts or until our stores run out.
We have a few hundred volunteers from the town on our roster, Eli said, but we will need every citizen on board for this. Everyone can do something to help fight our enemies. Tim nodded. The folks that call the UP home are hardy. They'll fight alongside us to defend their homes, I have no doubt. Soberly, every head nodded around the circle, Shiloh included. Jackson said, "Then it's decided." Chapter 44. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 147. 1 week into the siege, Shiloh was already going stir-crazy. She had spent the morning helping Ruby weed one of the greenhouses, not because she loved weeding, but because it was increasingly the only way to spend time with her best friend. Ruby was one of Laurie's top helpers. Her green thumb had proven quite useful. She could make anything grow. Plus, she was an excellent cook, whereas Shiloh was clumsy as an ox in the kitchen and avoided it at all costs, except at mealtimes, of course. Everywhere she looked, veggies peeked from the greenery. Zucchini and cucumbers, plump tomatoes, lacy-leafed carrots, and firm onions. Outside the greenhouse, near the pear and apple orchards, rows of tall corn stalks rustled in the breeze coming off the lake. She resisted the temptation to pop a handful of cherry tomatoes into her mouth to let the juicy tartness explode on her tongue. She longed to fill her empty stomach with something more than her absurdly small ration of oatmeal and runny eggs. It was infuriating to be surrounded by food you weren't allowed to eat, not to mention profoundly unfair. She found it disconcerting how quickly hunger became an insatiable thing lurking inside you, your stomach transformed into a ravenous monster willing to eat itself, to consume your own flesh to sate that urgent need. Ruby tossed a pile of weeds into a nearby wheelbarrow. She paused to cough into her fist. A terrible rattling sound came from deep within her chest. Concern prickled beneath her skin. She took a step closer. "Hey, you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. This smoke, it just gets in my lungs, you know? I guess I'm sensitive to it." "You and me both." Shiloh held out her hand. A fine sifting of ash settled on her open palm. A few days ago, Jackson told her the wind had changed direction. It was blowing from the northeast, pushing the wildfire south instead of east toward them. Even with the blaze heading further away, the air was a sickly yellowish-red color, a soupy fog that lowered visibility. It was like some dystopian, nuclear-ravaged world 500 years in the future. She could taste the acrid scent on her tongue. The ashy air coated the back of her throat and crawled up her nostrils. The incessant coughing and hacking sounds became a staticky background noise, like the boom of distant gunfire. If the wildfire changed direction again and jumped the firebreak they'd constructed, evacuation options were limited. The cartel blocked their exit routes. Eli had insisted everyone have bug-out bags packed and ready to go at a moment's notice. Jackson had ordered the boats in the marina to be readied for a last-ditch emergency evacuation to Grand Island. They would use fishing boats with small outboard motors, rowboats, kayaks, and paddleboards to transport fleeing refugees across the water from the raging fire. "Would you rather burn or starve to death?" Ruby asked abruptly. "And you call me dark?" Shiloh rubbed her concave belly. Her hip bones were sticking out like weird knobs. "Burned alive, I guess. It'd be faster at any rate. Honestly, I'm dreaming of goat burgers. I'm a terrible person." With a laugh, Ruby rubbed her flat stomach beneath her hoodie. "Then we're terrible together. I could eat an entire horse right now, the tail and everything." Everywhere they turned, danger lay in wait. Death seemed inevitable, a toss-up between starvation, being burned alive, and serving as target practice for the cartel armies. The game was rigged against them. It was incredibly unfair. The agonizing waiting game was the worst,
It would have to end eventually. Then what would happen? The big bell near the inn clanged loudly, announcing lunchtime. Shiloh's mouth watered like one of Pavlov's dogs. About freaking time. They dropped their trowels and gloves into the wheelbarrow, exited the greenhouse, and sprinted for the outdoor food line the Brooks had set up to serve the masses. Lori and Tim worked with a local nutritionist to determine everyone's approximate caloric needs. The big-muscled soldiers and pregnant ladies got larger rations, including more dairy and protein, as did the kids and teenagers who were still growing. Lena and Keegan also received special meals tailored to a diabetic diet. Every day, the food rations were a variation on the same themes: cucumber and mustard sandwiches on sourdough bread, cornbread slathered with raw honey, baked beans with a sliver of cooked meat, like raccoon, squirrel, or fox, thin slabs of largemouth bass or whitefish coupled with dandelion salads, or chowders made with chunks of trout and potatoes, thickened with powdered milk or acorn powder, and sprinkled with canned peas. Each morning after her midnight security shift, Shiloh checked her deadfall traps for squirrels, gophers, weasels, or foxes. Whatever they could find, they were willing to eat. Anything she caught was shared with Bear, as well as Ruby, Eli, and especially Lena, who desperately needed the protein. Nothing went to waste. Even the water used to cook meals was recycled into broth for future stews and soups. Animal bones were saved for bone broth soup. Vegetable peels and eggshells were utilized to fertilize the gardens. As they took their place at the end of the long line, Mrs. Grady waved to them, one hand on the rump of the newborn swaddled to her chest. Though she lived in town, Mrs. Grady came to the inn daily to help Lori care for the orphaned children. Miriam Fleetfoot had named her baby sister Hope. Though she helped with the infant, it was Mrs. Grady who carried her around everywhere in a baby carrier. Little Adam trailed after her, looking forlorn. Mrs. Grady had cooked up an emergency formula made from boiled water and evaporated milk. It was not an ideal long-term solution, but in an emergency, it was keeping baby Hope alive. That's what mattered these days, staying alive. Ruby looked around, searching the mass of people in line, and frowned. I don't see my mom in line. I'm sure she's around somewhere. Shiloh halted mid-sentence. She squeezed Ruby's shoulder. Look who it is. Tracy Tilton and her son Keegan reached the front of the line. Fiona Smith looked down at a clipboard in her hand. Then she served them each a bowl of chili from a big pot, along with an apple. Tracy hunched her shoulders, her head down like she was warding off a blow. She gripped her son's hand as she led him away from the line toward a picnic table with a family already present. There was room at the table, but when the mother caught sight of Tracy, she scooted across the bench, filling the space. She glared at Tracy. She didn't say a word, but her body language telegraphed the message loud and clear. You're not welcome here. Mortified, Tracy bowed her head. She tugged her son's hand. They shuffled past the family's picnic table in search of an empty one. Serves her right, Shiloh said. Instead of feeling vindicated, something dark and ugly wriggled inside her. She didn't want to examine it too closely. Tracy and her son hurried to the farthest picnic table, which was unoccupied. She set their bowls on the table, then gestured to Keegan to check his blood sugar numbers. Her face was red with humiliation. While Keegan lifted his shirt to examine his pump, Tracy surreptitiously spooned several scoops of her soup into Keegan's bowl. By the time he looked up, she was seated and eating her own meager serving. You think you'll ever forgive her? Ruby asked. That familiar, spiky anger flared through her veins. She doesn't deserve it. She deserves to die a horrible death. She should be tied up, slathered with honey, and eaten alive by fire ants. You don't mean that. Shiloh thought of Lena being kidnapped and dragged into the bowels of the abandoned mine. How close she'd come to losing her. Her chest tightened like it was being squeezed by a giant, unseen hand. I very much do. Seems like a lot of hatred to carry around. I don't care. I mean, she's starving herself to keep her son fed. Look at her. Even through her clothes, you can see the divots in her collarbones, the lines of her ribs, even her hip bones, for Pete's sake. I can see all those things on you too, Ruby, Shiloh snapped, suddenly irritated. She couldn't articulate why. Just because she's a good mom doesn't make her a good person. Maybe it makes her not all that evil, either. Whatever. I'm just saying, maybe it wouldn't be all bad to try and understand her side of things. Trying to understand some people is like trying to pick up a turd by the clean end. Ruby snorted. You don't have to be so sarcastic all the time. What's wrong with sarcasm? I love sarcasm. It's like punching someone in the face, but with words. Ruby barked out a laugh. It's incredibly satisfying. You should try it sometime. They moved forward a few spots in line. Shiloh shuffled her feet, bored and anxious. Whose side are you on, anyway? Yours. Always yours. Shiloh sniffed. Damn straight. A commotion started at the front of the line, drawing their attention. Fiona Smith was shouting and flailing her arms, pointing angrily. You took 2 helpings, Fiona accused the huge man standing on the opposite side of the serving table. That's stealing. Shiloh recognized Pierce. He was big and imposing, and relished intimidating everyone into cowering compliance. He loomed over Fiona, all aggression and restrained violence. A bowl of chili was clutched in each ham-sized fist. Fiona stood tall and refused to back down. Put it back. I'm the one keeping you little princesses safe and sound in your beds. I need energy to do that. So do we, Fiona insisted. Her eyes flashed with indignance. There are rules to follow. Pierce leered at her. Those rules don't apply to us, little girl. Shiloh reached for the crossbow slung across her back, about to march over and give that arrogant asshat a piece of her mind. He might be the size of a rhinoceros, but she was too livid to care. A hand on her wrist restrained her. There's a time and place, Ruby cautioned her. This isn't it. You sound just like the rest of the adults. Think it through. If you get in Pierce's face, you're forcing a showdown. He can't back down out of pride, and you won't back down out of stubbornness. He'll hurt you. He can damn well try, Shiloh muttered. I'll deball him with a rusty spoon. Or maybe he breaks a few of your bones with his pinky finger, big shot. Eli would string him up by his bowels for everybody to see. Ruby made a face. Exactly. And then Sawyer retaliates, and everything Jackson is trying to do goes up in flames. We implode from the inside. The cartel mops the floor with us. Ergo, everyone dies. Shiloh grunted in annoyance. Much as she abhorred the idea, Ruby had a valid point. You suck. Ruby lowered her voice. You know Jackson and Eli will take care of this their way. Less publicly. Trust them. You disgust me sometimes with your asinine logic. Ruby pretended to curtsy. Glad to be of service. They returned their attention to the altercation at the front of the line. Pierce was looming over Fiona. He raked her with a contemptuous glare. I'm not asking again. Get the hell out of my way. Fiona hesitated, as if debating whether to argue further. Her gaze dropped to the pistols at his hip, the combat blade strapped to one muscular thigh. Fiona stepped back and allowed him to pass. Pierce kept his double helping of chili and stormed off. No one attempted to stop him. Everyone watched him depart with equal parts fear and loathing. Shiloh cursed under her breath. Jackson thinks we can all sing Kumbaya and get along like we're at summer camp. It's a fantasy. People are already turning on each other. This is gonna blow up in his face. There's nothing we can do about it, Ruby said. That was the part Shiloh despised the most. Not yet. Chapter 45. Jackson Cross, Day 153. Jackson studied the playing cards in his hand and laid down a jack of clubs on the pile of cards in the center of the picnic table. Beat that. He and Lena had played several rounds of two-handed euchre, a popular card game in the UP where jacks were high and the favorable suit could change with every hand. They used to play as kids all the time. Lena had won the last 5 tricks. Not surprising. Since phones, iPads, and the internet were out of commission, people had returned to old-fashioned games like euchre, rummy, and cribbage to pass the time in the evenings after their chores were finished. The act of playing a familiar game eased a bit of the tension. It was a temporary distraction from the war outside their doorstep and the hunger gnawing their bellies. Bear snored at their feet, stretched out on his side. He'd lost weight, too. The outline of his ribs showed through his thick fur. Jackson had caught Shiloh and Lena sneaking the dogs' scraps from their rations, which neither could afford to do. Yesterday, Bear had gone after one of the precious chickens. Dana Lutz had threatened to eat Bear for dinner, which had nearly devolved into a knockdown, drag-out fight with Shiloh. Luckily, the crisis had been averted. They hadn't let the dog out of their sight since. With a triumphant grin, Lena laid down the high bower, the jack of spades, which was the most valuable card. She'd just won the bid and the game. I believe that's 10 points, sucker. Jackson groaned. I give up. The sun sank over the bluff, setting water and sky ablaze. Ribbons of burnt orange, coppery red, and grapefruit pink streaked the horizon. The colors were brilliant, even through the constant haze of smoke from the wildfire. Jackson shuffled the cards. The distant boom of automatic weapons fire sounded. The Cartel regularly unleashed a barrage of lead at sundown to flex their power, a reminder meant to terrorize and demoralize the citizens of Munising. Over the last 2 weeks, several skirmishes had broken out along the defensive lines. A few shots fired here, a grenade lobbed there. A few of Munising's volunteer fighters had been injured. A man in his 70s had been hit in the thigh by a ricochet and bled out. Each time, Eli managed to rein in the fighters, itching for vengeance. The tense standoff continued for another day, then another, and another. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of hell and hunger. Jackson had tried to garner aid. He'd sent SOS messages to the Michigan governor in Lansing through their ham radio. He'd managed to sneak 2 scouts out of Munising via the water, sending them west along the coastline to Autrain before cutting to shore. They had gone south on ATVs on Highway 41, through Rapid River, to the southern shoreline of the UP to avoid the Cartel until they'd reached Mackinac Bridge. It took them almost a week to make it to the governor's office, only to be turned away. No aid would be forthcoming from the remnants of the Army Air National Guard, who were otherwise engaged in battling gangs for control of Detroit, Lansing, and Grand Rapids. The governor had refused artillery or air support or even airdrops of food and ammunition. Other than the Sioux Locks, which they'd already lost, whatever tattered government remained in Michigan had deemed the Upper Peninsula as non-essential territory. The governor had officially abandoned everyone who called this rugged wilderness home. Lena let out a hoarse cough as she adjusted the handkerchief wrapped over her face and nose. They'd run out of N95 masks last week. According to their drone surveillance, the wildfire had spread east into Chatham, then further southeast, burning deep into the Hiawatha National Forest. It could potentially reach as far south as Manistee. Fortunately, the wind had changed from a southwesterly to a northwesterly direction. If it stayed on this heading, it would miss Munising. How much food do we have left? Jackson asked.
2 days, at most, Lena said.
His heart sank. Even with rationing, they were down to 1,000 calories a day. A dull headache throbbed at the back of his head. Waves of dizziness rolled through him when he stood, his thoughts slow and fuzzy. And he was hungry, always hungry. They were starving. It wouldn't be long before no one would have the energy to fight. He feared someone would open the gates and let the enemy inside, just to end their misery.
When are we going to tell people? Lena asked.
We aren't. It would cause a mass panic. People would be fighting in the food line. They'd slaughter what animals we have left. Lena put on a brave front for everyone else, but he saw the naked fear in her eyes. She couldn't hide her true feelings from him. They'd been friends for too long. How are you doing? He asked gently.
I can't sleep. I have nightmares. With every patient I lose, it gets worse. My mind keeps spinning with all the things I should have done. All the ways we could have saved them if only we'd had anesthesia, electricity, actual surgeons. 100 different things.
You'll get through this. You're strong, Lena. You're a survivor. She stared at him like she wasn't seeing him. Not really.
I don't feel strong. I'm scared every minute of every day. I can't lose you or Eli. I can't lose Shiloh. I don't know what I would do. The thought terrifies me.
What makes you strong isn't fearlessness, but that you keep going, despite the fear. She nodded numbly, but he could tell she was far from placated. Pretty words sounded good, but reality was something else altogether. They were surrounded, trapped, about to be annihilated. He knew it as well as she did. Are you sure you're eating enough?
I'm fine.
Lena rubbed her eyes. Her pants were baggy, sliding down her hips, even with a belt. He eyed the sharpness of her cheekbones with concern. Her face was thin, too thin. She didn't like people worrying about her, but he made a mental note to talk with Eli. Surely the kitchen could spare a few more calories for a diabetic. Lena would never ask for special treatment for herself, but she needed it. She cocked her head, listening to the Cartel's nightly barrage, and shuddered. Beneath the picnic table, Bear whined uneasily in his sleep. She reached down and patted his head. He woofed, his paws quivering like he was fleeing something terrible in his dreams. When are you going to tell Devon? She asked abruptly. Jackson blinked. Tell Devon what? That you love her. Jackson gaped at her. How? What? Lena's lips twitched in the hazy moonlight. I know you better than anyone on the planet. Trust me. I know. When he thought of Devon, his heart flip-flopped between desire and guilt. They'd barely spoken since Devon had laid her heart on the line. He'd royally screwed things up. They'd discussed the cartel, security, food rations, and defenses, but they hadn't cleared the air between them. Jackson wasn't sure how. You like her, Lena said. I do. But with everything that's happening... Lena leaned across the table and grasped his hand. Don't let something this good pass you by. Anything worth having in this dumpster fire is worth going after with your whole heart. You deserve happiness, however fleeting, however long it lasts. You should have been a therapist. Close enough. Lena gave a rueful smile as she lit the oil lamp they'd brought with them. Jackson put the cards back in the box and tucked the box into his pocket. Night had fallen. The thick haze obscured the stars. Cold darkness pressed in on them. The lamplight cast wavering shadows across their faces. Lena shivered and drew her jacket tighter around herself. You're carrying a heavy burden, Jackson. After Astrid, I thought it would go away, but it's still there. You're still haunted. It's my family. My father, my brother. What they've done.
what they're doing now.
You aren't responsible for your family.
I am.
Your family has had a terrible hold on you your entire life, but not anymore. I can see it in you, Jackson. You're changing. You've changed. He felt it, somewhere deep inside him, that steely resolve taking hold, an iron hardness in his soul. He was not the man he had been even a month ago.
Maybe you're right. There's only one way this ends.
He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. The kind, gentle Lena he'd known his whole life had another side to her. This Lena was sharper, harder.
You're going to have to kill your father. And your brother.
Dread scythed through him. He felt torn down to his soul. The thought was a dark, unformed shadow lurking at the back of his mind, skulking in the corners. It was on him to put things right. In a world of anarchy, there was one path to justice.
I know,
he said soberly. Lena held Jackson's hand, her eyes bright and luminous in the moonlight. You'll be the one to end it, and then, finally, you'll truly be free. Chapter 46. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 159. Thick mud squelched between Shiloh's toes and squished beneath her bare feet. The brackish water was icy cold, but nothing like the frigid depths of Lake Superior. Shiloh and Ruby had spent the morning harvesting the cattails in the marsh, along with Dana Lutz, Fred Combs, and Mrs. Grady. Miriam Fleetfoot, baby Hope, and her grandfather Ira were with them as well. Weeks ago, when Laurie had pointed out the edible wild vegetation, Shiloh had considered it an interesting but ultimately useless endeavor. Why eat grass when you can hunt and fish? But most living creatures had been hunted and fished from the Northwoods property and beyond, even the squirrels. She was thankful she'd hidden some black bear jerky to feed Bear, though he still chased the chickens, damn him. Now here she was, 3 weeks into starvation mode, greedily digging up cattails for dinner. They'd been reduced to eating acorns and hazelnuts and consuming dandelions and weeds. Of course, raw acorns were bitter and contained tannins, which were toxic to humans and animals alike. But Laurie was teaching them how to leach the tannins once the acorns were ripe and brown. They were edible. Barely. Same with the cattails. The fuzzy cattail reminded her of a caterpillar. Supposedly, you could make flour out of the starchy center part of the stalk. Laurie wanted the cattail flour for making pancakes, baking casseroles, thickening stews and soups, and to create tortillas. The cattail flour could also be used to make Eli's favorite fry bread. Shiloh scrunched her nose. This is utterly disgusting. Her stomach growled constantly. Thoughts of food consumed nearly every thought. All day long, she fantasized about Moe's homewrecker burritos slathered in sour cream and guacamole, or a juicy burger and hot, crispy fries from Five Guys. Her traitorous mouth watered. Shiloh clenched her jaw to keep her teeth from chattering as she worked. As September gave way to October, the days grew chillier, and the nights were downright cold. The haze from the distant wildfires tinged the air a sickly yellow. Shiloh tossed another cattail into the burlap sack before pausing to study her friend. Ruby had been uncharacteristically quiet all day. Mud smudged her right cheek. She bent over, fumbled in the water, and dug around for the roots. "You okay?" she asked. Ruby shrugged her narrow shoulders. "I'm fine." "No, you're not. Talk to me." Ruby blinked rapidly. She wiped her filthy hands on her overalls and straightened. "It's my mom. She won't leave our cabin. She's missed her kitchen and trash duty shifts for the last 3 days. I don't know what to do." "Is she sick?" "Kind of." Shiloh fished beneath the water,
grasped the cattail by the roots and wrestled it out of the marsh. She lobbed it into the sack. What does that mean? It's happened before, more than once. After my dad died, she kind of, went away. She'd be there physically, but not her mind. She'd forget to buy groceries, pay the electric bill, or make dinner. She'd lay in bed all day and couldn't get up. It's one of the reasons I ran away from home before everything. Ruby bit her lower lip, regret in her face. She's okay when she's on her meds, but without them? Can Lena get her the medication she needs? I can talk to her. I already did. She doesn't have any lithium. Oh, Shiloh said, chagrined. She hadn't realized Michelle Carpenter was bipolar. Her heart ached for her friend. I'm sorry. Ruby shrugged, not meeting her gaze. Not your fault. A series of loud barks drew their attention. Short, vicious barks. A warning. Shiloh went rigid. That's Bear. He doesn't bark like that without a good reason. Something's wrong. Come on. She stuffed the last cattail into the burlap sack and lugged it out of the murky water. Silt squished between her toes as she dragged it up the bank and set it next to the 5 sacks that they'd collected that morning. Leaving everything but the crossbow, Shiloh and Ruby sprinted up the hill from the marsh. Shiloh's legs felt heavy and slow. She was lightheaded, her stomach a gnarled knot. She blinked away white spots as they followed the dirt path through the trees. They burst into the clearing near the goat pens. 5 of Sawyer's goons stood in a loose circle in front of the goat pen. They wore camo and military gear with chest rigs and long rifles slung across their broad chests. Bear stood growling in front of the latched gate. He snarled, his hackles raised. Usually a gentle giant, she hadn't seen him this fierce since the black bear incident 2 months ago. Get away from my dog! Without thinking, Shiloh sprinted ahead of Ruby and forced herself between the mercenaries and the Newfoundland. The dog was clearly guarding the goats from these asshats. Bear might be terrified of Faith, but he was protecting her with every ounce of ferocity he could muster. The mercenaries kept their distance and stared warily at Bear. He was a big dog. His black jowls pulled back to reveal fangs sharp enough to bite a man's face clean off. It was easy to forget how intimidating he could be. Get rid of your damn dog, Pierce ordered, or we'll do it for you. Were you born this stupid, or did you take lessons? Shiloh snapped. Get lost! The mercenary next to Pierce was in his late 20s, with a buzzed head and a sparse beard. He spat on the ground. We're hungry. We need to eat. We can do whatever we want, whether you like it or not. You're not killing the goats. I don't have the time nor the crayons to explain this to you. They give us precious milk and cheese. The meat would be gone in a day. I don't give a damn, Pierce interrupted. We're taking the goats. They're ours now. I'm not going to tell you again, little girl. Get out of the way or suffer the consequences. Shiloh stood her ground beside Bear, defiant and thrumming with fury. She seized the crossbow grip, her knuckles white. She hadn't pointed her crossbow at Pierce yet, but so help her, she would. Shiloh glanced around wildly for backup, to no avail. No one else was near the goat pens. The closest security patrol had passed by 10 minutes ago and wouldn't return for another 20 minutes. Those not on guard duty were too busy scavenging, hunting, or preparing what little food remained. Eli and Jackson were gone defending the town, while Lena was at the hospital, and Tim and Lori were busy in the Northwoods kitchen. Shiloh and Ruby were on their own. Pierce took a menacing step toward her, his hand on his rifle grip, finger twitching against the trigger guard. Call off your mutt before I squash you both like bugs. This is Eli Pope's daughter, Ruby said bravely.
You better not touch her, or you'll answer to him."
Pure hatred flashed in Pierce's flat gaze. "I don't care whose kid you are. One snap of my fingers, and I could make you both disappear. They'd never even find your bones."
And yet, a hint of hesitation flickered in his face. Pierce was a brute, but he wasn't an imbecile. He knew Eli Pope would destroy anyone who dared harm a hair on his daughter's head. Pierce took another step toward her anyway, as if he were so angry, or so hungry, that he no longer cared about potential consequences. There was less than 10 feet between them. Bear lowered his head and snarled. Shiloh tightened her grip and raised her crossbow.
"I wouldn't do that,"
a male voice said. Shiloh turned as Jason Anders and Fiona Smith strode down the path toward them. They'd come from the direction of the inn. Jason carried an axe. Fiona's pistol sat snug on her hip, and she held a coiled rope low at her side.
"Stand down, Shiloh," Jason said.
Shiloh glared at him. "Traitor!" "He's right." Fiona moved to Shiloh's side. She lowered her voice. "Lori told us to come," she said. "It was time." Shiloh recoiled. It felt like being smacked in the solar plexus with a baseball bat. It was suddenly difficult to breathe. "No! We have to keep up our strength. The fighters need calories. And protein." Fiona's face was bone white beneath her freckles. "She didn't like this either. I'm sorry." Jason looked like he couldn't care less. He leaned nonchalantly against the fence post, swinging the axe back and forth.
"It's just a stupid goat or two. They're dumb animals.
About as dumb as you are." Contempt seethed through Shiloh's veins. It took every ounce of her self-control not to raise her crossbow and shoot someone through the teeth. Ruby's presence restrained her natural impulses. Plus, Bear might get hurt in a knockdown, drag-out fight. One of the thugs burst into cackling laughter. Pierce didn't laugh. He studied her like she was a bug beneath a microscope, a bug he intended to smush. Shiloh swore at him. Jason shot her a stern look.
"Somebody should wash your mouth out with soap."
"Come try it and see what happens. I guarantee you'll lose a few body parts." She lowered her gaze to his crotch area and fluttered her eyelashes, offering him an evil grin. At least one, anyway. A muscle ticked in Jason's clenched jaw, but he managed to rein in his temper.
"This is happening," he said. "Move out of the way."
Nausea churned in her stomach. She was unsteady on her feet from hunger. Infuriated, her tense gaze shifted from Jason and Fiona to Pierce and his thugs. Their faces were hollowed out, their features sharpened, their sunken eyes dulled from lack of nourishment. It wasn't merely the chill in the air that raised goosebumps on her flesh. She couldn't ignore their gauntness or her own, how her body was gradually consuming itself. The food had run out. Sawyer's men had stolen some of it, she was sure. But it was gone now. The adults hadn't admitted to anything, but she recognized the dismay in their faces, the dread and fear. The truth was, they were all starving. "Shiloh," Ruby said in a small, defeated voice. The fight leaked out of her. She wanted to argue with them, to fight and rage, but it was pointless. Her insides deflated like a balloon stuck with a pin. "Not faith." Fiona nodded. "We can work with that." Shiloh glared at Jason. "Never faith. You understand?" Jason sneered. "Not yet, anyway." She wanted to smash the sneer right off his stupid face, preferably with something sharp like an axe. Instead, she bent and whispered soothing words in Bear's ear, stroking his back to smooth his hackles. Grasping his collar, She forced herself to step aside. Though Bear outweighed her by a good 50 pounds, he obeyed her command, albeit still growling his evident displeasure. Jason and Fiona entered the gate. With an irate snort, Faith rushed at them, lowering her horns and threatening to headbutt Jason. Shiloh's heart swelled with pride. What a damn fine goat. Jason waved his axe, cursing at her. Faith had the common sense to trot out of his reach. Bleating in annoyance, the goat clambered to the top of the shed roof. She glowered down at them from her high perch. Her ribs were visible beneath her ratty white coat. Pierce and his thugs stood around, practically drooling at the thought of fresh meat. They weren't interested in doing the dirty work themselves, but they'd be first in line for dinner, that was for sure. Shiloh forced herself to watch as Fiona and Jason wandered about the pen and chose 4 of the largest, fattest goats. They tied ropes around their necks and led them to the back of the property behind one of the sheds so the little kids wouldn't see the goats slaughtered. The children wouldn't know the stringy cubes of meat in their stew tonight had come from a spotted goat named Sally, or Old Gus with the long gray beard, or Marigold with the gimp leg and tendency to eat candy wrappers. Maybe they'd be too hungry to care.
"Go run to your daddy, little girl,"
Pierce said. His cronies laughed. Bear growled. Shiloh refused to be cowed, not by the likes of Pierce. She jutted her chin. "I'd slap you, but that'd be animal abuse." Pierce curled his lips scornfully.
"Pope won't be around to protect you forever."
"Shiloh." Ruby grasped her free hand and squeezed. "Let's just go." Shiloh gave Pierce the middle finger before turning away, her eyes stinging. She kept her grip on Bear's collar. She hated this feeling, despised the sob threatening to crawl up her throat and escape from behind her clenched teeth. Not even Ruby's hand in hers could soothe her or make her feel better. There was no better, only this endless, agonizing wait that never ended. Waiting to live, waiting to die. Shiloh felt Pierce's greedy eyes on her the whole way back to the marsh. Chapter 47. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 160. The next day, Ruby begged Shiloh to come with her to check on her mother. Shiloh followed Ruby into the cabin. The screen door slapped behind them. They stood in the darkness for a moment, blinking to adjust their eyes. The stink of sour sweat and something dank struck Shiloh in the face. She recoiled from the stench and covered her mouth and nose with one hand. Ruby took a tentative step into the cabin. "Mom?" A low moan emanated from deep within the one-room cabin. Michelle Carpenter lay curled on the mattress on the floor in the far corner. The blackout curtain was drawn over the single window. Clothes spilled from a couple of suitcases stashed in the corner. "I can't," she mumbled. "I can't do it." "Can't do what, Mom?" Ruby asked. Mrs. Carpenter raised her head from the sweat-stained pillow, like her skull weighed 1,000 pounds. Deep circles ringed her bloodshot eyes. Her face was smeared with tears and snot, her hair a wild corona around her head. In the shadows, she almost appeared possessed. Her eyes glittered, wide and unblinking. "We're going to die. Terrible, horrible, painful deaths. We're trapped. Death is coming for us, and there's no escape." Ruby gaped at her mother. "You can't mean that, Mom. I can't bear it another second. I tried. For you, Ruby, I tried. But it's too much. It's too overwhelming. I can't anymore." "You're okay, Mom," Ruby said. "You'll be okay." Mrs. Carpenter pressed her fingers into her temples, digging her fingernails against her skin. She moaned and beat at her skull like she could knock the bad thoughts out of her mind. If only that was the way it worked. "We're going to die," she mumbled. Everyone is going to die." "No, we aren't," Ruby said, though she knew no such thing. A part of Shiloh was furious with Mrs. Carpenter. She was a grown-up. She was supposed to have her act together. But if Shiloh had learned anything after the solar flares, it was this. The adults were as scared as she was, and she was scared spitless. At the same time, a surge of pity welled in her chest. Mrs. Carpenter was in tremendous pain. Worse, she had lost hope. Shiloh saw it in the dulled emptiness behind her eyes. She had succumbed to despondency. The cartel wasn't the most dangerous thing, nor was the raging wildfire, or the hunger gnawing at their bellies, or the lack of electricity, or clean water, or hospitals. The true enemy was despair. They had lost other people, not to disease or injury, but to this terrible, all-consuming depression. Their minds had broken. There was nothing anyone could do to bring them back from the brink. Shiloh was too obstinate to give up. As long as you held on to hope, you could fight. You got up, no matter how many times you'd been knocked down. You could endure anything, survive anything. But not like this. "I can't do it anymore," Mrs. Carpenter said. Her words were thick and bleary. "It's too hard. I just can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Ruby crossed the tiny room and knelt beside the mattress. She stroked her mother's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't be sorry. You can hang on, Mom. Please. For me. I've failed you, and I am sorry, baby girl. I love you. I've loved you since the day you were born." Ruby gazed at her mother in dismay. "Why are you talking like this? Get up. Get up, Mom." Mrs. Carpenter's eyes rolled into the back of her head. Her eyelids fluttered closed. Drool dribbled from the corners of her cracked lips. She muttered something, but Shiloh couldn't make out the words. "I think she took something," Shiloh said. Ruby leaned over the mattress, feeling beneath her mother's ribs and under the sweat-soaked sheets. She shoved her hand beneath the pillow and yanked out a prescription bottle. Ruby shook it. It was empty. She looked at her mother in horror. "What did you do?" Ice water ran through Shiloh's veins. The numbness started in the center of her belly and spread through her limbs. "What pills did she take?" Ruby examined the bottle. "Pain pills or something. Narcotics prescribed to someone else." "Where did you get these, Mom? Who gave them to you?" Anger sparked through her veins. "Sawyer. Sawyer did this. He gave her the pills. I know it. Him or one of his stupid goons." Ruby's mother had gone very still and pale. Ruby shook her. She didn't respond. Ruby begged, "Please, you can't give up. I need you." "I think she's unconscious," Shiloh said. "Get Lena," Ruby cried. Shiloh bent and touched Ruby's arm. "I don't think—" "I said get Lena, now! We need to pump her stomach or something. Lena will know how to save her." Ruby's voice rose an octave. She was shaking, frantic, trying desperately to yank herself free of Shiloh's grasp. "Let me go!" Shiloh held on tight. "She doesn't want to be saved." "No! Don't you dare say that! You can't say that!" Shiloh bit her lip. She pressed her free hand against her concave belly. Her fingertips spread across her hip bones. This morning, Eli had cut new notches in one of his belts to hold up her sagging pants, which she'd already downsized 2 weeks ago. Even starving, she would gladly surrender an entire platter of barbecue chicken or a whole tray of chicken nuggets to rewind the clock and stop this, to save Mrs. Carpenter from herself. It was too late. She'd spent enough time with Lena treating patients to recognize when someone was dying. There was no bringing a person back from the cliff once they'd fallen or jumped. "You have to let her go, Ruby." "No! Mom!"
Ruby collapsed, half on top of the mattress, half on top of her mother.
She's not breathing. She's...
Ruby didn't finish her sentence. She didn't need to. Shiloh knelt on the plank floor and held Ruby close as she wept and screamed. All she could do was hold on to her dearest friend and refuse to let go. Chapter 48. Lena Easton, Day 162. It was late evening by the time Lena tracked down Shiloh. She found her at the back of the meadow, near the animal pens where Eli had set up a field with hay bales and hand-drawn paper targets nailed to tree trunks. Shiloh stood 30 yards from a set of targets, her feet spread in a shooting stance, spine straight, crossbow snug against the crook of her shoulder. Her cheek pressed against the stock, the fiberglass bolt knocked and ready to fly. Lena watched as Shiloh fired. The bolt flew straight and true. It lodged, quivering, in the center circle of the bullseye. After reloading, she shifted to the right, aimed at a second target 50 yards distant, and nailed the bullseye yet again. "You're getting really good." Shiloh didn't bother looking at her. "I've always been good." Lena smiled. "Touché." She rubbed her sore biceps. Dr. Vertanen had insisted she take a shift off. Instead of resting, Lena had volunteered to drill holes in dozens of maple trees with a spile, a hollow metal tube that dripped sap into a bucket hung on a hook. Now that the nights were below freezing, with most days still in the 40s, they'd begun tapping the maple trees for sap, a process called maple sugaring. Full tapping wasn't as good as in the spring, as the sap contained a lower sugar content, but they could still gather enough sap to boil. Once boiled, the sap condensed into maple syrup. Just the thought of the sweet calories made Lena's mouth water. Calories were calories. Right now they were desperate for anything, and these days, maple syrup made a meal fit for a king. Lena watched Shiloh hit several more targets, then waited for Shiloh to retrieve the bolts. "You've been out here by yourself for a long time. Gotta stay sharp. Never know when I'm gonna have to shoot some jerkwad." She wasn't wrong, but Lena could see something wounded in her face. Her niece was out here for more than target practice. She was like Eli that way, keeping the dark, bitter, ugly things locked up deep inside. "You don't have to be so strong all the time," Lena said gently. "I'm right here to help you carry that burden. You don't need to carry it alone." Shiloh went rigid, either startled or wary. She wasn't sure which. A memory flashed through her mind. That first night she'd met Shiloh, after Eli and Jackson had rescued her from Walter Boone's cabin. The terrified girl had hovered at the edge of the woods, gripping that crossbow like it was the only thing that could save her. "Shiloh, please, talk to me." Shiloh's arms sagged. She lowered the crossbow and let it fall listless to her side. She gazed down at the ground. Her eyes were shiny and red-rimmed. "Ruby's mom killed herself." It had been 2 days since Lena had found them in Michelle Carpenter's darkened cabin. "I know. Ruby is an orphan now. She has nobody. She has you. It's not fair." "No, it's not. After everything she's already been through, she shouldn't have to lose anyone else. But she did. And she will. Just like you will, too. Everyone dies, Shiloh. No one gets out of here alive. Loss is part of the bargain." Shiloh squeezed her eyes tightly closed. Wetness glistened at her eyelashes. Even in the twilight, Lena could see the pain etching her features. Lena stepped closer. She reached out, gently took the crossbow from Shiloh's limp fingers, and set it against a nearby fallen log. Chickens squawked in the distance. Bear must be chasing them again. Lena would have to go rescue him before someone got upset. But not yet. Shiloh needed her here.
I can't lose anyone else. Shiloh's chest rose and fell in rapid, panting breaths, her throat hitching like she was holding back tears. I can't. Lena took another step closer. Shiloh was fairly vibrating with emotions, with grief and fear, anger and dread. Her muscles were rigid with the effort to hold herself together. Her heart squeezed with tender affection for this brave, fierce girl she loved dearly. I'm going to hug you now. Please don't stab me. Shiloh made a choking sound, but Lena was gathering Shiloh into her arms, pulling her tight against her chest. You are a survivor, and you will survive this, you and Ruby, together. You can survive anything. You will. Shiloh allowed herself to sink into Lena's embrace. 4 months ago, she never would have allowed this moment of vulnerability, of raw fear and sorrow. She was changing, transforming. No longer a scared little kid, but not an adult yet either. She hovered somewhere in between. Shiloh blew out her breath, the warm air crystallizing in the cold. Her voice came out in a strangled whisper. I miss my mom. So do I, honey. So do I. And Cody. Lena squeezed her tighter. She was too thin, all sharp, bony points, wiry muscle, and no softness. Worry congealed in her empty belly. Shiloh was wasting away in front of her eyes. They all were. Shiloh twisted around in her arms so she could look up into Lena's face. What if you die? What if Eli dies? Or Ruby? Or Jackson? I can't promise you that won't happen. Shiloh managed a pained smirk. Anyone tell you that you give terrible pep talks? Despite it all, despite her dizziness and hunger, the ever-present threats of starvation and death by extreme violence, she found herself smiling. All the time. Bear barked again, closer now. Lena could make out his burly shape near the kitchen entrance, where he was likely begging for scraps. A larger, taller shape crouched next to him. She recognized the familiar form of Eli. He was probably feeding Bear more dried fish sticks to save the poor chickens. Lena's stomach rumbled painfully. She forced herself to ignore the thought of food and focused on her niece. She squeezed the girl's narrow shoulders. I love you, Shiloh Easton Pope. I'll tell you that every single day. No matter what happens, my love for you is right here. Lena tapped Shiloh's chest. And not just my love, but Eli's and Jackson's, Ruby's, the Brooks, Anna Grady's, and Moreno's, everyone who cares about you. You carry their love forever. Their love will give you the strength you need to get through anything, okay? Shiloh cleared her throat. Okay. Lena gazed intently into Shiloh's eyes. She needed to make sure the girl heard her and comprehended her words. Words seemed utterly useless in the face of imminent death, but words were all she had. I can't promise I'll live forever, but I can promise I'll fight for you to my last breath. I promise I'll never give up on us, not for 1 second, no matter what happens. Me too, Shiloh whispered. She swiped fiercely at the tears sparkling in her eyelashes and pretended to cough. Must be allergies or something. Must be. Lena squeezed Shiloh's shoulder again. Come on. You need some rest. Let's go find our people. Chapter 49. Eli Pope. Day 163. The raids are failing, Jackson said. I know. Eli stared across the field, where several dozen pairs of fighters squared off, practicing hand-to-hand combat as Eli had taught them. Grunts and groans echoed in the cold morning air.
It was just after 8 a.m. Heavy cloud cover, mingled with the familiar smoky haze, obscured the sun. The air was thick. It felt like inhaling dust or ash.
"We lost 2 more fighters last night,"
Jackson said. Eli suppressed a wince. Guilt pricked him. For more than 3 weeks, he'd directed regular raids outside of the wire to attack the cartel's depots of food, water, and ammunition. Small teams would sneak through the defensive perimeter in the middle of the night and hit any supply truck they could find. Then they'd run for their lives. Each time had been more fraught than the last.
"I have more bad news,"
Jackson said.
"Spit it out, man."
The wildfire. Dana Lutz says it shifted direction. Some kind of storm on Lake Michigan, pushing the hot air north. It's heading toward us again. Eli cursed.
"How far?"
"I don't know, but close."
"We'll deal with it later. Right now, we've got to—"
"I have a report, sir," said a breathless voice behind them.
"You're back early,"
Jackson said. Drew Stewart hurried up to them. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead as if he'd been running for miles. Though young, Drew had turned out to be an excellent scout. He had a good eye for detail, could remain still and quiet for hours, and had learned to sneak close to the enemy without being detected. 3 days ago, the Northwoods scouts had started picking up massive activity at the cartel's staging areas. For several days, they had watched the cartel amass troops and supplies, even more than those camped along the town's perimeter. Drew paused to catch his breath. Jackson handed him a bottle of freshly sanitized water. He gulped it down before giving his report. "They've been building something for days. I couldn't get close enough to make out what it was, but then, yesterday afternoon, they drove a cargo truck into a meadow near the castle. 10 seconds after it stopped, it exploded. The explosion was massive, so big it made a mushroom cloud." Drew swallowed. "It made a huge crater in the ground, maybe 50 feet wide." Jackson went pale. "Did you see any boxes or crates of materials near where they were building this object?" Eli asked. "Yeah. There were a bunch of labeled crates. The ones in English had a warning label, an orange triangle that said, 'Warning, explosives.' Some of the other boxes were labeled Semtex. There were other boxes, too. They had Arabic writing on them. I took pictures." Eli studied the pictures on Drew's phone. They were distant, a bit fuzzy, but he could zoom in enough to make out the foreign lettering. "That's not Arabic. It's Farsi. This is PETN, a military-grade nitrate ester explosive made in Iran. Terrorist groups like to mix the two to make car bombs, among other things." Drew's eyes widened in terror. "They're going to use a car bomb against us?" "Looks like it." "Excellent work, Scout." Jackson patted him on the back. "Get yourself some acorns drizzled with maple syrup and dandelion salad. You deserve a bit of rest." Once Drew had departed, Eli looked at Jackson. "We can't wait any longer." Jackson nodded reluctantly. "We've held our position for 3 weeks. If the cartel attacks first, we lose any element of surprise. To have any chance before we're too weakened, we have to go on the offensive." "I know." The true purpose of the raids on supply depots wasn't about the food. They had no way to transport the supplies back to Munising, and little hope of success anyway. The purpose was to whittle down Gault's men little by little, as well as to make a long-term siege untenable to the cartel and force Gault's hand. In that, they had succeeded. Today was payday for work well done. The cartel was gearing up for a major assault. Gault had taken the bait. "When?" Jackson asked. Eli said, "Tomorrow morning. We attack first." Chapter 50. Lena Easton, Day 163. Lena peered up at Eli in the darkness. He was tense, his expression strained. He thrust a handmade granola bar into her hand. "Eat this." "I've already had my daily allotment. This is yours."
Eli grunted in frustration. "Do you ever just listen, woman? How about obeying an order without asking a million questions first?"
She stiffened. "No, I do not ever just listen. If that's what you're interested in, there's a couple hundred soldier wannabes for you to order around to your heart's content." Eli snorted. She raised her eyebrows. "Exactly." Insistent, he held out the bar wrapped in aluminum foil. The foil glinted in the moonlight. "You need to eat." Her stomach growled traitorously. With reluctance, she accepted the granola bar and consumed half of it in a matter of seconds. Her mouth watered at the delicious taste. Her belly was still an empty knot. Before Eli could protest, she fed the other half to Bear. The dog licked her fingers eagerly, tail wagging, his hot, doggy breath warming her hands. She checked her pump, tugged up her sweater and jacket, and bolused for the carbs. Eli frowned. "Lena." "He needs to eat, too. I will not let him starve. I refuse." With a sigh, Eli tugged a strip of venison jerky from his rucksack and handed it to the dog as well. "Fine." The Northwoods Inn had finally fallen silent. It was well after 11 p.m. Most people were in bed after nightfall, except for the patrols and sentries. Shiloh was sleeping. In the morning, she'd go to the hospital with Lena to care for the injured during the battle. Eli had been absent for what felt like days. He'd been busy preparing, planning, and training. Everything led up to the next few hours. Whether they won or lost, lived or died, their fate would be decided, and soon. "It happens tonight, then," she said softly. "At 3 a.m., he said. Everyone had been briefed. Everyone had a role to play. Even the teenagers and the elderly could carry food and water to fighting positions, relay critical messages, or help Lena tend to the wounded at the hospital. They couldn't wait any longer. Another few days without food, and people wouldn't have the energy to fight. Already, folks were growing listless, some too weak or depressed to perform their chores and security duties. An image of Michelle Carpenter's rigid corpse seared her mind. The opening salvo had yet to be fired, and they'd already lost people to the mental battle. Despair was a contagious disease, and it was spreading. It would destroy them if they didn't fight now. This needed to end, one way or another. "What are our chances?" she asked. "Honestly, not good." She studied him in the darkness. His movements were sharp and efficient. He no longer limped. Physically, he had mostly recovered from his death match with Sykes, but the most painful battle scars were sometimes invisible. "Are you ready?" she asked. "As ready as we'll ever be." Lena knew he would protect the town or die trying. Those were the only possible outcomes. "Come with me," he said. "I want to show you something." Eli took her hand and led her along the path skirting the bluff. Bear trotted along behind them, sniffing at every fallen leaf and patch of overgrown grass. They passed a couple of checkpoints and roving security patrols. Everyone was tense and on high alert. Ahead of them, the wind turbines along the bluff loomed like pale, ghostly giants in the ambient starlight. Their massive blades turned silently in the breeze sweeping in from Lake Superior. They stood on the edge of the bluff. Bear flopped down beside them and chuffed as he rested his snout on his paws. The vast lake stretched invisibly into the darkness. Far below them, the gray roiling waves beat against the sandy shoreline. Stars glinted like specks of ice against the rich black velvet of the sky. Her chest contracted. She sensed everything. The dirt beneath her feet, the grass scratching at her shins, the breeze ruffling her hair, the crash of the waves. the endless sky, the infinite stars, the vastness of the Great Lake. It was spectacular. It took her breath away. Nature, in all her regal splendor, would outlast them. Earth would continue its ceaseless spinning on its axis. Galaxies of countless planets and stars would continue their orbits, steady and orderly, as if designed, like some great unseen hand had set them into motion. Even now, at the end of all things, the world was still beautiful. A sense of wonder filled her. Never had she felt so close to the supernatural, as if she could reach out and touch the heavens, the stars themselves, as if something was up there in all that infinite space, looking down and keeping watch over everyone, the good and the wicked. "Do you ever feel like there has to be more than this?" she asked. "More than what?" "That there's something out there, invisible, but real. Maybe it's God, or maybe it's something else, something we can't see or touch, but it's still real." Eli grunted. "I believe in what I see." "You can't see the wind, but it's real. You can see the effects of the wind in the trees, in the waves. You can feel it on your skin. You can't see love. You can't see hope or faith or truth, but those things exist. They're real, and they mean everything." Lena was a woman of science, logic and evidence, medicine and facts. She was learning. She was also a woman of faith. She believed in the inexplicable. This moment of grace amidst the storm, it was inexplicable. "I want to believe in something larger than myself, that there's a reason for all of this, for existence itself, for our suffering. I want my life to mean something." Eli took a step closer. "I believe in you." She blushed. "That's not what I meant." "All the same, it's true. I believe in my love for you and Shiloh." He reached out his hand and gently placed it on her chest, over her heart. "You saved me." It felt as if her chest was expanding like a balloon, like her heart and soul could encompass everything, each moment in time from now until eternity. "I don't know if we'll live through tomorrow," Eli said gravely. "All we have promised to us is this, right here, right now. I have everything I've ever wanted. I have Shiloh. I have you." Tears sprang into her eyes. She pressed herself against him. He enveloped her in his powerful arms. The woodsy, musky scent of him was strong in her nostrils. Eli bent his head, tilting her chin up with his finger, and kissed her. At first his kisses were tender, and then harder, fiercer. She kissed him back, her heart a sparkler burning bright inside her chest. They might have been the only two people in the entire broken world. Lena and Eli stood together, their fingers entwined as they held each other, balanced on the edge of the cliff, the cold, bright stars sweeping across the heavens above their heads, the moon-gilded waters of the Great Lake below. "If tomorrow is the end of us, it will have been enough," he said huskily into her hair. "You have always been enough. For too long, I was too young and stupid to recognize it. There has never been anything or anyone else. It's you. It's always been you." She stretched onto her tiptoes and kissed Eli through her tears. She kissed him like it was the first and last time, the beginning and the end, as if they could kiss every trouble and problem and threat away, erase and rebuild universes and galaxies, and start the world anew. Maybe this time they could. He spoke against her lips. "I love you, Lena Easton." He pulled away, gripped her upper arms, and gazed at her with an intensity that set her heart ablaze. Moonlight glinted in his dark eyes. "We will come home. I am coming home."
"Come back to me," she whispered.
Eli held her close. "Always." Chapter 51. Eli Pope. Day 164.
"Let's go, people!" Jim Hart yelled. "Wake the hell up!"
Clusters of civilians exited their cabins and shuffled out onto the frost-tipped grass. Frigid air greeted them. Their teeth chattered as they gathered gear and weapons. Flashlights and lanterns gleamed, casting wavering shadows across the ground.
"What time is it?"
Jason Anders yawned and stretched, his hair standing on end and his eyes heavy-lidded. He looked young, like the teenager he'd been only a few months ago.
2 a.m., numbnuts, Nick drawled. "Wake up, kid. Or do you need to run back to Mommy for a goodbye kiss?"
Jason flinched. He stared wide-eyed at Nyx, who marched past him like the goddess of war, head freshly shaved on one side, weapons bristling from her hips and thighs. Her favored bandolier of ammo was draped like a sash across her chest.
No ma'am,"
Jason stammered. He couldn't peel his gaze from Nyx, mouth agape. His puppy dog crush was as obvious as his beet-red face.
"I'm good, ma'am."
That's what I thought. Nyx winked at Antoine, who rolled his eyes. They jogged over to Eli, who was reading a couple of last-minute reports from the scouts. Groups of ordinary men and women moved into position, their faces hollow, eyes sunken from lack of sleep as they tried to rouse themselves. Many appeared gaunt, an army of scarecrows armed with rifles and pistols, sporting a mishmash of army uniforms, hunting gear, and civilian attire.
"Get with your group and gather your extra equipment," Antoine ordered.
The fighters formed into fire teams. Nash and Moreno passed out more weapons and ammunitions and gave the civilians their assigned posts. Most would defend fighting holes along the route of the advancing army. Sounds of preparation for battle broke the early morning stillness. The clatter of horses being saddled, the clip-clop of hooves, the low rumble of ATVs, and the electric hum of golf carts, and the thud of footsteps and muttered greetings. The smells of sour sweat, unwashed bodies, and gun oil tinged the smoky air. Eli instructed Hart to distribute the MREs they'd set aside for this moment. Whoops and shouts of excitement erupted as deputies passed out MREs from several large crates. "What's this?" Fiona asked blearily, staring at the brown package of Chili Mac MRE in her hands, as if she'd never seen something so amazing. "Breakfast," Hart said with a smile. "Eat up."
"You've had these all along, and didn't give them to us, you jerkwad?"
Antoine muttered around a massive mouthful of chicken mush, strangely tinged green.
"I'm so hungry, I don't even hate you for giving me chicken a la king, the literal worst MRE meal on the planet."
"We need the energy to fight today," Eli said. "The fat, protein, and calories will give everyone the best chance to survive the battle." People tore open the meals-ready-to-eat packaging right there, not bothering to sit, consuming every morsel in a frenzy. It was like Christmas morning. An army, 4 times their size, was determined to slaughter them. But for a few minutes, their focus had narrowed to the delicious calories filling their empty bellies. Sawyer sauntered up to Eli and Jackson, a cheese tortellini MRE packet in one hand, his pistol held low in his right hand. He tapped the muzzle lightly against his thigh with each step. His sharp gaze flicked over Antoine and Nyx as if they didn't exist, then snagged on Eli. Eli stared back, eyes narrowing. Fresh anger slashed through him. The sight of Sawyer made him want to strangle someone, but he reined in his hatred and kept his eyes on the prize. This war was far more important than his vitriol for one man. The 2 mortal enemies faced each other. For a tense moment, No one spoke. All eyes on the men standing 5 feet apart, hands twitching on their weapons. Jackson looked from one to the other with a pained expression. "We're not going to have a problem today, are we?" Eli's face remained inscrutable. "No problem here." Sawyer was the first to relax. His handsome features stretched into a smile, all ease and charisma. It was disconcerting how he could transform into anything he wanted at the drop of a hat. "Well, well, if it isn't the savior of Munising." Eli kept his voice even. "That remains to be seen." "I guess we'll see if you live up to the hype, huh, Pope?" "Guess so." "Ready to do this?" Jackson asked. Sawyer laughed as he finished his meal and tossed the packaging onto the ground. "I'd rather be sailing across Lake Superior, but sure. Why not? It's a lovely morning to blow things up and kill a bunch of mouth breathers." Eli forced a grim smile. "Now you're talking." Chapter 52. Eli Pope, Day 164. Eli stood next to Sawyer in a fighting hole overlooking M28 along the southern defensive perimeter. Hart, Nash, Moreno, and Pierce were with them. Several fire teams were huddled in dugouts along the road just outside of town. Sawyer had gone surly and quiet. He loathed answering to Eli for anything. Eli didn't like it either, but he needed eyes on Sawyer, or he was liable to end up with a knife to the back. "We good, Sawyer?" Eli asked. "I have a vested interest in staying alive, Pope. I'm not stupid. You and I have a better chance of surviving the night if we work together." His lip curled in amusement. "I'm not going to turn on you. Today, anyway." For once, Eli believed him. At this moment, they were brothers in arms, fighting to stay alive. That was it, but it was enough. "The convoy is coming down the road toward your position, Alpha 1, one of the forward scouts said over the radio. "Approximately a mile distant. All teams, maintain situational awareness from your fighting hole and engage anyone approaching your position," Eli instructed. "Until then, do not fire until my command." The night was pitch black, everything eerily green through the night vision binoculars. The Cartel's camp was positioned just out of sight, past the Good Shepherd Church on the right. "I hear them coming," Antoine said. "Party's about to get started." The low rumble of engines echoed in the crisp air. Dozens of vehicles appeared in the distance behind Gault's dug-in army. Eli recognized a few Bradley fighting tanks, Buffalo MRAPs, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, and M113 armored personnel carriers. Eli had to hand it to Gault. It was an intimidating sight. "Wait for it," Eli said to his men. "No one fire. They're about to hit the first trap." Like any trained infantry, the Cartel attempted to spread out their vehicles and men, their cargo trucks remaining on the road, while the armored vehicles and tanks spread out across the fields, infantry support moving with them. This made the machines hard to kill from the air, as well as from the ground, with anti-tank weapons. But Eli had another plan, version 2.0 of the Ghost Town ambush. This time, he'd made accommodations for the Cartel's jammers. He watched the Cartel's forward vehicles breach an invisible line, triggering the first buried mine. A cacophony of explosions split the air. One by one, the mines buried along the road blew up. The air shuddered with the force of the explosions lighting up the night. 3 armored trucks burst into flames. Twisted metal, chunks of dirt and rocks flew through the air. Men shrieked in agony. Figures stumbled from the damaged vehicles, writhing as they fell, encased in flames. For an instant, the Cartel hordes froze. Then, bedlam broke out. Hundreds of enemy soldiers desperately attempted to backtrack in their exact footsteps while spraying fire into the night to cover their retreat.
"Engage!" Eli commanded. "All teams, engage, now!"
Teams of sharpshooters to Eli's left and right began firing. They dropped Gault's shock troops, who were slowed by the minefield like sitting ducks. Terrified to dive for cover and accidentally set off a mine, the fleeing hostiles made easy targets. Eli signaled to Nash. Nash shot a flare high in the air with a grenade launcher. The flare was attached to a parachute so that it floated above them and illuminated the carnage and chaos of men frantic to disengage from the traps they'd set. However, their adversaries got smart quickly. They dropped smoke grenades to cover the withdrawal back to the road. It was too late to matter. Body parts littered the field on both sides of the road. 4 cargo trucks were stuck in mud holes Eli had created for that purpose. Most of the Cartel infantry spread out in the field across M28 were dying or dead.
"They're backing off!" Hart shouted. "What's happening?"
Antoine asked through their comms. Eli frowned. "The surviving vehicles and men are staying just out of range, for now. Hold your fire." The Cartel fighters seemed to idle for a few minutes, as if they were adjusting tactics or conferring with their command and control. After about 15 minutes, the column started to move again, this time straight down the road to avoid the potential mines buried along either side of the highway.
"Here they come again!"
Nash yelled. Eli and Sawyer watched, tense and still, predators lying in wait, keeping low to avoid enemy fire. Enemy fire tore over their heads, impacting the ground, the trees, and the abandoned buildings near the road. A Bradley fighting vehicle led the convoy, which rolled forward, drawing closer and closer until they were nearly parallel with the hidden fighting positions.
"Now!"
Eli shouted into his headset. Several bright streaks flared through the darkness. Rockets streamed out of tubes the menacing fighters held over their shoulders. Milliseconds later, violent explosions shook the ground. The armored vehicles failed. Shrapnel riddled the insides of fuel tanks and crew compartments. Vehicles were ripped apart, men cooked alive within their metal cages. The flares were no longer needed to see the battlefield. Vehicles burned bright, flames shooting high in the sky as ammunition cooked off. Men and women fled from several wrecked vehicles, their clothes on fire. The stench of diesel fuel, burning flesh, and munitions choked the air. Eli watched the carnage unfold. The horrific scene was being repeated along each of the roads leading into town. So far, Gault was losing men and equipment at an incredible rate. A spark of satisfaction flared through him. He felt a twinge of optimism for the first time in weeks. If the Cartel thought they'd reached checkmate, they were sorely mistaken. It wouldn't last. Gault would regroup and retaliate. They needed to be elsewhere by then.
"Incoming!"
Sawyer shouted. Through the smoke and darkness, furtive shapes appeared between 2 burning cargo trucks, moving low and fast across the open ground. 4 hostiles ran straight for their foxhole. Nash and Hart laid down a steady stream of fire. The hostiles kept coming. Adrenaline spiked Eli's veins. He dropped the binoculars and went for his weapon. The lead hostile sprinted toward them from across the road, a small object clutched in one hand.
"Grenade!"
Moreno adjusted his aim and fired his HK-416 at the hostile's chest. The man stuttered and fell. The grenade exploded 20 yards from their position. The ground trembled beneath Eli's feet. He turned his head and opened his mouth to dispel the pressure. Undaunted, 3 more hostiles sprinted toward them. Sawyer fired a short burst and nailed one hostile in the face as his gun went off, the rounds flying harmlessly over their heads. Eli fired several shots, taking out the second hostile, but the third made it. He dove headfirst into the hole, rifle forward. The attacker lunged at Eli with a soul-shredding war whoop. He slammed into Eli's chest. Eli managed to grasp the barrel of the rifle before the hostile could fire. Both men toppled backward. As he fell, Eli managed to jerk the weapon from the attacker's hands. He landed on his back with a hard thud. The hostile tumbled on top of him. The air was knocked from his lungs. The man's face leered inches from his own. A flattened nose, dead black eyes. They grappled, grunting and sweaty, each frantically grasping for a weapon, for anything to end this fight. The attacker's weight was crushing. He was strong, powerful, and incredibly heavy. Eli couldn't free himself enough to bring his weapon to bear. He still couldn't breathe. Eli glimpsed a shimmer of steel. The hostile had managed to wrest his knife free. Eli gripped the wrist of the hand with the knife and held on tight. The attacker struggled to rip his hand free, only inches from driving the knife through Eli's throat. He growled, viciously shoving the blade against his Adam's apple. The blade nicked Eli's skin. It pressed deeper. Blood leaked down his throat. The attacker was heavy, too heavy. Eli's muscles strained, his lungs burned, fear torqued through him. Another inch deeper, and he was dead. Abruptly, the hostile screamed. He ceased moving. The knife clattered harmlessly to the ground. His full weight collapsed across Eli's chest. Grunting from the effort, Eli shoved the 250-pound corpse to the side. His chest seized. Finally, he could breathe again. Sawyer leaned over the dead soldier and extracted his knife from the man's kidney. The blade dripped with fresh blood. He grinned like the cat that ate the canary. "Thought you could use a little help there." Eli clambered to his feet, dirty and bloodied, but unharmed. He didn't want to admit that he owed Sawyer his life. The words cut like shards of glass on his tongue. "Thanks, Sawyer." For a brief moment, the two men locked eyes, sharing their mutual terror, the frenzied rush of combat. People didn't fight for obscure ideals or policies. They fought for each other. When you were in the foxhole of war, the only thing that mattered was staying alive. A groan came from behind Eli. He whipped around, weapon rising. Moreno leaned against the sandbagged wall, gun on the ground beside him. His hands were pressed to his upper left thigh. Bright red blood spurted between his fingers. Moreno gazed up at him with a wide, stunned expression. His eyes were glassy with shock. "I don't know what happened. 1 second I was taking out that asshat with the grenade. The next second my leg stopped working. I can't feel it. Don't know if that's a good or bad thing." "Cover us," Eli snapped at Sawyer as he dropped to Moreno's side. He reached for his IFAC med kit and withdrew a tourniquet. Rounds flew all around them. He kept his head down as he worked to halt the spurting blood. The bullet had struck the femoral artery. Moreno's breaths came in shallow, panting gasps. "I don't want to die." "You aren't going to die. Not on my watch. You hear me? Not on my watch." Dully, Moreno nodded. "Gonna hold you to that." Within a minute, Eli had gotten the tourniquet tight on his upper thigh. He ordered 2 of their runners to transport Moreno to the hospital, along with another fighter, young Drew Stewart, who had suffered a gut shot to the pelvis below his armored vest. He was unlikely to make it. "Moreno's a dead man walking too," Sawyer said once they had evacuated. "You know that, right? Without proper medical care, he'll bleed out on the operating table." "You don't know him, or Lena. Lena won't give up on him. He'll make it." Sawyer shrugged. "Sure, man. Whatever you say." Eli pushed his concern for Moreno out of his head, along with thoughts of Lena and Shiloh, safe for now at the hospital. They would stay safe. Eli would make sure of it.
Enemy reinforcements headed your way, Alpha Team, one of the scouts shouted into their comms. All Alpha units, you have an inbound Huey headed your way. Through the swirling smoke, a horde of vehicles approached behind the first wave. Dozens of cargo trucks and F-150s mounted with big guns. The Cartel infantry had been slowed by the buried mines, shocked by the sudden carnage, but they'd already recovered and renewed the attack. Eli picked up the handheld radio. All Alpha units, disengage and fall back to the next location. What's the play? Pierce asked. Gault has mortars and drones, Eli said. He'll move them into position at any moment, so we'd better move now. Staying too long will be fatal. Our secondary ambush spot is 2 miles down the road. A terrible sound rumbled over the cacophony of the battle. The blood drained from Eli's face. The steady whomp, whomp, whomp grew increasingly louder as a dark shape appeared above the tree line, drawing nearer with every second. The Cartel's air support had arrived. The Huey dipped low above the canopy and flew straight and fast overhead. A constant blitz of fire streamed from the open side of the chopper. The crack and blast of rifle fire was overwhelmed by the deafening roar of the M60 as it lit up the night. The thunderous bursts vibrated inside their skulls. The doors of the choppers were open. They were loaded with shock troops. The gunner opened up on the retreating teams as they scattered into the tree line. Streaks of light shot across the sky. Tracer rounds tore up the ground, not 50 yards to the east of their position. 4 of Sawyer's fighters were caught exposed, crouched in a ditch across the road. They jittered and dropped. Screams shattered the air. "I'm hit!" one of the men cried. Instead of looping around for another pass at them, the Huey blew by without stopping. The second chopper appeared over the trees in fast pursuit of the first. The birds soared above them, headed into the heart of Munising. They flew low, with their beacon and anti-collision lights off, before disappearing into the night. Eli could still make out the distinct whine and heavy whir of the blades. Nausea churned in his stomach. He feared the worst. They might be winning the current battle, but they were about to lose the whole war in one fell swoop. "Alpha leader to all units," he shouted. "There are 2 inbound Hueys loaded with troops heading into town. Do your best to take them down." "Grab your gear and exfil," Nash said. Sawyer ordered his men to comply. "We've got to get down the trail before we're flanked or overrun. There's too many of them to fight." "What about your injured men?" Nash asked. "At least one is still alive. I can hear him moaning." "Leave them," Pierce said. "They can't fight. They're no good to us." A ranger would never leave a brother-in-arms behind like this. But Pierce was human trash they needed temporarily, not a ranger. Eli vowed to end him as soon as he dared. Eli signaled to Sawyer and Nash, who hurled several smoke grenades into the road to obscure their retreat. Rounds zinged overhead, impacting tree trunks to their left as they retreated into the cover beneath the tree canopy. They moved hastily down the trail along the Anna River. A quarter-mile from their fighting position, several horses, bikes, and ATVs had been hidden in the woods off M28, along with a hidden cache of Sawyer's most prized weapons. Eli seated himself on his ATV and gestured to Nix, who'd just arrived, breathless and flushed from exertion. A smear of blood streaked her right cheek. "Bring the stinger. I'm betting we'll need it." "You got it." As he slung his pack across his back and shoved the key fob into the ignition, he thought about a phrase an old friend had said once. The former Navy SEAL had called it taking souls, when you beat the enemy so quickly and thoroughly that you stole all hope, crushing their will to continue fighting. Surviving the night would require a lot of taking of souls. Chapter 53. Eli Pope, Day 164.
Eli and his team exited the tree line to the north of the defensive perimeter and sprinted into downtown Munising. Nothing looked familiar in the green glow of his NVGs. The town of his childhood transformed into a hostile alien landscape. "Alpha 1, this is Charlie 3, came a high, frantic voice. Eli recognized Jason Anders, who was stationed at the Northwoods Inn, along with Fiona Smith and several of the local police officers, including Baker and Flores. Underwood had also volunteered to defend the inn, rather than lead a team into battle. Not surprising. "Go, Charlie 3, Eli said, as he swung a hard right onto Munising Avenue, racing through the empty streets of downtown. He streaked past hunched buildings, cafes and gas stations and tourist shops, and headed northeast toward the inn. 2 helicopters hovered 200 yards north of our position, just outside the fence. A whole bunch of bad guys just came zipping down on ropes, and they're headed for the south gate to breach the inn. I'm with Charlie 2. What the hell do we do?" Eli imagined enemy soldiers fast-roping from the choppers like spiders dropping from silken strands. "Slow down. Breathe. And tell me how many hostiles. What are you seeing?" "Maybe 20 or so soldiers. They're dressed in black and have plate carriers and chest rigs, and some have night vision. An RPG just went off and hit the gate. Hurry!" Gunfire sounded through the radio as civilians traded fire with the mercenaries rushing through the breached fence. The first strike had been meant to soften them up. The ground assault would do the real dirty work. Eli and his team were still 8 minutes out. They'd never make it in time. "Put some flares in the air, Charlie 3, he instructed. "Take away the advantage they have with night vision. Then start picking them off, one by one, like we trained." "Okay. Roger that." Jason sounded terrified. Of course, he was. He was a 19-year-old kid, desperately holding the line against his worst nightmare. Eli contacted Jackson, who was stationed further out from the inn, defending H-58. "Echo 1, send some fighters to the Northwoods South Gate, but not so many that you're blind in other areas." "This is Echo 1, Jackson said. "I've already sent 5 men on ahead. I can't spare more and defend the town's east perimeter. We're battling a contingent of at least 100 enemy fighters." Eli cursed. "Stay where you are, then. If the east perimeter falls, Northwoods will fall in a matter of minutes. They're attacking the inn to get us to pull our forces from the fighting holes along the road. Stay the course." With Jackson's fire teams otherwise engaged, it was up to Eli and his small team to save the Northwoods people from being slaughtered. Terror tasted like copper pennies on his tongue. Using their comms, Eli instructed Antoine and Nix to break off with him and ordered Sawyer and Nash to continue to the next defensive position. Eli hated leaving Sawyer out of his sight for even a moment, but saving civilians was his most pressing concern. They needed to keep the Northwoods from being overrun. "Please, hurry!" Jason's panicky voice could barely be heard over the automatic weapons fire. "They've set fire to 3 cabins, and they're killing anyone they find on sight. Fiona sent everyone not fighting to hide in the wine cellar in the basement of the inn. Others are hiding anywhere they can. Several tried to surrender and were shot with their hands up. They're butchering everyone." Eli went rigid. On one hand, he thanked God that Lena and Shiloh were safe at the hospital, though the people at the Northwoods Inn were his family too. People he'd sworn to protect were dying. "Hang tough," he said. "Help is coming." Finally, through the smoke-dense darkness, he glimpsed the concertina wire fence of the Northwoods Inn. The south gate had been blown open. Several bodies lay scattered around the abandoned highway barriers. Eli's team stashed their transportation and made for the gate. 2 cartel thugs had been left to guard it. Antoine and Nix made short work of them before they could alert their friends. Once they'd disposed of the guards, Nix relieved the corpses of their weapons and extra magazines. She carried the large FIM-92 Stinger missile launcher across her shoulders. It was the only one they had. They needed to make it count. They stacked up beside the broken gate. Steady bursts of gunfire blasted a few 100 yards away. Eli did a tactical reload as he scanned the area directly ahead, then moved deeper onto the property. Using bounding overwatch, they leapfrogged from building to building, from tree to tree, headed toward the muzzle flashes of the firefight on the east end. Bullet holes pocked the cabins. Pungent smoke stung his nostrils. Bodies lay everywhere. Fighters and civilians, women and old men, even children. Outrage blazed through him like a forest fire. He would slit every cartel member's throat for this. They would pay, and pay dearly. "Let's start killing these asshats," Antoine said. "Amen," Nix said. Eli spoke into his comms. "Charlie, this is Alpha 1, sit rep." Fiona answered. "We're 70 yards from the east gate, near the goat pens, about to be flanked." "We're moving to you from the southern cabins, so check your fire." "Yeah, okay," Fiona said, panting as if she were running. "Hurry, please." The team moved cautiously from cabin 6A to 7A before halting. Eli bladed his body and signaled to Antoine, who was stacked up beside him. Urgency crackled through him, but a rushed mistake would get them all killed. Nix signaled silently and gestured to her right. Eli spotted a figure crouched half inside one of the cabins. One of their own, not a cartel fighter. On closer inspection, the figure lay collapsed in the doorway, the door wide open. Eli crept closer and glanced down at the body. He recognized Bradley Underwood. He did not appear to be breathing. His face was slack, eyes glazed, and fixed on nothing. Nix crouched and flipped his body over. A half-dozen holes riddled his back. Underwood had been assigned the front gate, and had fled his post to hide in one of the cabins when the cartel began its assault on the inn. Underwood was a coward. Cowards always found a way to save their own skin. Except this time. Eli shook his head in grim vindication. He didn't feel remorse or sadness. Not for this man. As far as he was concerned, Underwood had gotten what he had coming to him. Antoine touched Eli's arm and motioned for him to keep moving. Leaving the corpse behind, Eli eased past the cabin's front wall and bladed his body, peering around the corner. 30 yards to their 9 o'clock, 5 hostiles dressed in black with full battle gear clustered behind cabin 8. 4 of the men were armed with AKs, and 1 grasped a drone controller. They didn't notice Eli's team sneaking up on them from behind. Antoine moved up along the wall in absolute silence. An instant later, he let loose with the Heckler & Koch M320 grenade launcher. The grenade struck the ground less than 3 feet from the hostiles. Before they could react, it exploded. White-hot shards of twisted metal hurled into flesh and bone. Screams and shrieks erupted. Eli took a knee and opened fire at the men falling and writhing in agony. 2 seconds later, they were dead. Bullets sprayed at them from several directions. An RPG ripped across the space between cabins. It blasted into the cabin behind them. Eli and his team ducked, throwing themselves around the corner to avoid the blast force. 2 Hueys inbound, one of the scouts alerted them over the radio. "We've fired our last remaining RPGs at them and missed." Eli had expected as much. Still, his lungs constricted. He turned to his team. "Focus on what we need to do right now. We worry about the choppers when they come." Antoine nodded. "Roger that, brother." "They've stopped chasing us. They're moving away," Jason yelled into the radio. "I think we're safe." "Okay, stay where you are and wait." "Oh no," Fiona cried. "There's a team coming around the corner. There are too many of them." The transmission ended in a scream of pain or terror, or more likely, both. "Charlie 3, Eli called. "Come in. Charlie 2, do you read me?" No answer. "Jason, Fiona." Silence from the radios.
We're almost to you. Hold tight.
Eli gestured at Antoine to keep moving. They had to get out of here before the Hueys arrived. Antoine covered them as they sprinted east, driving back their pursuers with bursts of gunfire. Their boots squelched in the mud along the creek bank. They hugged the creek until they came out behind the animal pens. Skirting the chicken coops, Eli's team reached the watering station, a collection of 1,000-gallon reservoirs built on wooden platforms. Ahead of them, several darkened figures lay sprawled on the ground behind the water storage tanks. They approached with caution, dread coiled in Eli's stomach. He crouched down behind the water storage tanks, Nix and Antoine at his side. Dressed in black, with grease blackening their faces, they were nearly invisible in the deep shadows. Nix kept watch as Eli and Antoine knelt beside the bodies. Eli felt for a pulse against Jason Anders' neck. 3 holes ripped across his chest carrier. 1 round had pierced his throat. His skin was still warm, his eyes open, and staring at the empty sky. There was nothing. No pulse, no breath, no sign of life. A few feet away, Antoine checked Fiona. Judging by the trail of black blood staining the grass, she'd been hit in the thigh, then crawled beneath the reservoir, while Jason had attempted to shield her with his body. In the end, he'd fought bravely to keep them both alive. With his free hand, Antoine gently closed Fiona's eyes and shook his head. She hadn't made it either. He cursed softly. Eli swallowed the lump in his throat. The guilt was crushing. Fiona and Jason were just kids. Brave, stupid kids who'd lost their lives defending their home. Less than a minute ago, Eli had spoken with them. Now they were dead, gone forever. The unrelenting barrage of weapons fire ceased. An occasional shot rang out in the abrupt silence. Eli's ears rang distant and tinny, his skull like a rung bell. "I hear the choppers," Nix whispered. Crouched beside Fiona's still form, Antoine glanced skyward. They listened to the familiar roar of an approaching monster. Sans running lights, the mechanical predator was visible only through their NVGs. It was merely a black silhouette against the black sky, obscuring the stars as it drew closer. The second chopper followed the first. Instead of opening fire, strafing the buildings, or mowing down scattering civilians, the nearest Huey hovered in midair and slowly lowered toward the ground. The grass was blasted sideways by the beating wind. "What are they doing?" Nix asked. Eli gestured across the field, where a dozen furtive shapes clotted the shadows along the left side of the inn. He couldn't get off a good shot at this angle. There were too many of them to take on straight up. He wanted nothing more than to murder them all. "They're picking up their men. Their mission was likely to pull fighters away from the defenses along the roads coming into town, which they've done. They're gathering their assassins before they're hunted down and killed by an overwhelming conventional force. That would be us." Antoine grunted in disappointment.
Damn it. I was looking forward to more target practice.
"We're not done yet." Eli glanced at the bodies at his feet. A dark rage seared through him. He burned with fury. "You still got that stinger, Nix?" "You know I do." "Let's make good use of it. Wait until the Huey lands. I want every asshat that butchered our friends and family on that chopper before we blow it." Nix frowned. "Will that work? Can you use a surface-to-air missile on a ground target?" "Stingers use infrared sensors to target aircraft. The sensors search for a heat signature produced by the target's engine. As long as it doesn't confuse ground clutter with the running engine, we're good." While Antoine and Eli scanned their surroundings, Nix unslung the long, heavy object, unzipped the case, and went to work attaching the launcher to the missile of the MANPAD, or Man-Portable Air Defense System, then rested the tube against her shoulder. Releasing the safety, she acquired the target through the sights and activated the infrared seeker on the missile. The acquisition tone sounded. "Target acquired." "Wait for it," Eli said, tensing. The chopper dropped to the ground behind the inn, in the center of the large meadow. Its rotors churned, stirring up grass and dirt.
Permission to fire, Nix said.
Not yet, he said in a low voice. Hold.
13 men broke from the corner of the inn and dashed across the open field toward the Hueys' open door. These were the men who had killed Jason and Fiona. Eli knew it in his bones. The first hostiles reached the chopper and climbed inside. Nix clenched her jaw. The missile was aimed and locked on its target. They waited, not breathing, until the last hostile hopped into the Huey. "Send it," Eli said. Nix fired. With a tremendous shriek, a streak of white light vaulted from the tube. Smoke blasted from the canister. The 7-pound warhead shot across the field. It struck the chopper's engine near its exhaust. The result was instantaneous. The massive explosion tore through the night. The air itself seemed to throb. The terrible sound of wrenching, tearing metal scraped their eardrums. A great whoosh of flames blasted 3 stories high. Men and women were hurled from the chopper like rag dolls tossed about by a giant unseen hand. Several fighters managed to scramble to their feet, their clothes alight, burning like human torches. Others rolled frantically across the ground, howling as their skin melted from their bones. The horrific odor of burning flesh reached him. It was small consolation for the carnage these monsters had inflicted upon the innocent. Their enemies deserved to die 1,000 painful deaths. Antoine grinned. It was a ghastly smile.
That had to hurt.
Not nearly long enough, Eli said. At least Jason and Fiona had been avenged. It was all he could offer them. 1 chopper down, 1 more to go. And they were out of missiles. At the south perimeter, Jim Hart still had a few grenade launchers. Hopefully, he could do something with them.
"Is that what I think it is?"
Antoine pointed. Far to the west, a faint glimmer shone in the dense darkness of the night. An orangish light glowed on the horizon above the outline of the trees. "Damn it all to hell," Nix cursed. The wind must have changed direction again. The blaze was drawing inexorably closer, stirred into a frenzy by the wind blowing off the lake. It was creating its own swirling weather system. Fire did not discriminate between the good and the evil. It would burn them all. The seed of an idea sprang to life in the back of Eli's mind. It was wild, crazy, and incredibly reckless. If it worked, it just might be enough to save them.
"Alpha 1, we have a problem."
Jackson's voice crackled in Eli's earpiece. "I just spotted the truck bomb." Chapter 54. Jackson Cross, Day 164.
"How the hell did the truck get through the defensive perimeter?"
Antoine shouted through Jackson's headset. "It broke through the southern barrier up from M94, Devin said. Barreled right through the barricade, along with 2 other armored vehicles. We managed to disable the SUVs, but the truck slipped through."
"Where's it going?"
Eli asked on the radio.
"I need eyes on it."
"I see it from my position on the roof of the CVS on Munising Avenue," Devin said. "I've got the drone following it." Urgency shot through him. He leaned against the sandbagged wall and fired several shots across the street at the grocery store, where a team of enemy fighters had taken cover. The wind bit at his exposed cheeks and chilled the back of his neck beneath his windbreaker. Heavy clouds thickened overhead as the sky gradually lightened from black to shades of gray. Dawn was breaking upon a war zone. Several hundred yards ahead and to his left, 2 motorcycles burst through the haze of smoke. As the motorcycles drew closer to the defensive perimeter, Jackson shifted his stance, aimed as he exhaled, and fired several bursts. The bikes were forced to swerve out of his line of fire. They were 50 yards away, then 30. He fired a double tap at the torso of the nearest motorcyclist. The figure jerked, his hands flying up, as he lost control of the bike. The motorcycle slid sideways and slammed into the second rider.
Both bikes tumbled into the ditch a mere 20 yards from his fighting position. Jackson wiped cold sweat from his brow with the back of his arm, not daring to blink.
Where the hell is it going?
The bomb is barreling out of town on Highway 58, Devon said. Jackson stopped breathing.
Is it headed toward Northwood's Inn?
I'm still following it with the drone, Devon said. No, it didn't stay on the road for the turn to the inn. It turned left, now north, headed toward the visitor center?
Not the visitor center,
Eli said. A second of loaded silence passed as the terrible realization sank in.
They're going to bomb the hospital,
Jackson said in alarm. Panic swept over Jackson like a roaring wind. His mouth tasted like wet paper towels. Sour sweat glazed his skin. There were only a few guards protecting the hospital's fallback position. The hospital, the high school, and the Northwoods Inn served as the main fallback positions. They'd placed the weakest citizens in the buildings most likely to endure a sustained gunfire attack, though none were built to withstand a mortar attack or a bomb. They're taking moves right out of the Russian playbook. Nix's voice was tinny and staticky from this distance. Jackson was nearly out of radio range. The filthy pigs! She wasn't wrong. It was a tactical ploy used by the unscrupulous, the worst of humanity, to intentionally kill civilians, particularly the most vulnerable ones, to demoralize the enemy to the point of surrender. Louis Gault didn't simply want to defeat them. He wanted to destroy them, to completely obliterate them all.
We've got at least 200 wounded at the hospital, along with kids and the elderly, Jackson said. Lena and Shiloh are there,
Eli said in a strangled voice, his fear crystal clear through the static.
Order the evacuation. I'm out of range. I can't reach them.
Roger that, Devon said. I'm warning them now.
Antoine cursed. That truck is less than 5 minutes out. There's no way they can evacuate the wounded in time. They can, and they will, Eli said. Someone stop that truck.
I'm the closest. I'll do it. Jackson was already moving from his sandbagged fighting position. He kept his head down as lead zinged and pinged around him. Chunks of asphalt sprayed his shins. He barely registered the stab of pain. He raced for the nearest pickup outfitted with a saw. His lungs burned as he flat-out sprinted with all his might, legs pumping, ice water in his veins.
Hurry,
Antoine said, in the understatement of the century. Jackson stopped listening. He waved down the pickup. A skinny, pimply kid in his early 20s slammed the brakes. He was too young to fight, too young to die. He rolled down the window. I was just about to head for— Get out! Jackson wrenched the driver's door open and hauled the kid out of the truck. Does the saw have ammo? Yes, a backpack and 3 belts in the back. But I was ordered to take the saw to the south perimeter. Plans changed. Jackson shoved himself behind the wheel, not bothering to adjust the rifle, pressed awkwardly against his stomach. He drove like the devil himself was on his tail. Rocketing up Highway 58, he swerved onto 2 wheels as he bounced around abandoned vehicles. He roared past several hotels perched along the coast, the Beach Inn Motel, Comfort Inn Lakefront, Sunset Motel on the bay, all dark and silent, abandoned, home to ghosts and wraiths. He pushed the pedal to the floorboard, 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. The chassis shook and rattled beneath him. He glimpsed flashes of the lake, boarded-up buildings, and trees crowned with fiery fall colors. He slammed the gas pedal harder. He raced east as the truck bomb surged north. In a race against time, he couldn't win. The bomb had a lethal head start. His chest felt like it would explode. He couldn't breathe. He could hardly feel his numb hands gripping the steering wheel. Nightingale, come in. He called for Lena in his headset. If you can hear me, take cover. There's a bomb. Take cover. Jumbled voices exploded in his comms. He couldn't make out individual words in the chaos and panic. It was all static in his head. His ears were tinny, his mouth dry. Peeling right onto a gravel side road, he took a shortcut to Washington Street. He kept to the left until Munising Memorial Hospital came into view. Though they'd pushed cars and trucks into the roads to block their fallback positions, the terrain was flat enough here that the cartel vehicles could simply drive around them, as Jackson did now. The truck bounced across the uneven ground. Frantic, he scanned the metal carcasses of 100 vehicles. Nothing moved in the parking lot but scudding leaves. He'd managed to beat the bomb. Barely. He had seconds to act. Smashing the brakes, Jackson careened to a halt. The front wheels hopped the curb as he parked half on the sidewalk. He threw open the driver's door and leaped out onto the grassy shoulder. He slid onto his stomach below the berm and seated his rifle, safety flicked to off, finger massaging the trigger. Heart hammering against his ribs, adrenaline surging. He waited. He didn't have to wait long. Seconds later, the growl of an engine bit the air. The truck with the bomb barreled down the road, straight toward him. Chapter 55. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 164. Shiloh leaned across the operating table, pressing her full weight across Moreno's blood-drenched legs. She grasped his feet to hold him still as he screamed and writhed, recoiling from the source of his pain. Lena cursed. "Hold his leg, so we can get the bandages on and stop the bleeding." "I'm trying," Shiloh cried. Blood was everywhere. It spattered her face, drenched her hands, speckled her lips. Bright red liquid dripped off the operating table and splashed onto the tile floor. She'd never seen so much blood in her life. Moreno had been shot in the upper left thigh. His femoral artery was punctured. The artery pumped gouts of blood. Eli had gotten a tourniquet on him in the battlefield, but the tourniquet had to be removed to keep his tissue from dying. They needed to stop the bleeding before he passed out, or worse. Bear lay near the inert anesthesia machine in the corner. Head on his paws, his ears pricked. His brown eyes followed their every move. His tail thumped the floor. Occasionally he gave an anxious whine, as though he understood the gravity of the situation. Lena's radio crackled. Jackson's voice kept breaking up, static filling the room. "Danger! Everyone out! Bomb! Headed for hospital!" Dr. Vertanen's face drained of color. "Did he just say there's a bomb?" Lena spun into instant action. One hand holding a sanitized towel against Moreno's wound, she turned to Shiloh. "Can you warn everyone? We have to evacuate right now. Anyone who can walk, head out the back exit to the shoreline where the boats are hidden, just like we practiced." Dr. Vertanen stepped back, stripped off her bloody gloves, and wiped her hands on her lab coat. "I'll warn the nurses in B-Wing." "What about Moreno?" Shiloh asked as the doctor strode from the room. "I've got him," Lena said. "You go. Help everyone evacuate." Moreno's screams of agony echoed in Shiloh's ears. She raced from the operating theater into the hallway. Her bearskin cape fluttered behind her as she ran, her crossbow strapped to her back beneath it. She had her knife and a Springfield XDS pistol holstered at her hip. Eli had relented and allowed her to carry a damn gun. She could shoot better than anyone here anyway. It was up to her to protect everyone. Shiloh sprinted from room to room, from the pediatric unit to obstetrics, yelling at people to move their asses. The injured were triaged in the emergency room, while other units housed the folks too old or sick to fight. The little kids stayed in the cafeteria with their moms or dads, aunts or uncles or grandparents. "Evacuate! Right now, people! Calm and orderly. Let's go." A cacophony of panicked questions blasted her.
Are we in danger? What's happening? Is the cartel coming right now? Is it the fire? Is it the helicopters?
Shiloh might be small, but with her bearskin cape draped around her shoulders and the crossbow, she was plenty intimidating. Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. Just go. Run. Everyone burst into a flurry of movement. Volunteers hefted the wounded onto stretchers and gurneys and pushed them down the corridors toward the exit out the back. Shiloh raced for the cafeteria. She reached the double doors and glanced inside. It was pandemonium. At least 100 kids were crammed into the large room. The tables were pushed aside. Sleeping bags and blankets had been spread across the tile floor. Some kids slept, played card games, or worked on puzzles. A few ran around in frantic circles. Several were crying. The air smelled of stale crackers, lemony disinfectant, and stinky diapers. A little boy sat on a chair and howled. Tears smeared his cheeks and snot leaked down his chin. He screamed for his mommy, who was busy fighting on the eastern perimeter, risking her life to save her son and everyone else. Tracy Tilton blocked Shiloh's entrance into the cafeteria. Her eyes widened at the sight of Shiloh. She recovered quickly and managed a tight smile. "How can I help you? You can get out of my damn way!" Tracy blanched. She took a hesitant step back, raising her hands in surrender. "I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to help. Your aunt saved Keegan's life. Even after what I did to her, I want to make up for—" "I don't care!" Anger sizzled through her veins, momentarily overriding her fear. She couldn't handle this ridiculous woman. "I don't have time for your self-indulgent pity party. In case you haven't noticed, we're at war. I have to get the kids out of here before—" A loud crash sounded in the near distance. Shiloh whirled around. "What the hell?" Chapter 56. Jackson Cross, Day 164. "Take cover," Jackson repeated, hoping they could hear him inside the hospital. "There's a bomb." He never heard a response. His vision narrowed. His absolute focus was on the deadly vehicle barreling toward him. It was a white work van, sans windows, the kind handymen preferred. The cargo area could house a bomb large enough to do incredible damage. The vehicle rocketed toward the parking lot at 80 miles an hour. It headed for the double doors of the urgent care wing. Jackson would have only a small window to shoot when the truck raced past him. Scooting to the top of the berm, he targeted the truck through his sights. His position was far from ideal, but he fired anyway, aiming for the windshield and the passenger's side window. His only chance was to hit the driver. He squeezed the trigger again and again. The rifle bucked in his hands. The stock jolted against his shoulder. The truck plunged past him. Jackson's heart sank. He'd missed. It was too late. There was nothing he could do but watch the inevitable explosion, the suffering and death. The white truck veered wildly. It careened to the left, narrowly avoiding a parked minivan, then skidded sharply to the right, rising up on 2 tires. It rammed into the side of a sedan not 20 feet from the hospital entrance. The truck came to a violent, shuddering stop. The entire front end crumpled like a soda can. Steam billowed from the wrecked hood. There was a millisecond of absolute silence. Then, the bomb exploded. Chapter 57. Shiloh, Easton Pope, Day 164. The force of the explosion knocked Shiloh off her feet. Everything was shaking. The walls trembled, the ceiling quaked. The tables tipped over, chairs rattling across the tile. Screams and shrieks split the air. The floor tremored beneath her as if it were about to open up, like a great gaping mouth, and swallow them all whole. The entire building groaned. The world seemed to tilt sideways. With a great, shuddering crash, the wall next to Shiloh collapsed. Before she could react, something struck her hard in the back. The ceiling caved in on top of her. Chapter 58. Jackson Cross, Day 164. Jackson watched in horror as the brick facade of the hospital convulsed. The doors caved inward, glass panes shattering. Glass shards rained against the asphalt. Roiling smoke burst through the smashed doors. The front entryway toppled in on itself in slow motion. The explosion hurled bricks across the parking lot. Chunks of warped plastic and metal shrapnel propelled hundreds of feet, impacting nearby cars, trees, the ground, the street. The shockwave hurtled out from the epicenter of the blast. Dozens of abandoned vehicles in the parking lot jittered and rocked on their chassis. Jackson's brain rattled inside his skull. He bit his tongue. Hot blood gushed in his mouth. Everything went blurry and distant. His vision wavered. His guts turned to water. Voices screamed through his comms in desperation, terror, and panic. Somehow he managed to push himself to his feet and stand atop the berm, his rifle clenched in his hands, his knuckles white. In the parking lot, the blackened husk of the truck that housed the bomb was barely recognizable as anything but a harbinger of death and destruction. Thick black smoke expelled from the wrecked hospital entrance. The front half of the hospital had collapsed. Sections of the exterior wall had crumbled. The windows were shattered like broken teeth. Fortunately, the rear half of the building remained standing. Jackson had managed to hit the driver after all. The enemy's last act must have been to activate the weapon. If the bomb had exploded inside the hospital as intended, the damage would have been multitudes worse, with few, if any, survivors. The blast wave alone would have ruptured the victim's lungs, instantly liquefying flesh and bone. If everyone had responded to the warning and moved deeper into the building or evacuated, there would be survivors. There had to be survivors. He just needed to reach them. Coughing violently, Jackson covered his mouth with his shirt and headed for the entrance. "I'm coming in," he said. "Nightingale, Lena, can you hear me? Shiloh, Moreno, can anyone hear me?" "The town's west perimeter has been breached," Nash shouted into his headset. "I repeat, we've got an entire company of enemy soldiers and at least 8 armored vehicles overrunning the barriers near the high school. Team Bravo was forced to retreat." "Head to your fallback positions," Eli ordered through the comms. "Defend the hospital." "We can't. They've flanked us. And the wildfire is cutting in from the west. It's so close we can see the flames crowning the trees. The wind is bringing the worst of the blaze right to us. We're trapped if we don't run." "Then run," Jackson said. "I'll figure something out." "Drone footage shows 2 teams of 7 men headed for the hospital," Devin said, fear in her voice. "We've got no QRF team close enough to stop them. They'll slaughter everyone inside." Jackson spun on his heels and staggered back to the borrowed pickup. For a second, he leaned over, hands on his knees, and inhaled several heaving breaths, trying to get oxygen back into his seizing lungs. If they were dead, if Lena and Shiloh were gone, he'd never be able to live with himself. "Is anyone there?" he screamed into the radio. "Are there survivors? Answer me!" "I'm here," came a faint, scratchy voice. "We're here." Jackson straightened, wiping bits of vomit from the back of his mouth, willing the ringing inside his head to dissipate. "Lena, are you okay?" "I think so, but—" "I need you to listen very closely. The cartel breached the town's western defenses. They'll be coming in a matter of minutes. Do you understand?" "We've got injured and casualties. The front half of the building caved in. People are trapped. I can't find Shiloh." He had never felt terror like this. Pure, unadulterated horror slashed his guts.
You have to get out. Get everyone and evacuate to the boats. Exfil to Grand Island. I'll hold them off.
Jackson!
Go! Do it!
Jackson stumbled toward the rear of the pickup, where the Saw M29 was mounted. With shaking fingers, he dismantled the big gun from the mount. He lugged the mobile machine gun and the ammo belts to the emergency firing position they'd constructed north of the hospital parking lot. An H&K M320 grenade launcher was attached to a sling on the back of the pack, which carried 150 pounds of ammo for the Saw. He'd use the grenade launcher once the Saw ran out and the enemy attempted to flank him. "I'll get everyone to the boats," Lena said. "I'll get them out."
"Find Shiloh."
"I will. I swear it." Jackson knelt behind the half wall of felled timber, shored up with sandbags, and got to work. He moved robotically, efficiently. His only goal was to keep fighting for as long as he could.
"I'll buy you a few minutes, but a few minutes is all I can do."
"Jackson, are you sure?"
"No time for that. Go get our girl."
Her voice was edged with steel.
"I'll make it count."
Chapter 59. Lena Easton, Day 164. Lena crawled on her hands and knees, coughing and sputtering. The medical cart had tipped onto its side. Bandages and scalpels spilled across the floor. Machines had fallen over. Tangles of cords lay everywhere. The ceiling was half sunken in, with exposed wires and piping snaking downward. The fluorescent lights were smashed to pieces. And the smoke everywhere, blinding her, choking her. The thick smoke stung her throat, her eyes, and her nose. Scrambling to her feet, she clutched the operating table to keep herself upright. Instinctively, she checked her body for injuries. A couple of pieces of shrapnel protruded from her left shin. Blood leaked down her leg and pooled in her sock. The adrenaline pumping through her veins masked the pain. For now. Ash rained down on her head. Chunks of drywall lay everywhere. Blinking against the dust in her eyes, she glanced around the operating theater, searching for the newfie. "Bear," she croaked. The word rasped like sandpaper in her throat. She swallowed hard and tried again. "Bear!" A soft whine pierced the tinny buzzing in her ears. The Newfoundland crouched in the corner next to the anesthesia machine. He growled in terror, his ears flat against his skull, tail low and hackles bristling. Lena signaled to Bear. "Come on, boy. Come here." Gingerly, he crept across the floor, belly low, and licked her hand. His fur was matted with dust and debris, but he moved easily, without whimpering. He was okay. Her relief was short-lived. "Shiloh," she wheezed. Then, louder. "Shiloh!" There was no answer. All the blood rushed to her head. Where the hell was Shiloh? Did she get out in time? Was she trapped somewhere under the rubble, injured or unconscious, or dying? A groan filtered through the cacophony of screams and the creaking groans of the ruined building. Lena inched around the operating table. Her legs felt like jello. There was a distinctive, tinny whine in her ears. Her vision kept blurring, going in and out of focus. Moreno had fallen off the operating table. He was on the floor, curled into a fetal position, his arms wrapped over his head. Blood soaked the floor in a puddle beneath his thighs. Large chunks of drywall had fallen on top of him. Her main concern was for Shiloh, but she was a first responder. She couldn't leave Moreno behind. The roof could collapse on them at any moment. "Let's go. Come on, we've got to get up." The wheelchair was in the corner. Lena shoved the debris off Moreno. Moaning in pain, Moreno gripped her arms, and together they got him situated in the wheelchair. She checked the tourniquet on his thigh. They couldn't leave it on for long, or he'd lose his leg, but that was a secondary problem. First, they had to survive the next 10 minutes. Moreno cursed. "I'm utterly useless."
It'll be okay. It's okay. Lena didn't believe it herself. Dread scrabbled up the notches of her spine. She had to find Shiloh. As if reading her thoughts, Moreno said, "Leave me behind. No way. I'm telling you, I'm dead weight. Don't you ever shut up? I'm not leaving you, so stop wasting your breath." Moreno shut up. His bronze skin had turned a sickly bone white. He'd lost too much blood, but Lena couldn't worry about that now. Pushing him in the wheelchair, with Bear sticking close to her side, Lena stumbled out of the operating room and into hell. Half of the hospital had been reduced to rubble. The ER unit had been sheared off from the rest of the building. Wires and pipes and the bones of the structure were exposed like a macabre corpse. The reception area near the entrance was utterly impassable. Lena took a step and nearly pushed the wheelchair over a body sprawled in the center of the corridor. Glancing down, she rubbed at her eyes in horror. Her brain dimly recognized the shape of Ira Fleetfoot, Teresa Fleetfoot's father. Chunks of shrapnel had punctured his chest and neck. He'd been recovering at the hospital from his chainsaw accident. Now, he wouldn't recover from anything. "Lena!" a distant voice shouted. Lena looked up from the dead body. 3 figures coated in dust scrambled down the hallway toward her, a taller adult and 2 children. Anna Grady dragged little Adam and Keegan Tilton by the hands. The baby strapped to her torso wailed in terror. Tears, blood, and dirt smeared their faces. Their hair and clothes were gray and colorless. Keegan clutched a tattered paperback in his hands, the book of jokes he'd shared with Ruby. Anna pulled him close to her side to keep him from seeing the corpse splayed at their feet. "I want my mommy," he wailed. "Bear and I will find her," Lena promised. "Go with Mrs. Grady for now. She'll keep you safe, okay?" The little boy sniffled through his tears, but he nodded bravely. "That's a good boy." Lena thrust the wheelchair at Anna. "Can you take Moreno and evacuate everyone you can find? I have to find Shiloh." "I'll get them to the boats." Anna took the handles. A coughing fit seized her. "Last I saw her, Shiloh was headed for the cafeteria to get the kids out." Moreno gripped Lena's forearm. His hand was clammy. "Go get your kid. We'll see you on the other side." Lena gave a sharp nod. Anna Grady turned and headed toward the exit with Moreno in the wheelchair. Keegan and Adam clung to her side. Lena dropped to her knees in front of Bear. Detritus dug into her kneecaps, but she barely felt the pain. She leaned in and held the soft ruff of his neck. Her nose touched his snout. She stared intently into his intelligent brown eyes. Nothing was more important than this. "Find Shiloh," she said hoarsely. "We have to find Shiloh." Chapter 60. Jackson Cross, Day 164. The sun rose on a world gone red with fire and blood. Jackson's lungs felt seared, his throat and nostrils raw. His hands were stiff like claws as he manned the saw. The incessant boom, boom, boom nearly deafened him. The enemy approached, their movements practiced and precise, as each man in each fire team covered a different angle, moving as an experienced unit. These weren't random thugs, but professional soldiers, Russian, Mexican, ex-army. Jackson raised himself on his elbows, breathed out, and steadied himself. He zeroed in on the front of the visitor's center, located kitty-corner to the hospital's emergency entrance across the parking lot. He glimpsed shadowy movement. A hostile peeked out, revealing half of his head and torso and a sliver of his weapon. Jackson exhaled slowly and squeezed the trigger. He fired several rounds within a second. The shots ricocheted off the barrel of the hostile's AK-47, smashed up through his chin, and pierced his brain tissue. The man jerked, his weapon skittering across the pavement.
He collapsed and didn't move.
"I could use some help here," Jackson said on his radio. "I'm slightly outnumbered."
"We're coming for you," Eli said into his ear. "There are 200 enemy soldiers between us, but we'll get you out."
"Any time now would be great."
Jackson scanned for the next target, and the next. They were closing in. There were too many of them. He kept searching for an opening where he might punch his way through the sea of bad guys, but nothing presented itself.
"I don't know how long I can hold them off. I've only 1 belt left for the saw. Then I'm down to 3 magazines for the AR-15, 2 for my pistol."
"Hold tight," Eli said. He wanted desperately to believe Eli, but he saw no escape route. Lead rained down on his position in a hailstorm of bullets. His nerves were raw. He forced himself to use short, controlled bursts of fire rather than shooting blindly. Soon, the belt-fed magazine ran dry. Swiftly, he swapped it out for a fresh one. Each box held the belts that fed the saw. It fired from an open bolt position, with the next round outside the superheated barrel. The cartel fighters took advantage of the pause in fire and increased their ferocious assault. Rounds whizzed all around him. Hundreds of spent shell casings littered the asphalt. He figured there were at least 10 enemy combatants crouched behind their armored vehicles, perhaps 15 or 20, all shooting at him. The thunderous blitz of firepower was overwhelming. He kept his head down and returned fire with punishing bursts of high-powered ammo. Rounds impacted the sandbags 6 inches from his right arm. A second later, a round smashed the thick log to his left. Splinters embedded in his cheek and neck. Another volley of gunfire pounded his firing hole. Muzzle flashes winked from a dozen positions. Bullets strafed the pickup 5 yards to his left, punching a zipper of holes across the broad side of the vehicle. Jackson kept a wary eye on the cars, buildings, and trees. He shot anything that moved. Still, he focused on conserving ammunition. At this rate, he'd run out soon. He was trapped, and he knew it. He should be moving from cover position to cover position so the bad guys couldn't flank him, but there was nowhere to go. He might have tried fleeing up the side road to the west, but that way was blocked by the fire. To the west of the hospital, great columns of thick black smoke boiled upward, lit from within with glowing, winking sparks. The tops of the trees whipped and swayed. A terrible orange glow seared the sky.
"The fire is almost on me."
10 minutes, Eli said over the radio. "Just hold on." He didn't know if he had 10 minutes, but he would do his best. He gave regular updates through the radio. "Hostiles 50 yards to the southeast. I spot another team, 100 yards to the north, behind the visitor center. Ammo is running low." Something punched him hard in the stomach. He was knocked backward on his butt. For a second, he sat there, breathing hard, not sure what had just happened. The pain was like a detonation. Had a round struck his chest plate? But no, the jolt of pain originated lower. Dread slipped like a knife blade between his ribs. This wasn't good. He reached for the M320 grenade launcher, flipped up the iron sights, took aim, and fired a round. Men screamed and cursed as the grenade exploded. He took out at least 2 enemy fighters, injuring a couple more. Before opening the side breech to throw another round in, he swiped his hand across his stomach. Alarm flared through him. His fingers found the ragged hole in his stomach beneath the ceramic plates, an inch below his belly button. Wetness leaked steadily from the wound. A cold feeling started in his chest and radiated through his limbs. The small piece of lead inside him must have done incredible damage to his internal organs. He didn't know how bad it was, only that it was bad. Adrenaline kept him upright, but it wouldn't last long. He had to hold on until Eli and his friends arrived. Hold on. Just a little longer. Just hold on. Already he felt the strength draining from his body. With every beat of his heart, Blood pulsed from the wound. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to focus, to concentrate, to stay alive. Jackson glimpsed movement to his left. 2 enemy fire teams leapfrogged between the minivans and SUVs that cluttered the hospital parking lot. They were coming for him. Chapter 61. Lena Easton, Day 164.
"Find her, Bear," Lena said. "Please, boy, find our Shiloh."
Bear's tail wagged in enthusiasm. She didn't have the PLS, or point last seen, from which to start, or a fresh item of clothing the victim had recently worn to lead Bear's scent work. But Bear was incredibly smart. He instinctively comprehended what she wanted from him. The dog understood that something terrible had happened, was still happening, and that their girl wasn't with them. Bear wouldn't stop until he found her. The Newfie raised his snout, swinging his big head back and forth, tail straight out behind him, sniffing for Shiloh's scent. He trotted down the corridor, past the pediatrics wing toward the cafeteria, with zero concern for his own survival. Hobbling after him, she gasped at the stab of pain in her shin. She was hesitant to yank out the piece of shrapnel, in case she caused further damage or increased the bleeding. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered at this moment but finding Shiloh. She couldn't vanquish the cartel, but she could do this: find the lost. Lena and Bear were made for this. Several people ran toward her, Ruby in the lead. The girl was helping Fred Combs, who had his arm around his wife. Their faces were covered in soot, but for the frantic whites of their eyes. They had a woman with them, Miriam, and 2 children Lena didn't know. Miriam held a broken wrist against her chest. Superficial cuts scraped her arms. The younger child was weeping, hysterically. The older one stared ahead, unblinking, his features frozen in a rictus of fear. 2 more survivors appeared from one of the patient rooms. A middle-aged woman, with blood caking the side of her face, cradled a toddler in her arms, followed by 2 older men with similar injuries.
"What do we do?"
Ruby asked, terrified. A loud burst of gunfire stuttered nearby. Everyone froze. The rat-a-tat of gunfire was somewhere outside the hospital. It was close, too close. Goosebumps rose on Lena's arms.
"Evacuate to the boats, now!"
Ruby hesitated, as if torn between her allegiance to her friend and fleeing for her life.
"What about Shiloh? I'll find her. Just go. Help them. I need you to save these people. Do you understand?"
Ruby nodded. She grasped Fred Combs' arm, pulling him toward the exit. Everyone burst into motion, running and shouting. Ruby called out instructions, making sure the group stayed together as they fled. They would be okay. Ruby would get them out. Lena shoved against the crowd, wading deeper into the wreckage of the hospital. Tortured, creaking groans surrounded her. The destroyed structure was like a living thing in tremendous agony, moaning in its death throes. Bear moved among the ruins, sniffing here and there, darting over rubble and crumbling drywall. Part of the roof had caved in. Thick, poisonous dust sifted through the rays of hazy orange sunlight that spilled through the gaping ceiling. Several bodies were scattered among the wreckage. It was an apocalyptic scene out of her worst nightmares. Blinking against the smoke and ash, Lena followed Bear's trail, scrambling cautiously over splintered timber, chunks of broken bricks, and slabs of concrete. She was careful of each foothold, yet intensely aware that Shiloh might have minutes or seconds to live. Time was fast running out. With a loud bark, Bear darted ahead. He darted through the rubble, squeezing through a crevice where a section of brick wall had crashed in on itself. He alerted. Tail wagging eagerly, Bear pawed at the gap and barked again in excitement. Lena's heart caught in her throat. Stomach churning, she tugged her flashlight from her pocket, stuck it between her teeth, and began to dig. Normally, firefighters would arrive and relieve her at this point. The firefighters would take on the perilous task of freeing the survivor from tons of rubble. There was no one here but Lena. Even if the roof didn't fall in on them, Jackson could hold off the cartel for only so long. Gradually, she became aware of a low roar, a great, bellowing beast like a lion. Only it wasn't a lion. It was something much worse. They had to get out, now. Kneeling, she pulled aside piles of debris, scraps of metal and plastic, and hunks of drywall. Her fingernails split, her hands were scraped and bleeding. She had no idea how much time had passed. Seconds? Minutes? Finally, she reached deep, flailing with her hand. Her fingers touched something warm and soft. A human body. Bear wriggled his entire torso, beside himself with joy. He barked loudly, as if to say, "Hold on, we're coming." The body wasn't moving. It was curled onto its side, clothes caked with dirt and dust. She couldn't tell a single distinguishing feature, or whether the person was alive or dead. "We've got you. I've got you," she mumbled around the flashlight. She hauled aside a chunk of concrete, then another, and another, her muscles throbbing with the effort. Once again, she reached down, grasped the person beneath the armpits, and dragged the body up and out of the hole. The figure's chest did not rise or fall. There was no movement, no breath, no sign of life. Blood matted the person's hair, so coated in debris she hadn't discerned the color at first. The hair was blonde and curly. The person was larger than her niece. It wasn't Shiloh. It was Tracy Tilton. A spear of rebar had punched through the center of her chest, impaling her ribs, her heart. Her skin was gray. She was dead. She'd likely died within moments of impact. Relief flooded Lena's entire body, followed by a wave of guilt and sadness that Tracy was gone. She couldn't help the elation that it wasn't Shiloh. Bear danced around the rim of the pit, tail wagging. He nosed Lena's shoulder and woofed in agitation. Within the pit, something moaned. Bear barked louder, frantic now, digging at the lip of the hole with his paws, his snout pushing deep into the crevice. Lena bent down and yanked aside a slab of drywall. Beneath the debris lay a second figure. Small and curled like a comma, arms clamped over her head. The figure lifted her chin and groaned. "Shiloh!" Lena cried. Dirt covered the girl from head to foot. Her hair was coated in dust. Her face was smeared with a streak of blood. Her chest heaved with great hitching breaths, and her eyes were dull with shock. Gently, Lena pulled Shiloh from the crevice. She checked her vital signs. Her pulse was 110 beats a minute. Her respiratory rate was elevated slightly, just above 20 breaths a minute. Fortunately, her skin was warm to the touch, not clammy. Lena saw no severe wounds, except for a handful of superficial cuts and abrasions, though there could be deeper internal injuries she couldn't see. Her vitals indicated she likely didn't have internal blood loss. Her mouth was moving. Lena had to lean forward to hear her words. "Berlin, Bayern, Niedersachsen, Baden-Württemberg." "You're okay, honey," she said. "Breathe, baby girl. Just breathe." Gradually, Shiloh's hitching chest slowed. Her gasps softened to steady, shallow breaths. Lena patted her back. "You're alive. You're okay." Shiloh's gaze fell on the body beside her. "Tracy. Is she?" Lena said. "She's dead." Shiloh's eyes widened. "Tracy. She fell on top of me when the walls caved in. The ceiling collapsed on us. She wrapped her body around mine and she took the brunt of it. She died instead of me. Why? Why did she do that?"
tears in her eyes. Lena stared in awe at the body of the woman who'd lured her into Sykes's trap. The same woman who had sacrificed her life for Shiloh's. She had done both the worst thing and the best thing. In death, she'd redeemed herself. Perhaps to prove she was still human, Lena said. That she was more than her worst mistake. Shiloh made a strangled sound of disbelief, shaking her head like she couldn't accept the gift Tracy had offered her. Well, she had no choice. Lena accepted it for her. Lena wanted nothing more than to embrace Shiloh and never let her go, to hug her and kiss every inch of her face while she rolled her eyes in protest. There was no time for anything but survival. We have to go. Bare-nosed Shiloh's face and licked her dirty tears, chuffing in enthusiastic greeting. She wrapped her arms around his bulky torso and clung to him. I thought I was going to die. You're not going to die. Not today. Come on. Shiloh looked down at Tracy in stunned horror. We can't just leave her. We'll come back later, I promise. What about her son? Anna Grady has him. He's safe. We need to worry about us. She grasped Shiloh's filthy hand. The explosion. Some kind of bomb. The cartel is coming. Everyone else has evacuated to the boats headed for Grand Island. Can you walk? Or run? We need to run. Shiloh rose to her feet gingerly. Though her legs trembled from the shock, they held her weight. Bear pressed against her side, and she leaned into his flanks for support. She swiped a swath of dust from her face. Her eyes gleamed like bits of flinty coal. Lena tugged on her arm. Come on. Shiloh balked. What about Jackson?
Chapter 62. Jackson Cross, Day 164. Jackson was losing track of time. His entire body pulsed with the agony ripping through his insides. It felt like he'd been disemboweled by a beast with razor claws. After several minutes of intense fighting, there was an abrupt break in the shooting. He swiveled his neck, desperately searching for the assault team that would rush his position as the other fighters poured on fire. None came. An unnatural stillness had descended upon the hospital grounds. No one moved. No shots were fired. The unsettling din of the fire grew louder, which hissed and bellowed as if alive. The heat of the blaze licked at the back of his neck. A solid wall of fire moving inexorably nearer. It was relentless, unassailable, inescapable. The snap and crackle of the flames in the wind grew louder and louder, a symphony of destruction. Jackson blinked, wiped the sweat out of his eyes, and forced himself to focus on his next move. He had to keep the bad guys off him while attempting to stop the bleeding from his wound. With a trembling hand, he pulled a pressure bandage from the first aid kit Eli insisted everyone carry in their chest rig. His palms were clammy against his bare skin. He tugged his uniform shirt up and pressed the bandage to the gushing hole in his stomach with a wince. His heart flutter-flapped against his ribs. He felt cold, so cold. His thoughts tumbling inside his skull came slow and thick. His movements were sluggish. He'd used the last belt of ammo for the saw. He'd also used up the spare magazines for his pistol and rifle. He'd run completely dry. "Hold out a little longer," Eli said over the radio. 5 minutes. "Did our people get out of the hospital? Did they make it?" "I heard from Moreno," Eli said. "Most everyone is out. Lena is still searching for Shiloh, but everyone else made it already. You saved them." A sensation of unbearable lightness expanded inside his chest. He exhaled for the first time in what felt like hours. Lena and Shiloh would make it too. They were too strong, too brave to fail now. He had to give them more time. With one hand, He reached down and touched the spot low on his belly. He sucked in his breath, the pain like a white-hot poker. The bandage was soaked. His hand came back slick and red. He frowned, staring at the blood. There was so much of it. "How are you on ammo?" Eli asked. "I'm out," he said. Barely restrained panic laced Eli's voice. "We're coming to you, brother. We're coming." Jackson had the awful sensation of sand running out of an hourglass. There were 1,000 things he wanted to say, but there was no time to say them. Perhaps there was time for one thing. One last thing. "Devin," he said into his comms, not bothering with a call sign, hoping against hope that he wasn't out of range. He didn't care who else could hear him over the radio. He was beyond caring about inconsequential things. "I'm here," she said. "The answer is yes," he said. "I'd love to see where this might go between us. I'm ready. It took me way too long to see what was right in front of me, but I see it now. I see you." There was a beat of hesitation. "Are you asking me on a date, Jackson Cross?" "Only if you say yes." "Yes," she said happily. 1,000 times yes." That's all I needed to hear. It was becoming more difficult to speak. Cold sweat filmed his forehead. His muscles burned with fatigue. He was tired, so tired, and hurting all over. The pain was like a hammer bludgeoning his pelvis, radiating through his torso, smashing his ribs. Movement shifted out of the corner of his eye. He knew then that he didn't have 5 minutes. He didn't have 5 seconds. Ahead of him, 2 figures appeared through the thick wall of smoke, their forms backlit against the wall of roaring flames bearing down upon them all. The figures strode between bullet-riddled minivans, approaching warily, both gripping HK-417 rifles, one sweeping left, the other right. They wore black camo gear, chest rigs, and battle belts. Black grease smeared their faces, but he recognized them. He knew the confident sway of the shoulders, the arrogant stride of every step, the way they moved like they owned the world. How could he not? They were flesh of his flesh, bone of his bone, his only family, and his mortal enemies. He managed a bittersweet smile. "I have to go. I've got company." He did not flinch from the truth staring him in the face. There would be no happy ending. No rescuers blasting the enemy to smithereens at the last instant. No heroes swooping in to save the day. It was just him. This, then, was the way it ended. He'd spent his life believing he was a force for good, and yet he had committed horrific acts. He had framed an innocent man and sent him to prison. He had murdered his sister. Justified or not, he had done these terrible things. He had tried to reconcile the darkness within him, and he did not know if he had succeeded. Now, here, at the end of the world, he could do this one thing, this last good thing, maybe the best thing he'd ever done. He would make this stand while the people he loved escaped. Lily's family would live. That's what mattered. "Jackson," Eli's voice was loud and firm in his ear. "You need to get out of there right now." "I can't do that." "Jackson." "It's Horatio. My father, my brother. There's no one else to stop them but me. It has to be me. Tell Lena and Shiloh that I love them." "Jackson, wait." He couldn't wait. It was time. Time to end this. Jackson turned off his radio. He pulled a small object from his chest rig and balled it in his fist, holding it low by his side. Eli had tucked it into his hand that morning. He'd saved it for something like this. This was the moment. He waited. "Jackson," his father shouted. "I know it's you. Hold your fire." Jackson moved back from the empty saw, sank back on his heels, and dropped his useless pistol to the ground at his knees. Splashes of blood darkened the ground beneath him. He refused to raise his hands in surrender. He would never surrender, not to them. Horatio rounded the sandbag wall first, his rifle aimed at Jackson's chest. Garrett followed his father, his stance wide, his expression smug. His eyes burned with hatred. They were angry, bitter, out for vengeance. They'd found it. "It's a pity it came to this," Horatio said. "You could have been on the winning side. You could have dined on steak and wine with us tonight. Instead, you'll die, squealing in your own filth. We'll leave your carcass to be burned to ash by the fire." "Go to hell," Jackson said. "Gault said it should be me who finishes you." Garrett stared down at him with an expression of pure loathing. "You're my brother. You've always been my brother. Blood for blood." "Yes," Jackson said. "You're right. Blood for blood." Garrett raised his rifle. Jackson released the pin of the grenade. His brother's face registered a brief moment of shock. His father's features twisted in a murderous outrage as the terrible realization struck him. He half lifted his weapon. It was the last move he ever made. Pulling the pin did not initiate the fuse within the grenade, as it was merely a safety device. But releasing the lever, the concave handle on the side, that got the party started. He felt himself fading. He wasn't yet too far gone to do what needed doing. Jackson released the lever. He tossed the live grenade at his brother and father. His last thought was not of Lily, but of Devon, smiling at him, beckoning him onward into a new world where he could begin again. In his mind's eye, he stepped into her arms. There was a blinding flash of bright light. Then everything went dark. Chapter 63. Lena Easton, Day 164. Lena grabbed Shiloh's arm and yanked her out of the cafeteria and down the corridor toward the exit sign. The hospital was groaning, cracking and splintering. The building might fully collapse at any moment. "Jackson," Shiloh gasped. "He's fighting them for us." Lena pulled her harder. "We've got to go." Shiloh dragged her feet. "Wait! We have to go back for him. He's all alone." "We're not going back for him. He'll meet us on Grand Island." "No! That's not right!" Shiloh fought Lena, trying to jerk her arm out of Lena's grasp. She was in shock. She wasn't thinking clearly. "He needs our help! We can't help him!" Lena shouted. The sorrow she'd been holding back threatened to overwhelm her. If it did, she'd be worthless. She couldn't think about it, couldn't feel it. Instinctively, she knew the truth, in some deep, primal part of her brain. Jackson was gone. He had made a final stand to save them. He hadn't needed to say the words aloud. She had known what he was doing, what he was going to do. And she had let him do it. Her best friend was dead, or as good as dead. And she couldn't do a thing but keep going, one foot in front of the other, to get herself and her dog and her niece out of this hellhole alive. Shiloh stopped in her tracks. Bear nearly barreled into the back of her legs. He panted, hackles raised, growling at every crash and boom. All around them, things shattered and toppled and caved in. "We have to help him!" Shiloh twisted around, ripping free of Lena's grasp, about to dart back through the collapsing hospital as if she could single-handedly rescue Jackson Cross from an army of killers with nothing but a crossbow. Lena gripped the girl's shoulders. "Shiloh, listen to me. Jackson is dead. He's gone. Do you understand? We can't help him now. We can only help ourselves." Shiloh gaped at her. "You're wrong. We have to leave." Aghast, Shiloh shook her head, hard and furious. Her eyes sparked with frantic tears. A wretched despair contorted her features. "You're lying! Tell me you're lying!" Wetness stung Lena's eyes. It felt like a giant hand tearing her beating heart from her chest. "I'm not lying. I'm so sorry." "No!" Shiloh moaned. She fought Lena, trying to free herself, to escape, her tiny, ferocious fists striking Lena's chest and shoulders. Lena held on. She held fast. Her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces along with Shiloh's. "No! No! No!" Gunfire blasted again, closer now. It sounded like it was coming from just outside the hospital entrance. Shouting filtered through the tortured groans of the wreckage. Somewhere, something massive crashed. The floor trembled. The walls quaked, undulating in precarious waves. Dust swirled around their feet. The dull roar in the distance was no longer dull, the dreadful sound like a mighty wind. It wasn't the wind. At the end of the corridor, through the window in the exit door, the world outside had gone a terrible, nuclear red. Shiloh went rigid in Lena's arms. The horrified whites of her eyes glowed in the crimson light. "What is that?" But they knew. They both knew. The fire. It was finally here. Lena took Shiloh's hand. They ran for their lives. Chapter 64. Eli Pope, Day 164. After hours of unrelenting attack, the cartel pulled back momentarily to regroup, lick their wounds, and prepare for the next round of brutal warfare. The Munising fighters had taken advantage of the break in the battle to reconvene for a desperate Plan B. Sawyer and Pierce stood on one side of the table, Antoine and Nix on the other side. Hart and Nash were squished between them. Dana Lutz was with them, too. After what happened to Jackson, Eli had brought Devon in from her post. He wanted her close. Everyone was exhausted, tense, and acutely aware of their missing brethren. Eli had been forced to call off Jackson's rescue attempt. Much as he was loath to admit it, it was a futile cause. Devon had recounted the explosion she'd seen through the drone footage. There was zero chance that Jackson had survived it. He didn't have absolute confirmation that Jackson was dead, but he knew the truth in his gut, in the painful twist of grief, as if a hole had opened up inside him he could not fix or heal. He'd lost many good people in combat, but none hit as hard as this one. "He's gone," Devon said, her face stricken. Her skin was ashen, her features slack, her arms limp at her sides. "Jackson is gone." Eli went to her. He met her sorrowful gaze with his own. He didn't lie to his people. He refused to start now. "He is." A whimper escaped her lips. Agony flared in her scarred face, her features contorting in loss and grief and horror. He touched her arm in an attempt at comfort. "Everything you're feeling, put it in a box in your mind, and put that box on a shelf for later. Jackson wouldn't want you to die now, after all this, after all we've fought for. He'd want you to fight. We will destroy them, utterly, for what they did to him. I swear it to you." Devon gave a tremulous nod. Eli would do the same. He had no choice. The grief would have to wait. Right now, Lena and Shiloh should be fleeing the bombed hospital, then rowing across the water to the safety of Grand Island. He hadn't heard from them in hours, but radio communication had been a crapshoot all day. At least Moreno had reported that he'd escaped the hospital and was about to cross the channel to Grand Island. Eli had to believe his family was with Moreno. He had no choice but to believe, or else he'd fall to pieces here and now. There were 1,000 things he wanted to say, 1,000,000 things he yearned to do. To cradle Lena in his arms, take Shiloh's small hand in his, and bring them out of this hellhole safely into the light, to hold them both and never let go. He could do none of those things. "You good, soldier?" he asked Devon. Devon nodded again. She raised her chin, brushed a hand across the scabs marring her cheeks and throat, and rubbed the tears from her reddened eyes. She was tough. Eli trusted her to keep it together until the battle was either over or they were all dead. He pushed out every thought, every worry. His total focus narrowed to one point: neutralize whatever enemies threatened his town, his county, his people. "What's the plan, brother?" Antoine said in a subdued voice. "I may have an idea," Eli said. "It's not an honorable one." Nix scoffed. "No one is gonna give a flying fart that we lost honorably. They'll be dead. Their children will be dead. Their wives and sisters and daughters." Her voice trailed off. "Honor only matters if we win. We have to win." "Hoorah!" Hart said, repeating the Marine's battle cry. Eli nodded tightly. "Okay then, gather around. Here's what we're going to do." The plan was simple enough to describe, but quite another matter to implement. It would take incredible skill and a whole hell of a lot of luck. They were down to a handful of elite, trained fighters. He turned to the weary group gathered around him. Eli pointed to a spot on the map a quarter-mile wide, where a small meadow formed a valley that sloped up between two hills, creating a sharp ravine to the north. "We're going to draw the enemy into this area here." The valley was located 3 miles southeast of town. The top of the hill where the ravine ended lay at the northernmost point of the valley, with the open valley stretching to the south. There was an ORV trail for dirt bikes and ATVs that went through the valley, before zigzagging up the middle of the narrow end of the ravine. The trail was too steep for trucks or other vehicles. To summit the ravine, they would have to climb on foot. That's what Eli was counting on. Pierce scowled. "Once we have several hundred cartel fighters chasing us, just what are we supposed to do?" Hart smirked. "Run." Pierce's scowl only deepened. "Sounds like a great plan." "It'll work," Antoine said. "We'll make it work. You'll draw them into the mouth of the upslope to the north, right here," Eli continued. "Once you make it to the top of the hill, we'll use drip torches to start a fire behind the enemy soldiers, here and here and here. My team will light the fire to the south, while the wildfire blocks their escape from the west. We're going to trap as many of them as we can in the valley. Then, we'll cook them alive. The defensive line at the top of the ridge will clean up any hostiles who escape the flames." Hart offered a wry grin. "You're planning a cartel wiener roast." Eli's lips twitched. "Damn straight." Nix rubbed her hands together with glee. "Hell yeah! I can get behind that." "For weeks, we've been doing hit-and-run raids. Twice, we've escaped by ducking into these woods and going up this ravine. This time is different. We're going to slow down at the base and hold our position long enough for the cartel to call for support and backup. I want them to think they've found an important base of operations, or some command and control point." Eli looked at Pierce and Sawyer. "Keep your men hidden at the base in the woods, far enough from the off-road trail to remain unseen until it's too late. When you retreat up the hill, they'll pursue you, thinking they're going to wipe us out. That's when you open up and clobber them." Pierce looked downright contentious. "What keeps the fire from getting us? Seems like the stupidest idea on the planet. I, for one, don't feel like getting roasted like a rotisserie chicken." Eli angled his head at Dana. "You want to step in here?" Dana Lutz stepped forward from where she'd been hanging back, quietly listening. Eli had brought her in based on her expertise with fire. She'd proven invaluable already. She cleared her throat. "You and your men will summit the top long before the fire makes it to you. As an extra precaution, we won't start the fires until you reach the top and give us a signal. Say, fire a flare from one of the grenade launchers. If there's no flare, we'll assume you're too close and the fire will be a no-go. Same if the wind picks up too much.
There's a front moving in off Lake Michigan, Hart said. Heavy winds and precipitation.
Dana nodded. The hot air from the wildfire will affect the wind currents. The winds can pick up to 40 miles per hour in that small canyon. There's plenty of fuel and a steep slope up, which will push the blaze north, right up the valley to the ravine. Fire travels faster uphill. Antoine peered at the map.
That's it top. We'll have a clear field of fire shooting downhill. We'll bring the fireworks. We have a couple of saws and several M240 lightweight machine guns, though we're running low on ammunition. And we can put our remaining vehicles here, at the bottom of the other side of the hill, to evacuate men if we can't hold the line. Best case scenario, finish them from the top.
Pierce shook his head, his stance wide and combative. His eyes flashed with suspicion.
No way. You're using us as bait. This is an insane plan. It's crazy. Sawyer, tell them.
Sawyer remained silent. His face was cool and composed, implacable. He seemed to be weighing the options in his head.
It could work. Sawyer!
Sawyer shot Pierce an aggravated look.
Do you have a better idea? I want Louis Gault's head on a platter. He'll make a delicious meal for the fish.
Pierce showed his teeth like a cornered animal.
You're trusting Pope to light a fire at our backs. I'd sooner trust a wolf.
Sawyer wheeled on him.
Enough. We're going to do this. Do I make myself clear?
Pierce grimaced. His eyes glittered with pure, savage hatred. He made no attempt to hide his contempt for Eli or the rest of the Munising fighters.
Clear as crystal, boss,
he muttered darkly. Eli maintained his neutral expression. He kept his thoughts to himself. Pierce was going to be a problem, though he was predictable, if nothing else. No matter, very soon, Pierce would no longer be a concern. "We in, or what?" Nix asked. Everyone was silent for a sobering moment as they contemplated the long odds, the significant risks. Devon stepped forward first. "We're in. For Jackson." Chapter 65. Shiloh, Easton, Pope, Day 164. The wildfire crackled, popping and hissing, roaring as loud as a freight train. With Bear right behind them, Shiloh and Lena exited the rear of the hospital and sprinted for the thin band of forest that separated the hospital grounds from the shoreline. They'd just reached the beach when flocks of birds arced across the sky, dark and fleeting as loosed arrows. Loons and herons, hawks and swallows, woodpeckers and blue jays. Shiloh blinked rapidly, trying to clear her foggy vision. Her brain felt thick and cottony. Her body was reeling from the trauma of the explosion. Her head throbbed. Every muscle in her body was bruised and sore, but the adrenaline masked most of the pain. That would come later. She couldn't think about what had just happened. Tracy Tilton's sacrifice. The sour, sick panic of being buried alive. She couldn't think about Jackson, whether he was alive or dead. She did what Eli had taught her. She pushed it all out and focused on staying alive. There was no time to recover, only to act. Dozens of people were already on the beach. About 15 small watercraft were already in the lake, rowing for Grand Island. Several people were still frantically pushing kayaks and canoes into the water. Hundreds, thousands of birds clotted the horizon in a dreadful migration. The strange, sinister sight struck sheer terror into Shiloh's heart.
"They're fleeing," she said, horrified. "Fleeing ahead of the fire." "As should we," Lena said. "Hurry." Before they could react, something large shook the underbrush behind them. Adrenaline kicked her heart. Shiloh whirled, reaching behind her for her crossbow. Bear plunged in front of them, barking fiercely in the direction of the woods. "What is that?" A dozen feet to their left, a pair of moose broke from the scrim of spruce trees. A big bull moose and a smaller female. Shiloh and Lena watched in shock as the huge animals lumbered across the sliver of beach and plunged into the lake. Their harsh chuffs echoed in Shiloh's ears. The moose looked neither left nor right, nor did they seem to notice the humans huddled on the beach beside them. They appeared oblivious to Bear, who continued barking, hackles raised. The moose waded deeper into the water. Within moments, 2 angular brown heads bobbed above the surface of the lake. The moose angled themselves toward the shore of Grand Island and swam hard. The water parted in twin, arcing lines behind them. 50 yards down the shoreline, a black bear appeared. It hurtled into the water without hesitation. The moose and the bear didn't seem to be aware of the other. Natural predator and prey, oblivious to anything but the monstrous threat bearing down upon them. More creatures emerged from the forest and burst onto the narrow shelf of the beach. A family of foxes appeared, then hares and chipmunks and squirrels. 5 coyotes sprang into the water, yipping and howling, while a wolverine scurried out onto a bleached piece of driftwood. Shiloh stared, utterly mesmerized. Bear raised his snout and sniffed the air. He whirled, growling and barking at the wild animals. She kept her hand on the scruff of the dog's neck, holding him back. "Stay!" Lena shouted at Bear. The dog trembled, muscles quivering, but he obeyed her command. The tremendous roar at their backs grew louder. Lena pointed to a 2-person canoe no one had claimed yet. "Get in! Go! Go!" Shiloh's mouth had gone dry, her palms clammy. Her fingers fumbled in terror as she freed the canoe from the rope tied around a nearby beech tree. The oars were balanced precariously on the seat bench. One hand still on Bear's ruff, she and Lena dragged the canoe across the sand and pebbles and pushed it into the shallow water. "Get in!" she screamed at the next family waiting in line. People were wailing, screaming, weeping. Anna Brady sat in one of the boats with a bunch of kids. Moreno was with them, the wheelchair abandoned on the shoreline. Ruby had gotten Fred Combs and his wife into a rowboat and was pushing them out into the water. Booming sounds like gunshots sounded over the roar overwhelming every other sound. The trees were exploding with great cracks like thunder. A tremendous wave of heat blasted her back. The heat was incredible. It felt like she was being roasted alive. The hairs on her arms were singed. The heat struck her in swirling flurries, like the forest fire had created its own blistering wind, its own terrible weather. Shiloh risked a peek behind her. Far above the trees, an enormous dark cloud rose, expanding across the entire sky, swirling and cresting, a seething storm of smoke about to descend upon them, the warning flare of what was coming. The wildfire grew closer, like an advancing front, ferocious and unrelenting, unstoppable. All along the shoreline, flames flickered and danced among the tops of the trees. "Shiloh!" Lena shouted. Shiloh spun around. Everyone else had clambered into the boats, except for Bear. He crouched low on his belly, ears laid back against his skull. He was growling and snapping in a panicked frenzy. He was terrified of the fire, but even more afraid of the stupid canoe. Shiloh hopped into the canoe with Lena, who was desperately trying to coax the balking Newfoundland to leap into the middle section. Bear whined louder. "Come, now!" Shiloh seized his collar and yanked at him with all her strength. The dog protested every indignity. She didn't care if he hated it. She wasn't leaving him behind. This is no time to be a scaredy cat, you big oaf." Though he outweighed her, Shiloh managed to drag him reluctantly over the bow and into the watercraft. He growled in disdain at the unsteady rocking, his paws slip-sliding on the slick, waterlogged belly of the canoe. He whipped his head from side to side, snapping at the overheated air. "Get down," Lena ordered him. "Stay down." They rowed as hard as they could, the heat a solid wall against their backs. The smoke thickened, swelling and eddying and billowing all around them. A dense, molten fog closed in on all sides. The surface of the water disappeared. Then the shoreline vanished. Behind them, only the fiery tops of the trees were visible. "Row! Row! Row!" Moreno's voice echoed dimly, but Shiloh could no longer see him. Ruby was yelling something she couldn't make out. It sounded like a prayer, or maybe a distraught cry for help. She couldn't focus on the others. Her palms blistered as she rowed harder and faster. Her muscles screamed in protest. Her arm hairs felt singed. Sparks churned and roiled with the smoke. Hot embers swirled over the caravan of boats rowing madly across the channel. The lacy tatters of glowing leaves and strips of bark fluttered past, on fire. The fire was a great dragon, a malevolent creature that lived and breathed. The frenetic flames crackled through the crowns of the trees. The whole forest flared a radiant, pulsing crimson. Horrific sounds echoed all around them, popping and hissing, cracks and bangs. The air was on fire. Everything burned, the blaze turning everything into molten lava. People were weeping and crying, praying, and begging for their lives. Every breath hurt. Her lungs felt coated with char and soot. Steam sizzled off the water with every splash of the paddle. She couldn't see Grand Island through the smoke. They had to be near the middle of the channel, but they were not safe. No one was safe. Not the fleeing wild creatures, nor the humans flailing across the water. They were caught in the mouth of the dragon. She didn't know how far a fire could jump across water, only that it could. The wildfire was big enough, powerful enough. It could cross the channel in a flashover. If that happened, they would all be boiled alive. Behind them came the ominous cracks and shrieks of burning tree limbs breaking off and falling to the ground. Flying sparks landed on Shiloh's shirt. She managed to bat them away before her clothes burst into flames. Flaming debris flew over their heads and landed hissing in the water or on the kayaks and rowboats. People screamed in terror. A fluttering spark landed on Bear's haunches. Startled, he whimpered in pain. "Don't move," Shiloh said, her throat raw. There was a bucket lying near a pile of rope next to the dog. Pausing for even a second would slow them down. She refused to allow Bear to burn to death. Swiftly, she tossed the paddle inside the canoe, reached for the bucket, dunked it into the lake, and poured water across Bear's back. The dog yelped. The water had the desired effect. It drenched his fur and put out the tiny flames. "Keep rowing," Lena shouted. The boats pulled further from shore. Finally, the fierce wind seemed to lessen. The raging roar of the dragon stalking the shoreline weakened to a growl. The blizzard of sparks lessened to the occasional flaming pine needle or molten leaf. The fire crouched, balking at the wide expanse of the water, stymied at last. Then the looming shape of Grand Island materialized through the smoke. Glossy white yachts floated along the dock. The first rowboats and kayaks reached the shoreline. People tumbled out of the watercraft, spilled into the water, and sloshed for the pebbled beach. Using her paddle to steer, Lena angled them to the left of the dock, away from the bigger boats and toward a shallow sandbar. She hopped out and reached for Shiloh. Together they hauled the bow of the canoe onto the gravel-strewn beach. Bear scrambled out of the canoe, nearly tipping it in his eagerness to escape. He stood in the lake up to his haunches, his snout pointed toward the mainland, barking fiercely at the fire. Ashes twirled from the sky like powdered snow. It silted in Shiloh's hair and clung to her eyelashes. She waded into the lake next to Bear and sank onto her bottom, letting the water cool her scorched skin. She gazed across the beach in search of Ruby. She was standing in the sand a few dozen yards away, soaking wet, but alive. So very alive. Their gazes met, Shiloh's questioning, Ruby raising her chin in answer. She was okay. They were okay. Everyone who'd fled the hospital had made it. Lena came and stood next to Shiloh. Neither spoke a word. Lena took Shiloh's hand. They stood and watched the mainland burn in astonishment. They had escaped through the flames, but everything they loved had remained behind to be devoured by the dragon. Their home, their town, everything burning. What would be left standing? Who was still alive? Shiloh didn't know. She was alive, but in shock, too numb for the grief and rage to sink in. "Jackson," she whispered, heartbroken. "Eli." "I know." Lena squeezed her hand. "I know."
Chapter 66. Eli Pope, Day 164. Eli crouched in a hidden fighting hole to the south of the valley. He'd chosen a spot that gave him a clear sightline of the entire valley and the steep ravine ahead of him. He barely felt the chill of the wind stinging his cheeks. Though he was positioned to the east of the wildfire, a dense red haze had settled over everything. The stink of smoke was strong in his nostrils. Hours earlier, he had ordered volunteers to collect the trash from empty ammunition containers and weapons crates, as well as the used MRE packets, and toss them around the valley. The cartel pursuers would believe they'd stumbled upon a base of operations command and control center and would immediately call for backup. Hopefully, Gault would send a significant portion of his army to mop up the fleeing Munising fighters. Sawyer shifted beside him, staring through a pair of field glasses as he studied his men's dug-in positions. 100 of Sawyer's best fighters hid among the trees surrounding the valley, waiting for their moment to strike. Jim Hart and his team waited atop the ravine armed with grenade launchers in case the last chopper showed itself. Eli had planned for Sawyer to lead his own men, but Sawyer had put Pierce in charge and remained at Eli's side. Perhaps he suspected a double cross, or he was smart enough to cover his bases. "Ready to do this?" Eli asked. "Frankly, I'd rather be sailing." Sawyer shot him a shrewd smile. "You should come with me sometime." Eli's lips twitched, barely. "Been there, done that. Think I'll pass. I can't say much for the catering or dining service, though you do have good taste in beer." Sawyer laughed out loud. "We could have been friends, you and I." Eli thought of the torture he'd experienced at Sawyer's hand. He thought of David Kepford, shot in the spine by Pierce. Perhaps in another life. Perhaps. Eli's radio crackled to life. "I've got their camp in sight," Antoine said. "Several hundred people, logistical support, as well as soldiers set up in tents. They've consolidated forces. The sentries are half asleep, drinking their coffee from metal cups, and bundled up in winter jackets. Piece of cake." Eli spoke into his headset. "You're a go." The sound of multiple gunshots shattered the silence. Eli listened to the comms as Antoine and Nix opened fire on the camp from the armored SUVs they'd borrowed from Sawyer, racing past with strafing fire before fleeing. The hornet's nest exploded. Automatic fire broke out from multiple directions. Shouted orders spat through the radio. The sounds of gunfire and screams echoed in tinny blasts. Nix whooped. "I think we got their attention." "Alpha team," Antoine said.
We're 2 miles out and being pursued by a blue pickup and several vehicles behind it. Be ready to light it up."
"Good copy,"
Eli said.
"Now what?"
Sawyer asked.
"Now we wait."
They didn't have to wait long. 3 armored SUVs came flying into the valley from the ORV trail, jolted across the meadow, and careened toward the narrow dirt road leading up the northern point of the ravine. The trucks slammed their brakes at the base of the hill. Several menacing fighters leaped out and began the ascent on foot. Quickly they reached the top and disappeared from view. Dozens of vehicles poured into the valley in hot pursuit. At the base of the ravine, they were forced to halt. Armed men spilled out and began moving toward the hillside like an army of ants. They broke into fire teams, one team moving quickly for a few seconds while the other provided cover. They alternated roles until they reached the tree line and disappeared into the dense foliage, headed up the ravine in pursuit of Eli's men.
"Now?"
Sawyer asked.
"Now."
Eli fired a starburst flare into the sky. Seconds later, Sawyer's men opened up on the cartel from their hidden fighting positions. They unleashed hell on the pursuing vehicles. 2 trucks went careening across the meadow and slammed into a cluster of jack pines. One burst into flames. Screams and curses echoed between volleys of gunfire. After the shock of first contact, a murderous volume of fire headed the other way. Branches snapped as a barrage ripped through the canopy, shredding bushes and dense underbrush. Twigs and bits of bark hit the ground all around them.
"There's an element moving toward us on the right through the woods,"
Pierce said into their headsets. At the same time, Eli spotted another contingent in the woods on the other side of the creek.
20 to 30 men are moving through the woods to the west of you. They'll be slowed by the ravine and the dense underbrush, but you need to move now."
Sawyer looked at Eli for confirmation. Eli nodded.
"Tango 1 to all Tango groups," Sawyer said. "Start moving up the ravine. Leapfrog up and cover each other. Don't panic. Good luck."
Eli signaled to Sawyer. They inched backward out of the hide Eli had constructed. Ducking, they made their way a few hundred yards southeast to where Dana Lutz and her team of volunteer firefighters were positioned deeper in the woods, concealed until the cartel troops passed through.
"Scouts just spotted that last chopper,"
Hart shouted through their comms.
"No surprise, it's headed our way, coming over the valley from the east."
Eli tensed.
"You have to take it out, or the Huey will pulverize our men, making it pointless for the cartel to chase them up the ravine. The entire trap will fail. Take it out, Hart." "I've got this," Hart said. "I've only got the 1 grenade left. No problem."
A minute later, the helicopter appeared to their right. The percussive blows of an M60 machine gun were deafening, drowning out the crack of rifle fire. The gunner shot bursts indiscriminately across the narrow valley, as if the shooter didn't care who he killed, as long as his enemies ended up good and dead, too. Sawyer crouched, cursing.
"That thing could take us all out."
"It won't," Eli said. Then, into his radio, "No pressure, Hart. It's all on you."
"Easy as stealing candy from a baby," Hart said. "Watch the magic and weep."
A bright light flashed. The rocket streaked across the sky. It arced perfectly, striking the chopper's front right side before the pilot had time to attempt evasive maneuvers. The Huey careened, spinning out of control. It struck the tops of the trees a couple hundred yards to the south, slicing through the canopy and shearing off branches. The chopper shuddered as it smashed into trees and underbrush. It cascaded down the slope of the hill on its side, rotors snapping off and flying dozens of feet before plummeting to the earth. Eventually, the helicopter came to a crumpled heap against the base of a large outcropping of rock. Steam billowed from the wreckage. Weapon up, Eli shifted to the left, moving out from behind a large jack pine. He kept the mangled chopper in his sights. Nothing moved inside. The gunner and the pilot were dead. Through their headsets, Antoine let out a fierce whoop of delight. Hell yes! Who knew Marines could hit a target? Eli said. I heard that, Hart groused. The cartel is gaining on my men, Sawyer hissed. What the hell are you going to do about it? They listened to the panicked radio chatter coming from Sawyer's goons. Hordes of cartel fighters scrambled up the hillside after them. They're about to flank us! I'm hit! I've got a wounded man. He's been shot in the leg. We're about to be trapped. Leave him, Pierce growled. Get your ass up that ridgeline. They're right behind us. There's too many of them. Where the hell is our cover fire? Pierce shouted. They're gaining on us. Sawyer shot Eli a suspicious look, his eyes narrowing. Thought your guys were going to protect mine, Pope. Eli shrugged. They are. The underbrush might be too dense for our fighters on the ridgeline to fire accurately. Your guys need to climb higher. In truth, Antoine and Nix had already evacuated from the top of the ridgeline and swiftly descended the opposite side to the escape vehicles waiting on the other side of the hill. Eli had given them private instructions out of earshot of Sawyer and his men. Now that the chopper had been eliminated, Hart would do the same. Sawyer scowled up at the wind whipping the tops of the trees. Some trees had lost their canopies, but many leaves still clung stubbornly to gnarled branches. There was plenty of fuel for the wildfire to burn for a long time. It's windy. Too windy to light the fire. My men aren't far enough ahead. Eli went still. Sure they are. They'll be fine. This is the chance we've been waiting for. Sawyer stared him down, his gray eyes flinty and cold, his expression stony, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Eli braced himself for a confrontation. This was it, the moment it all came together, or everything fell apart. Chapter 67. Eli Pope, Day 164. Eli waited with bated breath, giving nothing away. Pulse even, gaze steady. Wait for it. After a tense moment, Sawyer relaxed. He thrust out his hand. Fine. Give me one of the torches and the jerry can of fuel. I'll light the fire on the east end. Eli waited until Sawyer had stalked off and disappeared behind a row of birch trees. Then he turned to Dana. A solid wind rushed up the ravine, just like he'd hoped. Start lighting the other two fires. Dana's eyes widened in surprise. It will kill everyone in that ravine. I know. She lowered her voice. What about Sawyer's men? Eli made sure Sawyer was out of earshot before he spoke. If we manage to win this battle, next week we'll be fighting for our lives against Sawyer's goons. Sawyer is a blight on this community. Without him, good people would be alive. Cody Easton, Nix's grandmother, and David Kepford, not to mention the countless others who've died from drug overdoses. Trust me, I'll sleep like a baby after this. Dana tilted her chin in the direction Sawyer had wandered. Are you going to kill Sawyer, too? He wanted to. With every fiber of his being, he wanted that man dead. But Sawyer had saved his life on the battlefield. Did that mean something? He wasn't sure yet. First things first. Light the fires. Eli watched Dana and her crew light their drip torches and set the dry grasses at the base of the ravine ablaze, which they'd soaked with what little remained of their biofuel. Their limited supplies were precious, but this was worth the sacrifice. Tiny flames ignited. Little flickers danced along the dry grasses and brittle underbrush. Fed by the wind, the fire grew quickly. It spread rapidly along the base of the valley. The 3 separate blazes snaked toward each other, growing in strength. The first trees caught fire. Tiny saplings crackled and burst into flames. The flames licked up the trunks and leaped from branch to branch. A strong gust of wind churned between the hills and drove up the small canyon. Meanwhile, the battle progressed between the Cartel and Sawyer's men. Volleys of gunfire traded back and forth, echoing loud as thunder. The men engaged in the fight seemed not to notice as the fire crowned in the trees at the base of the hill. The wind took the flames and whipped them into a ferocious blaze. Smoke poured into the valley and rose in dark, menacing columns. Scarlet-stained clouds blotted out the sun.
"The fire is too close,"
Pierce shouted, panic in his voice.
"We aren't even halfway up the hill."
Eli ignored him. He tugged out his radio and in a low voice relayed a specific set of instructions to Antoine, who was headed back to Eli's location on his ATV via a circuitous route around the valley. "Take care of Sawyer, like we discussed."
"You've got it, brother."
The fire in the trees on the sides of the ravine burned hot and bright. A sound like rushing wind grew steadily louder, drowning out the gunshots from the AK-47s and AR-15s, mingling with the cracks of exploding tree limbs and bursting pine cones like firecrackers. It fascinated him how the fire moved faster uphill. At a 30-degree incline, the fire doubled its speed. It seemed an evil trick, but one that would work for them. Even with Dana's warning ringing in his ears, he hadn't predicted how swiftly the blaze would consume everything within its path. The deadfall, the parched grass, the dry trees shorn of leaves. It was all fuel, the perfect combustion. The fire pushed hard and fast up the slope, impossibly fast. Flames licked at the heels of the Cartel now. It raced up the hillside not 50 yards behind them. Screams rent the air as they realized the lethal danger chasing them. Once the predators, they had suddenly become the prey. In desperation, the Cartel men dropped their weapons and packs and ran with everything they had. They scrabbled up the steep hillside, boots slipping on slick leaf litter, tripping on roots, thorns snagging their skin. The inferno was close enough that they could feel the heat scorching the clothes on their backs. Their boots melted, and their hair started to burn. Shrieks pierced the air, terrible, inhuman sounds that prickled the hairs on the back of Eli's neck. One by one, the Cartel fighters fell, as the fire consumed them. Flesh cooked on bone. Airways swelled. Internal organs smoldered. Through the trees, their bodies glowed like lit matches. The blaze seemed to gain fuel from the human corpses. It surged up the ravine, faster than Eli could have anticipated. Rather than a simple chemical reaction, it seemed alive, a monster bent on destruction. The ravenous beast was still hungry. It was eyeing its next food source, Sawyer's men.
"Sawyer!"
Pierce cried, not bothering with call signs.
"Come in, Sawyer! We're trapped! We need help!"
"Sawyer is incapacitated at the moment," Eli said. A moment of tinny silence. Eli could almost hear the mental energy crackling as Pierce worked it out. The thing Eli had done to him. Pierce let out a howl of fury and fear.
"You!"
Eli only smiled. His silence said everything Pierce needed to know. Eli had orchestrated every moment of this massacre, and he didn't regret a second of it.
"You did this!"
Pierce screamed.
"You trapped us!"
With one hand, Eli reached beneath his plate carrier and tugged out the St. Michael's medal he wore around his neck next to his dog tags. "Remember the school principal you murdered on your island by shooting him in the back? You tossed his vest and his medal on the table in front of me while you laughed."
"I don't know what the hell you're talking about."
"Do you remember, Pierce? Because I remember.
I remember it all. Pierce sputtered, speechless in his rage. You... I'll kill you for this. I don't think so. You're done, Pope, Pierce shrieked. You hear me? I'm gonna cut open your girlfriend, then your daughter, while they beg for mercy. And then I'm gonna gut you like the pig you are. Goodbye, Pierce. Eli clicked off his radio. Pierce was trapped, as good as dead. Eli only wished he could be present to see the man roasted alive in person. It would be immensely satisfying. He touched the spot on his chest over the St. Michael's medal and mouthed the prayer he'd memorized. St. Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Screams and shouts of fear echoed through the comms. Sawyer's crew had almost reached the top of the ridge where there was a break in the trees along a ledge of stone outcroppings. They sprinted for it, as if that small clearing could save them, the cries of their dying pursuers searing their eardrums. Eli watched the massacre unfold through his binoculars, his breathing slow and even, imagining Pierce as he fled the inferno, the smoke choking his throat and lungs, the 10-pound rifle he carried growing heavier as he fought against the steep incline of the slope, scree kicked loose beneath his scorched boots, panic a hot coal in his chest. No matter how fast Pierce ran, it would not be enough. One by one, the fighters tossed aside their rifles in a last-ditch effort to outrun the flames snarling at their heels. It was no use. The fire overtook them, and they fell, writhing to the ground as they burned. Less than a minute later, the screams stopped. Everything stopped, but the fire. Eli gazed up at the impressive curtain of flames, rising 30 feet high. The orange glow pulsed and throbbed. Sparks flew through the air. He found himself dazzled at the astonishing beauty of it. He doubted Sawyer's men had found it beautiful as they died. Certainly not Pierce. "What have we done?" Dana breathed, in awe at the fierce display of nature's power. "What we had to do," Eli said. To save themselves, they'd burned the world to the ground. Chapter 68. Lena Easton, Day 164. The fires raged for the rest of the day. The front sweeping up from Lake Michigan finally arrived. The dismal rainfall drenched the town and the nearby forests, stifling the fire, though not putting it out completely. As swiftly as it had arrived, the inferno passed by, leaving a swath of smoldering destruction in its wake. Hours passed. The hospital survivors waited on the beach, watching the fires burn, praying for rescue, desperate for a reprieve. People were injured, crying and scared, devastated, but alive. Lena huddled, shivering with Shiloh and Ruby beside some driftwood. Bear paced restlessly beside them. It felt like an eternity passed in that terrible unknowing. Eventually, a tiny rowboat appeared from the mainland, rowing across the channel to Grand Island. Eli had returned from battle. He had come for them, as he'd promised. Shiloh sprinted across the pebbled sand and waded into the water without waiting for the boat to dock. Nix reached over the hull and yanked her dripping wet up onto the deck. Shiloh tackled Eli, wrapped her arms around his waist, and refused to let go. Eli had held her close and met Lena's gaze across the stretch of water. A whole lifetime of things unspoken passed between them in an instant. Relief and sorrow, grief and love. Lena couldn't wait a second longer either. The thought of another minute separated from Eli Pope was unbearable. She splashed into the water after Shiloh, love and relief pulsing with every beat of her heart, the fear knotted in her gut untangling at the sight of Eli's beloved face. Still holding Shiloh, he reached for her, and she melted into him. Eli drew them both close in his strong embrace. He kissed the top of her head. Tears streamed down her cheeks.
She wept with mingled joy and sadness. They had lost so much, but she still had her family. "You came back to me," she whispered against his chest. She felt, rather than saw, his weary smile. "Always." Shiloh didn't even complain when they kissed. From the shoreline, Bear barked in enthusiastic greeting. The survivors on the beach looked on, too traumatized to whoop or cheer. Still, the abject relief was evident on their soot-smeared faces. Against all odds, they were alive. They'd been saved. "We did it," Eli said into her hair. "We won." Chapter 69. Lena Easton, Day 168. 4 days after the battle, Lena and Eli returned to Munising, along with Nix and Antoine. Tim and Lori Brooks came with them. Tim's right arm was cradled in a sling from a stray bullet. Lori helped Moreno on his crutches. Moreno had survived with a blood transfusion, although he might never walk on his own again. Shiloh had demanded to come with them. Though she sported some ugly bruises, she had survived relatively unscathed. She insisted she had to see for herself. She needed to see. So did Devon. In awed silence, they stepped cautiously through the wreckage. The moment felt reverent, almost holy, as they witnessed the devastation, solemnly counting the cost. How much they had lost. How much more they could have lost, but had salvaged instead. The aftermath of the battle was a dreadful thing to behold. A ruined landscape out of a nuclear holocaust. The scorched earth pulsed with the remnants of the wildfires, little patches of flame still alight, red embers glowing from blackened stumps and burnt branches. Charred tree trunks speared the sky, saplings like spindles with their tops sheared off, the trees burnt skeletons. Here and there a spruce or jack pine or cluster of beech trees remained unburned, singed but still standing. The forest along the coastline of Lake Superior for 20 miles was naught but fiery embers. In town, the scars of the battle were everywhere. Buildings reduced to rubble, streets lined with the husks of burned cars, raised apartment buildings, houses cut in half. Bullet holes scarred boarded-up cafes and shops. Half of Munising had been burned to the ground. The hospital was charred rubble. The fire had scorched the high school, but spared the middle school. The paper mill had burned, but the marina had not. Remarkably, the Northwoods Inn had been spared. Eli's desperate Hail Mary plan had worked. Louis Gault and his cartel had been destroyed. Gault's corpse was recovered, with burns covering 80% of his body. Sawyer's goons had perished with them, except for Sawyer himself. He was held under guard until they decided what to do with him. 200 citizens had lost their lives in the fighting or died in the fire. 1,800 more had lived. Alexis Chilton and Amanda Martz had died in the failed ambush weeks ago. Last night, Drew Stewart had passed away from his gunshot wound. Jason Anders and Fiona Smith had lost their lives, bravely defending the Northwoods Inn from the cartel's blitz attack. And Jackson Cross, who had sacrificed everything to save others. In a few days, they would prepare a mass funeral. People needed to mourn, to gather together, to find ways to say goodbye in an ancient ritual as old as time. In addition to those lost to the war, they were also grieving Ira Fleetfoot, Michelle Carpenter, and Tracy Tilton. Violence was bloody, senseless, and sometimes necessary, but never without a cost. This time they had paid an incredibly high price. They had won the war. Their town was razed, but they were still standing, and the job of rebuilding had already begun. 3 days ago, scouts had discovered the cartel's supply caches, hidden in a few key locations, including at the castle, which they'd reclaimed after a quick skirmish, eliminating the last few cartel members within 100 miles of Alger County. Afterward, they'd hauled everything back to the Northwoods Inn.
The food would be enough to get them through this winter. Next winter would be another challenge, but they would prepare. They'd be ready for it. A few days ago, Moreno had spoken to the Michigan governor, who had made the trip north on horseback to personally thank them for removing the thorn of the cartel from her side. It seemed they were worth the trip once the cartel no longer posed a threat. While a remnant of the cartel still controlled the Sioux Locks, their numbers had been summarily decimated. They'd be easy pickings for the National Guard now. Moreno looked at Lena as he spoke. The governor told me that the National Guard has begun creating outposts in strategic locations throughout the country, mostly coastal for now, since their carriers have power and onboard medical bays, food storage, etc. What remains of the national government is operating in Mount Cheyenne. Congress has been making deals with South America for critical medications. There's a good chance that, in 2 years, there will be enough restored infrastructure to store and distribute the most critical medications to citizens, even if we have to travel to get them. Lena nodded, her hand instinctively straying to the pump at her hip. She glanced at Eli, unable to hide the relief from her face. Perhaps it was too good to be true, or maybe they would finally catch a break. They deserved a few miracles. Moreno explained that the governor had promised that the first transformers would be arriving in Michigan within the month. It would take years to restore even the local power grid system, but the process of recovery had begun. Humanity had started the long journey back. Back to what, exactly? What would a new world look like once law and order and civilization had been restored? What parts of society did they want to keep, and which parts should they abandon to build something newer, brighter, and better from the ashes? It was a conundrum for another day. Heat radiated from the scorched earth. It felt like walking through an oven. Ash coated the asphalt and the bullet-riddled cars. Though the smoke had mostly dissipated, the air smelled faintly singed. At the hospital, they found the remains of the fighting position where Jackson had made his last stand. The sandbags were ripped, the sand melted, the logs burned down to charcoal. Lena recognized the horrible shapes of bones scattered among the ashes. It was impossible to tell which bones were Jackson's. They stood in a loose circle, mourning their friend, their hearts shattered by loss and grief. "I took him for granted," Shiloh said. "He was the only grown-up watching out for me and Cody. He always made sure we were okay. I never even said thank you." "He knows," Devin said. He knew. Shiloh gazed at a section of rubble still glowing with embers. "He worried about not being a good person, but he was. He was good. He was the best." Tears sluiced down Devin's cheeks. Her eyes were red and swollen from weeping. "He was." Shiloh hugged her. Devin hugged her back. "He loved you very much," Devin said, looking around the circle. "All of you. And he loved you," Lena said in a choked voice. Devin made a strangled sound of grief, but she squeezed Shiloh closer and managed to keep herself together. Even amid her grief, she was strong and brave. No wonder Jackson had fallen in love with her. The bitter unfairness of it bit deep and painful. Outrage flared in her chest, beating in tandem with her anguish. It was all gone. That hope, that future, a lifetime of love and friendship ahead of him, snatched away in an instant. Jackson had been her best friend. Even before Eli, Jackson was the constant, loyal, reliable presence in her life. They'd held on to each other when they had nothing else. "That love you shared isn't gone," Lori said quietly. "It's still here, still alive in your hearts. As long as you remember and share that love, a part of the person lives on inside you." "Thank you for reminding us," Devin said. "I just hope he's at peace." Lena prayed his soul was at peace too. Jackson deserved that peace. In death, she hoped he had found it in a way he never had in life. He had died heroically, saving innocent lives,
single-handedly eliminating the threat of his father and brother. In the end, he'd found the redemption he'd sought his entire life. Her heart surged with sadness, mingled with a bittersweet joy. This life had been hard-won, with many sacrifices, but she would do it again, all of it. Every awful thing for these people, for their courage and resilience, and for the beauty that could still be found, even here, even now, standing among the ashes. On their return to the Northwoods Inn, they passed by the lighthouse. Seagulls swooped and dove along the jagged bluffs. The wind rasped their hair into their faces, but they barely noticed. Miraculously, the lighthouse remained untouched. The gleaming white tower, with the bright red cupola roof, rose 8 stories above them. Built into the base of the tower was the single-story brick cottage. Lena and Shiloh had sought refuge in the lightkeeper's home not so long ago. Lena's rickety Honda Pilot sat in the driveway, gathering dust. Dust filmed the windows. Spidery cracks marred the windshield, and duct tape wrapped the bumper, holding it in place. The tan turd may have been old, ugly, and falling apart, but it had brought Lena and Bear from Tampa safely home to the Upper Peninsula. For that, she would always hold a soft spot in her heart for the tan turd. Beyond the lighthouse, the Great Lake stretched as far as the eye could see, the horizon broken only by the humped shape of Grand Island. The emerald water glittered like jewels. Lacy plumes topped the waves tumbling against the shoreline, strewn with sun-bleached driftwood. Lena and Eli stepped into the shadow of the lighthouse tower. A seed of hope sprang to life inside her chest. They could rebuild the beacon, find a generator somehow, and get the lighthouse functional. Finally, they could go home again. Tears glistened in the corners of Lena's eyes. She blinked rapidly, but made no move to wipe them away. "It's a mercy." Eli put his arm around her shoulder. "A mercy from whom?" She gazed up at the looming tower, standing tall and stalwart, a beacon of light in a sea of darkness, a lodestar to guide the lost home. Maybe from God? Maybe from fate? I don't know. I don't need to know. It just is. Chapter 70. Lena Easton, Day 170. James Sawyer stood at the outskirts of town with his hands zip-tied behind his back. Lena and Eli had brought him to this spot along M94 East past the Econo Lodge. The motel had also escaped the wildfires. "I should kill you," Eli said. There was no malice in his voice, but a cold flatness that chilled Lena to her core. "You deserve to die." "Do what you have to do," Sawyer said. Sawyer stared down the empty road at the barren trees, the iron-gray sky, the clouds heavy with rain or possibly snow. He didn't blubber, cry, or beg for his life. Neither did he bother to defend himself. Sawyer's men were all dead. Gault was dead, as were Horatio and Garrett Cross. Sawyer had lost his army, his fortress. Everything he'd built had been burned to ash. Grand Island still stood, but Eli's people had taken command. Even his body bore the scars of his defeat. Ugly red burns marred the right side of his face. Half-melted skin sagged in a hideous approximation of a smile. His wind-blown blonde hair had been seared off in patches, his scalp raw, like charred meat. He shuffled with an evident limp with every step. Lena had spent the last few days tending to his injuries, ensuring his burns didn't turn septic. It seemed counterintuitive to spare the life of a man like Sawyer, but Eli had asked her to do it. For him, she would do anything. Eli hadn't told Lena the details of what happened when Antoine took Sawyer into custody after the fire had destroyed his men. Lena didn't need to know, but she could guess plenty. Antoine had obtained some semblance of vengeance for Nix, after all. Sawyer was beaten. He knew it too. It was evident in his slumped shoulders, his bowed head, the resigned expression on his disfigured face. He kicked at a stray rock, blackened with soot, then winced from the exertion. "I'd like my final resting place to be Lake Superior, if that's not too much to ask." Eli smiled. It was an empty smile, hard and dangerous. "Sure thing. We'll wrap you in chains and drop you over the side of your yacht." Sawyer offered a lethargic shrug. He didn't seem angry that Eli had double-crossed him. He was subdued, diminished, as if he'd expected the betrayal all along. He couldn't prove it, and perhaps some deep-down part of him didn't want to. He was finished. Maybe he was ready to be finished. Everything about him seemed smaller than she remembered. "You fought with us. You kept your word. You also saved my life." Eli frowned, as if the admission pained him. He ran a hand through his hair. "That means something to me, much as I wish it didn't. I wish I could serve your head to Nyx on a silver platter like she wants." Sawyer snorted. "That doesn't surprise me." "You could have been a better man," Lena said. "This didn't have to be your path." "Yes, it did." He turned and met Lena's gaze. Something flickered for a moment in his sea-gray eyes, a spark of something like remorse. As quickly as it appeared, it was gone. "I regret nothing. Nothing except Lily and Cody." He didn't have to say the words aloud. He'd abandoned them both, rejecting his chance to be a father and husband. A chance to be something different, something more, something better than the sum of his poor choices. "I can't absolve you of anything," Lena said. "I am not my sister." He offered a bitter smile. "I'm not asking for your forgiveness. There's nothing that could make a difference. Not for me." Long-buried memories fizzed to the surface. She saw Sawyer as a boy, his neediness, his boasting, his desperate loneliness. How he'd tried so hard to gain entry into their exclusive clique, the insular world Eli, Jackson, Lena, and Lily had created for themselves. Despite his best efforts, he'd remained forever on the outside, destined to be a loner, excluded, always standing in the shadows, out in the cold. Sawyer deserved to pay for the things he'd done with his life, and yet he'd also fought side by side with Eli. He'd saved Eli's life. He'd lived up to his end of the deal with honor. Much as Lena hated it, she felt a thin thread of kinship with Sawyer, a blood debt for Eli's life. She didn't pity him, but perhaps she understood him a little. Sawyer nodded wordlessly at her, as if in mutual understanding. Gone was his arrogance, his cruel confidence, his swagger. He had lost everything. That tremendous loss had humbled him. His eyes, once cunning and predatory, were now haunted. He was a broken man. "What do you say, Lena?" Eli asked. "Should he live or die? His life is in your hands." Lena tried to muster contempt for Sawyer, but felt nothing. She was sad, tired, and numb. She had hated him once, but no longer. She had no more energy for hatred. The time for fighting was over. "No more death," Lena said wearily. "Life is more than survival. There is a place for killing, but there is also a place for healing. It's time to heal." Eli hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his expression unreadable. He stepped forward, drew his knife, and slit Sawyer's zip ties. "Lena speaks for you, you lucky bastard. A life for a life." Sawyer rubbed his bruised wrists and said nothing. He pressed his lips into a thin, bloodless line, his gaze on the ground. Eli pointed down the road. "Start walking. You will not turn around, nor look back, not for 100 miles. If I ever see you again, or hear a word of your existence, I will hunt you down, pry open your chest cavity with a crowbar, and peel out your beating heart with my bare hands."
Convoluted emotions swept across his face. His misshapen features hardened in resolve, his eyes bright as coins against the garish burns searing his skin. To his credit, he did not look afraid. Turning his back on them, he shuffled down the center of the road rutted with potholes and clotted with weeds. Without his army of thugs behind him, he was only human, shrunken, small, and weak. One man, alone, with no one and nothing to call his own. A king without a kingdom. Eli took Lena's hand. They stood amid the destruction and watched Sawyer grow gradually smaller until he was a mere speck in the distance. There 1 second, and in the next, he vanished. Chapter 71. Eli Pope, Day 180. The air smelled cold and clean. Eli inhaled fresh air into his lungs. Eli, Shiloh, and Lena had hiked 3 miles from the trailhead to reach their destination. Bear pranced around their legs. They'd trekked past gurgling creeks and splashing waterfalls, and through dense hardwoods shorn of leaves. Ahead, the jade-colored waters of Lake Superior winked through the barren trees. They paused at the lip of a sandstone bluff streaked with colorful minerals, the red of iron, the orange of copper, the green of manganese. Fortunately, the Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore area had been spared from the wildfires. The cold wind stung his exposed face and made his eyes water, but he didn't care. The temperature had dropped into the 30s during the day, even colder at night. Frost clung to the grass in the mornings. Eli wore a hoodie beneath his windbreaker. Lena was dressed in a thick, cable-knit sweater and jacket. In her bearskin cape, Shiloh looked like an ancient native warrior goddess, and she knew it too. "This is what I wanted to show you." Shiloh paused and pointed. "Chapel Rock." Chapel Rock jutted from the lake, a tall rock formation separated from the bluff. Once, a natural rock archway had stretched between the bluff and the unusual rock formation, but it had collapsed back in the 1940s, leaving Chapel Rock disconnected from the rest of the coastline. A single white pine grew from the center of the rock like a spire. It was connected to the mainland by a long, thick root system that crossed the wide expanse like a tightrope. It should not exist, yet it thrived, clinging to unforgiving stone, spreading its ropey roots far across the expanse to seek vital sustenance, to survive. "I've come here before, but it never meant what it does now. This tree shouldn't be able to grow here, but it does. It defies the laws of physics, gravity, and nature. Despite the impossible odds, it's still here." Her lips twitched into the tiniest smile. Like us, Lena echoed. They stood for a moment in awed silence, contemplating the resilient pine tree standing proud as a sentinel. Beyond Chapel Rock, Lake Superior was flat as glass, a burnished silver that reflected the gunmetal gray of the sky. The horizon blurred, water and sky bleeding into each other, creating the sensation that they were gazing into a distance that went on forever, to the edge of the known universe and beyond. Lena shivered from the cold. Eli wrapped his arm around her shoulder. She sank against him, snuggling against his ribs. Holding Lena never got old. Bear darted back and forth along the edge of the bluff, barking at the seagulls who dared to swoop low, squawking at him for drawing too close to their nests. He trotted up to Lena, sticking his snout against her palm and licking her hand, his tail wagging joyously. Shiloh stared at the white pine jutting from the rock, absently fingering the arrow jammed into her ponytail. She removed the hair tie attached to the arrow from her hair, stepped to the edge of the bluff, and threw it across the void to the rock ledge. It fell with a plunk at the base of the white pine. It nestled among the tangle of gnarled roots. "For Jackson," she said, "so he'll never forget us." Lena said, "He won't forget us, and we certainly won't forget him." Shiloh said, This should be where we bury him." There wasn't much left after the grenade, but Eli knew what she meant. They needed a marker, a monument to his courage and sacrifice, a place to pay their respects and recall their fondest memories of him. "I think it's perfect," Lena said. Shiloh tickled Bear behind his floppy ears. She raised her face to the horizon. The first snowflakes of winter tumbled from the slate-gray sky. Laughing, Shiloh held out both hands and caught the flakes on her palms. Bear tried to chase them, sticking out his pink tongue, woofing in startled delight. They had brought flashlights. They remained at the bluff until the sun sank into the lake. The night was dense and starless, everything coated in a felted blackness soft against their skin. They listened to the slap of the waves against the sheer cliff below, the sigh of the wind, the splash as a fish leaped from the water. They were alive. They had each other. There was little else he could ask for but this, his heart beating against his ribs, reminding him of everything he had endured, everything he loved. "Look at that," Shiloh said. Eli and Lena turned and looked where Shiloh pointed. For 6 months the world had gone dark, and it would remain dark for years longer. In honor of the loved ones they had lost, for this single night, the Northwoods Inn was aglow with candles. They could just make out the inn nestled on the bluff across the inlet. In every room, in every window, a necklace of fairy lights had been strung along the ridgeline. Tiny flickering flames like 1,000 stars lit up the night. It reminded him of the times he'd looked down at the world from an airplane. Everything dark, but the twinkling, welcoming lights of a town or a city, beckoning him to a place he could never call home. At the Northwoods Inn, Lori and Tim would be cooking dinner, as Faith frolicked beside them, gobbling everything within sight. Despite the incredible odds, Faith had survived, apparently too obstinate to die. Later tonight they would gather with everyone they cared about, Devin and Ruby, Antoine and Nix, Moreno, Nash, Hart, and the Brooks, as well as Anna Brady, with her adopted children, Keegan, baby Hope, and Adam, and everyone else that mattered in this world. There would be songs and conversations around campfires, stories and tears and bittersweet laughter. Tales told of fond memories of Jackson, Alexis, Jason, and Fiona, and the others who had courageously sacrificed their lives so others might live. The Northwoods Inn was home. Eli's heart swelled in his chest. At long last, he'd found where he belonged. "Do you think things will ever go back to the way they were?" Shiloh asked. He thought of cages, of prisons, both the man-made kind and the kind people made for themselves. He inhaled deeply. A strange sensation was growing inside him, expansive, bright and airy, and incredibly satisfying. It was hope. "Maybe we don't want them to," Eli said. "We can start anew," Lena said. "It'll take an entire lifetime." "We have time," Eli said. "Then let's get to work." Shiloh grinned in the dark, her teeth flashing. Her first smile in days, genuine and raw, brimming with joyful abandon. Beaming, she took his hand in hers and looked up at him. "Dad." We hope you have enjoyed The World We Burn, Lost Light Series, Book 4. Written by Kyla Stone. Read for you by Stacey Glemboski. The audio for this book was engineered by Anansi Audio. The World We Burn is copyright 2023 by Kyla Stone. Production copyright 2024 by Kyla Stone. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Kyla Stone. I hope you enjoyed my audiobook. If you'd like to keep getting free audiobooks from me, please like and subscribe to support my channel. Thank you, and happy listening.